everyone, welcome back to Beyond the Veil Tarot and Astrology. My name is Candice Marie. Thanks for joining me. I'll be your astrologer this month for November 2024. Very excited to talk to you guys about the transits for the month ahead. And if you guys don't know me, it's nice to meet you. I'm Candice. I'm a Western astrologer. I like to incorporate tarot as well as the Sabian symbols to kind of make sense of what's going on out in the cosmos. So thank you guys so much for joining me. I want to start with some shameless plugs. So just a quick update for you guys for the offerings for the month. You guys can check out, finally, it's done, my 2025 Astrology Calendar. It is on sale in the month of November. She is a beauty, y'all. We have both print as well as digital versions available for purchase. It is 12 months of ritual recommendations and a 3-card monthly reading and more. So that's a sneak peek for January. I give you guys information all about flowers, stones, incense, deities, and obviously some of the more important transits that are going to be taking place, ingresses, as well as new full moons and eclipses. So check this out if you would like one for 2025. It's available on my website. And we are coming up to the beginning of November, but if you guys are interested in seeing my election astrology video, do check it out. It is a several hour long webinar where I talk all about the likelihood of how the election may play out. I take it all the way out to the inauguration day. So many of my predictions have already unfolded. It's crazy. And I have a good feeling about some of my thoughts. So we'll see what happens. But if you guys want to check that out, please do. And if you like my work and you want to support me, you can consider joining my memberships. I have 3 different levels available if you want to support me as a full-time content creator, or you can scan that QR code and you can give me a tip. I try to create high quality, long form content for you guys. So it's very similar to like getting a reading in person with me or in my digital Zoom room. I want to make sure that everybody has all the insight they need for the month ahead. And this is my contribution to the collective. So I hope you like it. Please do not forget to like, comment, share, and subscribe. Click that bell button below. Give me a thumbs up if you like the video. Consider sharing this on your social media and leave me a comment. Come back at the end of the month and let me know how some of my predictions played out for you. And obviously what you're anticipating for the month ahead. Now, most Fridays I am here somewhere around 5 or 6 o'clock p.m. Pacific time, 8 p.m. Eastern time. You guys can always find me live on Fridays doing tarot or astrology readings. So if you guys would like to get a reading, check out the community tab. Usually on Thursdays or Fridays, I will post the link for the readings that day. You can sign up in advance and make your donation and get in the queue so you are insured to get a reading. Super awesome. We have a great group of people that show up. It's always a fun time. We're usually here for a few hours and I'm answering your guys' questions about your natal charts. So if you have questions about transits, timing, aspects, or synastry, I'm totally happy to answer those questions for you guys. And every other Friday we do tarot. So we do 1 or 3 card spreads. So check that out. And if you would like to book a personal reading with me, I don't have any openings in 2024, so I'm a busy lady. Things might change. Sometimes, occasionally, I have a cancellation, so I do have a wait list, but I am now booking in January and February of 2025. But don't fret, you guys can catch me on the lives. I also offer email readings that are audio readings that I record and I can send to you. They're 1 or 3 card options, 1 or 3 question options. Hello. And the holidays are coming. So if you guys would like to give a gift card as a gift, I have those available on my website. You guys can choose from a variety of different options. You can tell Santa if you want a reading with me next year, or maybe you want to pick up one of my calendars or courses. Just a reminder, we always do a sale for Black Friday. So at some point later in the month, you guys are going to see lots of really great deals on my courses and my products. So if you've been wanting to study astrology, I have a 101 beginners course, I have a 201 intermediate course, relationship astrology, tarot courses, so much stuff. So if you guys are interested in any of that, make sure you head over to my website at beyondtheveiltarot.com. When you get there, sign up for my newsletter. I promise you, I will not spam you. You're only going to get emails when we have stuff that's going out for like sales and specials. And I really recommend signing up for my newsletter so you know when this new calendar that I've created is coming out. Check out some of the previous years. This is the third year that we've done it now, so you guys can kind of take a look at what we've had in the past, and every year it's got like a different theme, so it's all like astro goddesses this year. All right, so if you're new around here, here's how this goes down. I'm going to be talking to you guys about the most important transits for the month of November. This is specific to your rising sun or moon sign, and I recommend listening to all three. So I'm going to talk to you guys about the ingresses, which means planets that are changing signs. I'm going to talk to you about the retrogrades, because we have one this month, when planets are going direct, because we have one this month, and obviously the new and the full moon. Then I will go through a list of transits that I think are the most important, and I'm going to be talking about where that is happening according to your rising sign. I do an overview monthly, so when we get to the end of October, I will do kind of like a general overview for the month of November and talk about how that might be impacting the collective. But this video is all about you, so you guys can kind of use this to navigate your month ahead, make plans, and all that fun stuff. All right, so with that being said, let's get started with the ingresses this month. So these are the planets that are changing signs. So on the 2nd of November, we're going to see Sagittarius. Mercury is going to enter into Sagittarius. So technically it's moving through its fall. So it does have a tendency to be a little bit more optimistic, bright, sparkly. This is the planet of communication, travel, and business moving through a Jupiterian sign. Heads up though, okay? Some news may seem larger than life. We are going to see lots of wild aspects with Mercury this month. Not only is Mercury going to move into a sign that it doesn't perform well in, but it's going to come into a square with Saturn where it's going to hang up. It is also going to come into shadow, which means it'll get ready to go retrograde. It's going to oppose Jupiter, so there's going to be some like holy cow moments, and then it'll retrograde. So there are very specific dates this month at the beginning of the month that you want to do your Mercury stuff prior to Mercury going into the shadow, but I'll let you know all about that. Essentially, unless you are a Gemini or a Virgo rising, it's not going to impact you maybe as much, but still it brings a little bit more positivity into a particular area of your chart. Just keep in mind that there is going to be some reworking in that particular house. Now, on the 11th of the month, Venus changes sign. She moves into the sign of Capricorn. So for my Taurus, my Libra risings, my Capricorn risings, Venus is going to be changing signs. So particularly good for Capricorn sun, moon, or rising, because you guys are going to be experiencing a transit with Venus. So it's great for beauty, it's great for love, it's great for style, more kind of opportunities for abundance and richness and pleasure. But she is moving into a Saturn-based sign. So Venus in Capricorn can seem a little frosty, but generally this is about tried and true relationships, commitment. This is about values, long-term planning when it comes to relationships. And we can get a lot of stuff done while Venus is going through this particular sign. So I hope you guys enjoy that transit. And then on the 19th, we see big bad wolf Pluto re-emerge in the sign of Aquarius. So this is it, y'all. It's done. Likely the first, 2.5, 3 weeks of November is quite wild, having Pluto at 29 degrees of Capricorn. On top of the fact that Mars will oppose it. So things are going to feel quite intense from the end of October into the beginning of November. I'm just giving you the fair warning. But Pluto re-emerging into Aquarius, the fixed air sign, which is associated with freedom, right? The future, our dreams, some kind of, technological transformation, changes for the masses, and it will be there for the better part of the next 20 years. Now, over the last year or so, we've had some previews of Pluto in this sign, so I do believe that we're ready for it. I do feel like this is huge. There is some chapter that is closing with Pluto leaving Capricorn. The work has been challenging. It has been lengthy. It has taken forever to go through change. And finally, we are kind of closing that door and we're focusing on the future. So that ingress is important for Scorpio risings because Pluto rules your chart. It's your modern day ruler. But for Aquarius placements, especially if you have anything from about 0 to 4 or 5 degrees, you guys are going to be under a Pluto transit for the better part of the next year. In 2025, Pluto will get all the way up to around 3 degrees of Aquarius. So pay attention if you have any angles, any planets, any placements within those degrees. Then on the 21st of the month, the sun enters into Sagittarius and we are in Sag season. So happy birthday to all of my November Scorpios and my November Sagittariuses. I hope it's a good one for you guys. Now we do have one hell of a retrograde. I have been like yelling from the mountaintops to prepare for this retrograde for like the last couple of months. So it's going to be a little wild. We're going to see mutual reception between Mercury, which is in a Jupiterian sign, and Jupiter, which is in a Mercurial sign, Gemini. They're going to oppose each other. So it's going to be like, whoa, really big news that's going to be happening. And on top of that, it's going to square Saturn several times throughout its retrograde. It's actually going to start to square Neptune as well. So when the Saturn squares roll in, there's going to be delays with communication, which is pretty much expected during a Mercury retrograde. But when we see the retrograde happen and the opposition to Jupiter, God help us all, one mutable mess is what I keep calling it. Essentially, when we have a Mercury retrograde, remember that we see travel slow down, we see communication slow down, we want to back up our computers, we want to allow extra time coming and going for places. Things can go missing, things can come back, and a retrograde is more internal. So when we have Mercury retrograde in Sag, we are reevaluating, what do I believe in and what do I need to learn more about, and am I believing a certain narrative? Now, Sagittarius is about global matters. It's about professors and colleges. It's about culture and travel and airlines. Guys, I'm telling you right now, because the retrograde is going to go all the way into December, that travel over Thanksgiving, and I think really maybe even Christmas, is going to be very messy. I don't think that it's going to be easy. I think we're going to see lots of issues with airplanes, issues with weather because of squares to Neptune, and also many delays. So I've been telling everybody for the last couple of months, if you want to risk it, get something that is refundable, right? Get trip insurance, get something refundable. If you are not willing to risk it, then you may be wanting to reconsider your travel plans. You might want to make sure that you do your bookings within the dates that I give you early in the month. You want to get everything situated before Mercury even gets into the shadow, because it is going to be very confusing and very messy. Very, okay? And this is also, things that are going to be coming up are going to be blown out of proportion, not only because it's in Sagittarius, but the opposition to Jupiter is going to make things bigger. So it's going to be potentially rental cars, lots of big news on the media that's being blown out of proportion. Sagittarius rules the court system and judges and juries, you know, so it's also probably going to be a lot of legal stuff that's going on, potentially connected to the election, after the election. And it's going to be messy. So I'm just telling you guys in advance, you can prepare for this as long as you are working with some of the positive aspects with Mercury prior to the shadow. Obviously, this is going to be impacting my Sagittarius's sun, moon, and risings pretty significantly. I have the degrees here also, so let me give that to you guys. Here we go. So it looks like the degrees that it will retrograde from is 22 degrees of Sagittarius back through about 6 degrees of Sagittarius. So if you have anything from 5 to 23 degrees, you're in the line of fire. Equally for my mutable signs, you guys will feel it, especially Gemini and Virgo risings, as you're going to kind of get hit because your chart ruler is retrograde, and then it's also coming into all of these like mutable squares. So may the force be with you. All right, the other transit that we're taking a look at is going to be on the 15th of the month. This is going to be when Saturn goes direct in Pisces. All right, so Saturn is the teacher. Saturn's been retrograde for a few months. You want to look at the area of Pisces in your chart. Have you been working hard, staying consistent, applying yourself? Have you been staying the course, focusing on emotional boundaries, faith? Have you been persistent? Has there been a sense of you know, just staying committed to your goals in this area? If so, Saturn going direct can reward you. It can end up being something that's positive. I feel like a retrograde, Saturn and then Saturn going direct is kind of like a record scratch moment. That's like, wait a second, You know, have we actually been staying the course? Have we been paying attention? Have we been continuing to do our Saturn work? So for some of us, we'll be rewarded. For other people, it can feel a little bit more challenging if we have kind of fallen off the horse. Obviously, Saturn going direct really does impact my Saturn-ruled charts. So if you're a Capricorn or an Aquarius rising, you're going to feel this pretty significantly. And also for my Pisces sun, moon, and rising placements, you guys are feeling this as well, as Saturn is waking up in your sign. Saturn is full steam ahead, guys, okay? So what's gonna happen is that between now and in the spring, Saturn will now be moving through the third decan of Pisces before it eventually moves into Aries for a brief period of time. So be ready. For lunations for the month, we're gonna see on November 1st, a new moon in Scorpio. I see the pros and cons of it. If you guys haven't already seen my new moon in Scorpio video, check it out. I think it's kind of cool. It's during the Day of the Dead, so obviously given the theme of the last video or two, Scorpio is about rebirth, right? It's about being like, okay, this is scary, but I'm going to take a chance and I'm willing to make a change. At the time of this particular new moon, we're going to see Mars and Pluto, which are both rulers of Scorpio, in opposition to each other. That is do or die, right? Especially at 28, 29 degrees. So there is a critical turning point revolving around the past and also the future and our legacy, our home and family, and also our career and our outer world reputation. Power struggles are always whenever we see some kind of square or opposition involving Pluto, and Mars wants to fight. It does feel intense, it does feel scary, but it also feels like if we can lean into the energies where the new moon is trining Saturn, so as long as we are kind of keeping grounded, staying sane, you know, practicing a sense of stability and commitment, we can make this change happen. And it can be beneficial for us emotionally, and for a lot of us, it's letting go. We also have a trine from Mars in Cancer to Neptune in Pisces, which is about compassion, sensitivity, intuition. This is also about healing and releasing and letting go. Or Mars trine Neptune can manifest as angry, crazy, nuts, you know, reacting, believing some type of situation and becoming hysterical, and, you know, just letting our emotions kind of like run the show, and then it just seems like a circus. So we want to be kind, patient, and compassionate. We do not want to fight or resist change. We want to embrace change. And I think that that is always the theme of Scorpio season. And with Scorpio energy, when there is an ending, there is a new beginning, right? 9 degrees of Scorpio, so you got your personal planets there, or if it happens to be your birthday. So if you're like 8, 9, 10 degrees of Scorpio, it's really significant because you're going to have a new moon there. So there's going to be a new beginning. On the 15th of the month, we have a full moon in Taurus, all right? So that means that the sun is in Scorpio, the moon is in Taurus, the moon's in its exaltation. This is going to be conjunct Uranus. This is a Uranian moon. The positive, because there is positive here, is that even though I think this is a full moon that's going to create some shakeups, especially with the banking institution, you know, finances, resources, values, food, land, maybe even sometimes we can see some quakes here, that Venus, the ruler, is in Capricorn. So it is in a very stable sign. So it is in a sign that is about commitment, consistent, staying the path. It does make some slight aspects also to Saturn. So I do feel like the fact that the dispositor of Venus and the ruler of the moon are kind of harmonizing. However, this is a shakeup. When the moon is conjunct Uranus, we are emotionally, you know, kind of reacting. And for some of us, it might mean that our intuition is like just on high. But for other people, it can mean that there is some shock that destabilizes us and brings up some kind of tension, which is what we see with a full moon, right? The sun and the moon are in opposition to each other. Anyway, it's around 24 degrees, right? It does have a slight trine to Pluto, which is kind of nice. So it is empowering. I feel like it is definitely a little bit easier, I think, to navigate than the Scorpio new moon. But nevertheless, you know, whenever we're dealing with 24 degrees, there tends to be things that disappear, vanish, dissolve, that kind of stuff. So it's kind of got this kind of like Piscean vibe to it. And obviously the conjunction to Uranus is like sticking your finger in a light socket, you know? So watch for that on the 15th. Now for the rest of the month, the transits that I'm going to be covering, we're going to begin on the 2nd of the month, where we see some very nice Mercury aspects. So pull out your red pen. I want you to circle the 2nd of November. And I also want you to, yeah, the 2nd of November. That's the day that I think that I would personally do a lot of my Mercury retrograde prep. Okay, so you guys have a couple days, those of you guys who are watching this at the end of October. Why do I say this? Well, on the 6th, the Mercury retrograde shadow begins, right? So the Mercury retrograde won't actually be taking place until the 25th of November. However, a opposition to Jupiter, a square to Saturn, a square to Neptune, and then a retrograde, like it's going to be messy. So you have one of two options. The first option is you do all of your Mercury stuff, ideally, if not on, by November the 2nd, because there's great aspects that are going on with Mercury. If not, then you let the Mercury retrograde kind of do its thing. You let it play out. You see what happens and what kind of gets reorganized and reworked, and then you handle it in December. So for those of you guys who are asking, I'm pulling up that date right now. You're like, get it together, Candace. All right. So the Mercury retrograde will begin on the 25th, and it'll start at 22 degrees of Sagittarius. And then when it goes direct, it'll be November 15th, right? 2024. And it'll go direct at 6 degrees. Granted, it still has to square Saturn. So for some of you guys, if you're deciding to wait until, after the retrograde to make any big decisions, you may be waiting until the end of December, maybe even January. Okay, so you guys decide. Really depends on if you can wait or not. But what I'm getting at is, let me pull this back up. What I'm getting at is that on the 2nd, Mercury, which is still in Scorpio, it has not ingressed into Sag yet, is in a sextile to Pluto and Capricorn. So this is lots of focus, power, trying to kind of get organized and also maybe do a little problem solving, being able to get down to details and feeling very empowered by the decisions that you're making. And it's going to be some kind of change because Mercury is in Scorpio. The same day, Mercury in Scorpio will also trine Mars in Cancer. Water trines are intuitive, right? It's about emotions. So if Mercury in Scorpio, which is like, okay, I feel like this thing needs to change. And it can also be about finances, intimacy, psychological shifts, will trine Mars in Cancer. So it'll help us feel more driven to make decisions or changes that are going to be more emotionally kind of satisfying. Very intuitive day. I like this day for like getting a reading, tarot, astrology, intuitive, a mediumship reading, right? Whatever. Because you're going to be like, oh, I received this kind of Plutonian information, right? Mercury in Scorpio, sextile Pluto. Does it resonate? Does it sit well with me? Okay, great. Now I'm going to make this move. And it might mean that just your gut is telling you something. Pay attention to your dreams. Pay attention to your intuition this day. And if you can make decisions prior to the Mercury retrograde, this is a good day to go with your gut. Now, on the 3rd of the month, we see Mars in Cancer come into opposition with Pluto in Capricorn. Truth be told, you're already feeling this heat. If you guys are watching this on like the 24th, 25th, 26th of October, Mars is getting ready to come into opposition. And once it hits about 2 or 3 degrees, we're already feeling that. We will see Mars oppose Pluto several times throughout the Mars retrograde. So at the beginning of December, it will actually move into Leo, it'll retrograde, and it'll be opposing Pluto again, but it's going to be in Aquarius. So still that standoff, right? Where it's like do or die, friction, conflict, power struggles, people reacting, kind of, biting back. But I feel like in the cardinal signs, it's actually going to be nastier. I feel like in Mars in Cancer, where it's definitely debilitated, it is in a sign that's associated with the moon, where we're very emotionally reactionary and protective and defensive of our home and our security. And the opposition to Pluto, which is like this power struggle. I mean, I always call it like the deep state, but there is some sense of feeling like something has power over us, and it has for a very long time. And this is like the final boss battle. This is finally when you're like, I'm cutting ties with this thing, this person, I'm not doing this anymore. It doesn't make me feel good. And remember, rather than fighting back, we lean into the trine with Neptune. We're like, I'm just going to release it all. I'm done with it. I'm letting it go. So Mars opposed Pluto can be deadly situations. Heat, blades, speed, sharpness, right? Anything like that. And Mars is in the sign of Cancer. So it's going to be about home security, homeland security, mothers, women, things revolving around property security, guys. Okay. Lock your doors, lock your windows. If you have security cameras, trust me, turn them on, because Pluto is crime. So we are going to see an uproar of crime. We're going to see this in a lot of areas, unfortunately. The positive is that if you do these things and you're aware of it, you're less likely to get hit by it, right? Okay, Pluto is death. So there can also be this sense of major turning points revolving around older generations, older family members, matriarchs and patriarchs of our families. It can also be big people out in the world who have been in positions of power that are no longer going to be in positions of power, because Cancer are the countries, the people of the country rising up saying, no, we don't want this. We don't want this person. We don't want this drama, or we don't want this conflict, whatever. Same day, all right, Venus in Sagittarius opposes Jupiter in Gemini. So it's funny because, you know, Venus in Sag is very big love, big opportunities, you know, big shifts revolving around finances. Anything is possible. The sweeter, the better. And it's opposing its ruler, Jupiter in Gemini. So these are two signs that deal with like intellect, information, our belief system, travel. For some people, I look at like Mars opposed Pluto and then Venus in opposition to Jupiter as big risk, big reward. If you're willing to kind of stand up to a situation, to take a risk, to face your fears, it could end up being like the best thing ever. Like it could end up playing out really well for you. Venus in opposition to Jupiter does have a tendency to overly idealize relationships, and it can kind of trigger like long distance relationships. It can also be that there is a sudden spike or surge in certain costs of things. So I'm anticipating it would be things like cars, transportation, flights, travel. We might see something like that. So like, you don't want to be waiting until the 3rd to get a flight in or out of somewhere, right? You probably want to do it at the end of October, or you want to be doing it like on the 2nd when you have some of these trines. So I'm on the fence about this because Mars will oppose Pluto several times, but I think it's nastier in the cardinal signs because it's reactionary. And I also think it's more difficult because it's at 29 degrees. And this is the degree that is known as the Great Destroyer degree. It's a anaretic degree. So it destroys two things. And when Mars and Pluto kind of duke it out, they're like, there can only be one, you know? Anyway, very interesting. So on the 4th of the month, we're going to see the Sun in Scorpio trine Saturn in Pisces. This is good. Sun in Scorpio is really shining a light on where we are feeling into change, where we are opening up to the shadow self, where we're willing to look at things that are taboo. We're willing to really align our goals and change. And so the trine to Saturn in Pisces means that it's stabilized. It's going to be supported. This is a really good day where, you know, maybe you come to terms with what your goals are for your career, or maybe you want to lay the groundwork for some long project. Maybe there is some type of like commitment or like timing that's kind of associated with this transit, because Saturn can be time. But remember that these are water trines. So it's also like very emotional. You don't always see the action you get with fire trines. You don't always see the physical manifestation you see with the earth trines. The water trines are kind of like, yeah, I'm willing to make the change. You know, my emotions are telling me it's time to do that. And then Saturn in Pisces and Neptune in Pisces has also been about like, it's okay to let go. It's okay to just release this thing, or it's okay to cry. It's okay to be sad. It's okay to mourn. And that's pretty common when you're dealing with water signs anyway. So there can be a lot of emotions that are in the air, but there's also a lot of support moving forward. On the 6th is when Mercury shadow begins. And like I said, this one is going to be particularly like clown show. So you may start seeing the effects of the Mercury retrograde as early as the 6th when we go into shadow. And just be forewarned that one of the first aspects we will see just a couple days later will be a square to Saturn. So this is a very aspected Mercury retrograde. Try to do your commitments, your backing up, signing of things, all of that stuff, ideally prior to this date. Otherwise, you're going to be waiting until the second half of December. On the 9th, we see Venus in Sagittarius square Saturn in Pisces. So, okay, time out. You will see Venus square Saturn, you will see Mercury square Saturn, you will see Venus square Neptune, you will see Mercury square Neptune. Squares to Pisces means that something's either coming to an end, or we need clarity, or there's a misunderstanding, or there's something that's falsely represented, or something that is distorted, right? And at least the squares happening from Sagittarius are superior. Okay, so it's superior. So that means that when Venus goes through Sag, when Mercury goes through Sag, they're pushing on Saturn, they're pushing on Neptune, and they're saying, make it right, come correct, be honest, give us clarity, give us details, give us facts, something we can hold on to and come to some kind of conclusion or decision. So Mercury and Venus are going to have to go through Sagittarius type people, right, or situations to facilitate that. And so colleges, professors, lawyers, judges, court systems, this is gonna be making headlines. Potentially even international relations, right? I think we're gonna be hearing from a lot of history professors, law professors, lawyers, a lot of people who really know what they're talking about, and they're gonna be challenging Saturn, so the establishment. They're going to be challenging Neptune. They're going to be challenging the media or what's being said or the charts or the graphs or the things that are coming out. We will have a really hard time being able to tell fact from fiction in November. Okay, and I'm not saying this because of the election. It's the astrology. I've been looking at this for a year. And I would be careful with just automatically assuming that anything that you hear is correct, because nobody's going to know anything. It's going to be a hot ass mess. And likely, it's going to take some time to kind of work out. And I'm curious to see some of the people that step up. So with Venus square Saturn and Pisces, just generally not a good day for love, right? Commitments, relationships, money. And Venus in Sag says, well, I want to indulge in travel. I want to indulge in education. I want to indulge in teaching and courses and things like that, philosophy. And it generally is pretty optimistic, but when it gets checked by Saturn, we get delays. So it's sorry, your check is on hold, or I'm not paying you till next week, or, I'm not ready to commit. You'll hear these things. And it's not a good day for big financial transactions or purchases, investments, weddings, commitments, anything like that. So hold off on any of that stuff if you guys can on the 9th. And then on the 12th, also beauty stuff, guys. If you're doing beauty stuff or if you're buying clothes, you're doing cosmetic stuff, not on the 9th. Then on the 12th, we're going to see Mercury in Sagittarius come into a square with Saturn. Okay, so it's the 6th, the Mercury retrograde shadow begins. The 9th, Venus square Saturn, it goes, there's a problem here. Something's not adding up, or I'm not feeling, I'm not feeling the love, or I'm not getting what I need. And then Mercury squares Saturn. This is blocks, limitations, right? Delays with communication, travel, contracts, negotiations. And keep in mind, Saturn will be squaring off with Mercury several times throughout the retrograde. So this is the first square. You're going to have another one when it goes retrograde. So this will be showing you kind of the block that you're working through all during the Mercury retrograde. And Saturn and Pisces can feel like it's an emotional block. It's an invisible wall that you're hitting. It's just something that you can't kind of, get past or get beyond. So just be mindful that that's there. Not a good day for travel, communications, contracts, that kind of stuff. On the 16th of the month, the Sun in Scorpio will oppose Uranus in Taurus. But personally, I think you're feeling it on the 15th too, because we are going to have a full moon in Taurus, which will be conjunct Uranus. So the 15th, 16th, that's in the air. Fixed signs don't want to change. We know this, right? Scorpio and Taurus, these are signs that deal with Venus and Mars. They are about love and war. They are about money, mine versus what is ours. It's about personal possessions and ownership versus banking, loans, debt, credit, joint resources, that kind of stuff. So I feel like with the Sun in Scorpio coming into an opposition with Uranus, there's going to be some shocking news revolving around what's going on with financial institutions, what's going on with mortgages or lending or credit ratings or anything like that. And it's baked into that full moon. So it's going to be a little bit bigger than usual. Squares to Uranus is when you have people that they just want to be a contrarian, people just want to go against the grain. They just want to act out, and you think something's going to go left and it goes right. This isn't anything kind of curveball day. And there can be some upsets, there can be some surprises, there can be some explosive things that are kind of coming out that can kind of take us by surprise. All right, so be mindful of that on the 16th. Now on the 18th of the month, this is an interesting day. This is the day that Mercury in Sagittarius will oppose Jupiter in Gemini. So Jupiter is usually associated with Sag, right? And Mercury will oppose Jupiter in Gemini. And then we've got Mercury, which usually is associated with Gemini, is in Sagittarius. So it's mutual reception. So they should be saying the same thing, and they're in opposition to each other. And oppositions can be seen as kind of like two people standing in a room and like their arms are folded, you know, and they won't interact. But some astrologers see this as like a magnetic aspect. It's like almost like a conjunction. It brings the two into the middle so that way they meet. Very interesting that this is happening, you know, right after the election. Like I've thought for some time that, you know, maybe it would be the 18th, the 19th, we would know the results of the United States presidential election, because on the 18th, we have Mercury, the messenger, in opposition to Jupiter, and it is also in its shadow, okay? So whatever big news is said, it may be retracted, or we might have to go back over the details and like verify. And Jupiter makes things bigger. So they're saying the same thing. The very same day, the sun in Scorpio will also trine Neptune in Pisces. So that means that there is this, it's kind of like sun trine Neptune, like we can sigh, there's like relief, you know, and we're feeling sensitive, emotional, we're feeling maybe exhausted. Maybe the trine is positive though. So it's going to give us more of like a in touch with our intuition, feeling creative, feeling compassionate, feeling sensitive, and that there is some divine intervention thing that's happening that day. So that is nice, considering I can only imagine, okay, and I am almost 3 weeks before this transit. I can only imagine the news headlines that are going to come out on the 18th. It's going to be like, people are going to be like, oh my God, did you hear the news? Oh, you know, and something like that is going to happen. And then the very next day, Pluto goes into Aquarius, right? And then on the day of the inauguration in the United States in January of 2025, the sun will conjunct Pluto. So it does not matter who the president is. I think there is going to be a very significant change moving forward when it comes to the United States in 2025. And obviously for 4 years, but I digress. So if you guys want to know more about that, I'll do some videos on it. So then we have on the 19th, Pluto reemerges into Aquarius. So I know I touched on that, but I can't touch on that enough. It's a big one. It's a big one. And I feel like, man, at least with Pluto and Aquarius, the change comes so much faster, you know? And I think about like Uranus's association with Aquarius, and that it's electric and it's fast, and some of the things that we've seen with technology and how quickly change can manifest. And remember that Aquarius is about our dreams, what we hope for, what humanity is hoping for. It's for freedom. So I know that there's a lot of scary stuff going on in the world right now, but it's always darkest before the dawn. And so I think in a lot of ways, I don't think it's going to be as much of this dystopian future that people think it is. I think that there is going to be more freedom. I think there is going to be more opportunities. I think that we can use some of these technologies to really free up some of our time. So don't be, you know, Debbie Downer or Debbie Doomer, right? We don't want to do that. We don't want to give that power to Pluto. We want to see what Pluto can do. And so far, at least in my opinion, yes, everybody's going to have their opinions. I know I'm going to hear all about it in the comment section. But in my opinion, I feel like over the last year or two, the exposure of some of the corruption and some of the dark has changed some people's minds. There has been a shift from division and bitterness to awareness and coming together and kind of forming this new, I don't know, this new like group. Like there's people that are coming together that would have never done that before. And whether it's gender, their identity, their culture, their religion, their background, their age, we're recognizing that everybody is basically a frog in a boiling pot. And if we don't figure out how to get out, we're all cooked. So I'm optimistic about the future. I encourage you to be optimistic as well, because I feel like this pressure, this is Pluto, it builds until people are like, that's it, I've had enough. And so Pluto and Aquarius, yeah, you see a lot more people that are like, wow, you know, or I'm not doing this anymore, or I quit. But it ends up manifesting as, you know, developing new networks and communities. And I think that it's actually going to be a good thing. So fingers crossed. On the 27th of the month, the sun in Sagittarius will trine Mars in Leo. And Mars is slowing down at this point, because right around the 5th, 6th of December, Mars will turn retrograde. So something that you guys want to consider is that Mars is already in shadow as you're watching this in October. It will be retrograde back through Cancer. It'll trine Saturn, it'll trine Neptune several times, it'll oppose Pluto several times. So whatever this buildup of tension and stress has been kind of brewing really since the beginning of October, we're going to continue to work through that until like March of 2025, maybe even into April. Sun trine Mars is where we're feeling more adventurous, especially in Sag. We're feeling like taking risks. We feel enthusiastic. We feel like we're getting on the path. We understand the bigger meaning of life. We feel motivated to make change. We feel motivated to take chances. And Mars in Leo is, I mean, they've got swag. They've got a lot of swag, but Mars in Leo is confidence in action. Creativity in action. I think that this might be incentivizing a lot of people to be like, I'm going to create, I'm going to paint, I'm going to dance, I'm going to hang out with my kids more, I'm going to start a new hobby, I'm going to be really showing off and kind of showing my skills and my natural talents. So when the Sun and Mars trine, we feel incentivized to do that. So that's a really great kind of way to finish off the month, which is actually quite intense in my opinion, or I wouldn't say as intense. It's intense at the beginning of the month with the oppositions between Mars and Pluto. Everything in between is confusing. The mutable squares and Mercury retrograde, it's confusing. So allow the month for things to kind of unfold. Like I said, Mercury will not turn retrograde to the end, but you're going to be kind of spinning all month long with information, and just take your time. All right. So that's the month at a glance. Let's move to the next slide. So this is going to be for November 2024. These are the 12 rising sign horoscopes. So as a reminder, this is for tropical Western astrology. I'm not a Vedic astrologer. I practice tropical astrology. That's what I like to practice. And for the purpose of this presentation, I will be using the whole sign method. So I really recommend listening to your ascendant or your rising sign first. This is going to tell you where the transits are in the zodiacal order, and then you can listen to your sun and your moon signs as well. I think it's important to listen to all three. You're going to get some insight from all of them, but the ascendant does tend to be pretty bang on. And like I said, I use whole signs. So if you use Placidus, you may have to kind of look up the degrees and where the aspects are and listen to more than one sign, especially if you happen to be later in your rising sign, you might want to listen to the following sign, okay? All right, so obviously I'm all ready for Day of the Dead. I'm super excited. I had to like continue on with my theme. And I was just kind of like, I think everybody's sick of pumpkins, and I'm really excited to go to the Day of the Dead this weekend and go and have, well, tacos and tequila. So I will be celebrating for all of you guys there. And without further ado, we'll go ahead and get into the 12 horoscope signs. So let's get right into it. What's up, Aries and Aries rising? Welcome to your November 2024 horoscope. I hope you guys are doing well. We're going to get right into it. We're not going to waste any time. So here's the deal. Okay. You are going to be seeing some Mars-Pluto oppositions that are going to be taking place. It's very important for you to be paying attention to these aspects because this is going to be rather significant for you as Mars is your chart ruler. So you're going to be seeing right around the beginning of the month on the 3rd, you will see Mars while it's still in Cancer. Okay, so it'll be here. Mars will be in your 4th house, which is taking action around home, family, anything revolving around parents. It could be roommates, property, anything like that. Emotions or the past will oppose Pluto. So you may be feeling like you're having a power struggle with a parent. There could be something going on with an authority figure. There can be something going on revolving around feeling like you're being pulled in two directions between home and also your career and your reputation. And you might feel like something has to give. It's like some of you guys might be quitting your job and relocating. Some of you guys might be taking a job and relocating. Some of you guys are like, I can't balance both and it's got to be one or the other. So whatever it is, just be mindful that there's going to be some tension that's going to be taking place in the skies around that particular time. The other thing is that you are also going to be seeing that Mars will be entering into the sign of Leo. And it looks like that's going to happen a couple days earlier. I actually, forgive me, did not put that into my main presentation. So I'm going to make sure I have it for all of the 12 signs. But you will have Mars just a couple days later going into Leo. So then you're going to have Mars go into your 5th house. Now keep in mind, in December, Mars will retrograde here. So the 4th house is kind of like emotionally trying, issues with roommates, tension with family, parents. There's some kind of pressure maybe to make a change with a living situation. And Mars going into the 5th house is a very different vibe, okay? This is going to be more about creativity, playtime, dating, children, romance, something of that nature. So it's going to be a little bit easier to navigate. I think you're going to enjoy it for most of the month before we see the retrograde next month. Okay, that's pretty much it. So we just got to kind of keep an eye on what's going on. End of October into maybe like the 4th, 5th of November, you're going to feel the Mars-Pluto opposition. And it can feel like there's a bully at work, or you're dealing with a situation where like there's a parent issue, some kind of pressure between these two things. And, you know, you're working it out. There's something that's going to kind of come of this where one thing is going to kind of take precedent over the other, and the other is going to have to kind of wrap up, or it's going to have to kind of die off in order for the other one to like thrive. And I think about how Mars is going to go into your 5th house and then retrograde. So for some of you guys, it's like, I'm quitting my job, I'm starting my own business. Some of you guys are like, I'm quitting my job, you know, I'm having a baby, I'm staying home, I'm working from home. Something of that nature is kind of going on. So just keep that in mind. All right. So with that being said, just to kind of roll through some of the more important dates, I'll start with the ingresses, the retrogrades, and all that stuff, and then we'll get into the other ones. On the 2nd of the month, you're going to see Mercury enter into Sagittarius. So it's going to go into your 9th house, where you're communicating, thinking, talking about, focusing or prioritizing on the bigger picture. Maybe you're planning a trip, maybe you are going back to school, maybe you're having to talk to a lawyer, maybe you're having to talk to a mentor or a teacher. Your mind is on what's going on out in the world, global matters and like global communications. You might also be wanting to learn something new. It can be relating to writing, information, marketing, anything also revolving around health. Keep in mind, right? Mercury will retrograde throughout this particular house. So if you know that you have to book travel, if you have to do anything like that, I really recommend doing it before the 6th when we have the shadow. On the 11th of the month, Venus will be entering into Capricorn. So it's going to go into your 10th house, where it's bringing sweetness to your career, your reputation. Love can be found at work or in the office. It can be really positive for your relationships that you have with people professionally. You could go public with a relationship. And likely getting a little bit more appreciation, attention, or even resources from a job well done. On the 19th of the month, we're going to see Pluto go into Aquarius, and it's going to be hanging out in your 11th house, where for the better part of the next 20 years, major changes are taking place with your networks, your friends, your community. Maybe it is about a dramatic change in a friendship. That is possible. Maybe that you are getting brought into an exclusive club, a private club. Maybe there are some big changes happening revolving around how you're making money. The 2nd house is your values, what you possess, and how you spend it. Think of it as your bank account or your wallet. But the way that you make money is actually your 11th house. So to me, it's like saying, okay, maybe you're joining a new company. Maybe you're starting a company. Maybe you are finding a new way to make money online. Something like that may potentially come up throughout this particular transit with Pluto in your 11th house. Just watch for drama and some conflict that can kind of come up with friends, but I don't think anything's going to happen that day. Then we're going to see on the 21st of the month, the sun enters into Sagittarius. So where your mind and communication and planning has been on these 9th house topics, now the sun shows up. I could see some of you guys like going on a trip, traveling. Maybe you were thinking about, getting your kids ready for school. Maybe children are coming to visit from college. Maybe you are actively taking a course. Maybe you're going back to school. Maybe you're getting creative and like wanting to learn something or write a book, because the sun is about your creativity, your children, and your happiness. Regardless of what it is, the sun going through Sagittarius is good because it's a fire sign. So it's the same element as you. And you're going to see some trines at some point throughout the month to Mars, your chart ruler. So it can be that you're more optimistic about traveling, about your children, about education, and about the future. Then on the 25th of the month, we're going to see Mercury turn retrograde. Okay, so pretty textbook. Mercury retrograde in the 9th house. I am going back to school. I'm going and getting a degree. I am rethinking my beliefs. I'm returning to reconnect with an old mentor. I am reviewing my book before I publish it. I'm reconnecting with a lawyer. I am experiencing a delayed plane. I'm changing my mind revolving around travel. Mercury rules your 3rd house of travel. It's also about your neighbors. It's also about communication. It's about contracts. Be very careful with signing legal contracts. Be very careful with traveling because there could be some issues here. And relatives and family at a distance, there could be some conflict here as well. Not like conflict like an argument, but more like not seeing eye to eye about like global matters, worldly matters, philosophical differences, debates, you know, stuff like that. Because the 9th house can be the father. It can also be the in-laws. So be very careful with these people. And I could see if people aren't getting along very well, there could be some changes of plans revolving around travel. Great time if you are thinking about going back to school though. And we'll get into the Mercury retrograde, what that means in just a second. All right, so then on the 15th of the month, Saturn goes direct in Pisces. So it goes direct in your 12th house. So this basically means that you are now getting to see, or I guess reap the benefits of what you've been doing during Saturn's retrograde. Have you been meditating? Have you been taking time alone? Have you been focusing on your mental health? Have you been thinking about going back to school? Have you been traveling in a foreign land? Are you doing your spiritual work, right? Praying, meditating, that kind of stuff. That's really a really good practice with Saturn and Pisces in your 12th house. Saturn is also connected to your 10th house, which is your career, and your 11th house of goals. So for some of you guys, you might finally be saying, I quit, or my status is changing. And that's part of Saturn going direct. But regardless, I see Saturn in your 12th house as almost like you're in your cocoon phase, right? And you're getting ready in the spring when Saturn comes into your sign to reveal a brand new you. And maybe it's like, I own my own business, or like now I'm getting married, or I'm becoming a parent. It's some big kind of coming of age transit that you're going to go through. And it doesn't matter how old you are, you all will go through it. So I kind of feel like there's this sense of like this process of you trusting what you're having to let go of right now, trusting the process and having faith as you go through that. On the 1st of the month, you're going to see a new moon in Scorpio. It's getting down and dirty in your 8th house. This basically means that you're setting intentions revolving around intimacy, transparency, vulnerability, making more money. If you're wanting to negotiate making more money, right? If you're wanting to possibly apply for a loan or expend, you know, some kind of resources with something you've been saving, maybe you're wanting to talk about joint resources with a partner. That all, you know, you set all of those intentions there basically with the new moon in the 8th. I think about the new moon in the 8th and that the Mars-Pluto opposition is taking place. So it's like you might have to set intentions when it comes to support or joint resources with another person, quite literally because either your home or your career is going to change in some way. So it's like forcing you to like become more vulnerable, or it's forcing you to like kind of open up and like be more open to kind of like merging and sharing with another person. All right, on the 15th of the month, you see a full moon in Taurus, and this is kind of bringing up money stuff. So the 2nd house is big conclusions and completions. It could be big purchases. It could be money's coming in. It could be money's going out. It could mean also, because the ruler is going to be in your 10th, that you're making money from work. Like there's a lot of money coming in. You're doing well. Maybe you get a bonus, or maybe you just get like a bump in your increase or your pay. It means that you feel very confident, very solid in the work that you're doing, and it's going well. So I'm not really worried about money. I think that, yeah, there can be some expenses that have to be paid because you have a new moon in the 8th. So it's like money in, money out. But I feel like with Venus at the top part of your chart, it could be that you are finally starting to reap the benefits of all of the hard work that you've been kind of putting into your career, or that there can be a very lucrative offer that can be coming to work with somebody, or just business is doing very well. So I'm not worried about the full moon for you guys. I hope it's a good one. All right, so if we were to go down the laundry list of transits that I have for you guys, obviously on the 2nd of November, we are going to see a really great communication day. And I encourage everybody to use this day. So essentially what we're going to see on the 2nd is that Mercury will still be in Scorpio in your 8th house, where it's getting down to details. It's kind of combing through stuff. It's able to kind of be more intuitive as well. It's going to sextile Pluto. So it's like, oh, I have this feeling that like a change might be coming at work, you know, or I can like get in there and like negotiate something, or I can like ask for a raise, or like change something about my benefits. And it's about reading between the lines and being able to see that there is likely going to be an opportunity presenting itself for you professionally out in the world. The very same day, Mercury will trine Neptune. So to me, I'm like, oh, is it a secret? Like, does a coworker let you in on a secret? Does somebody kind of tell you that there is some change coming, or that maybe you're up for, you know, a new position at work, or maybe like a raise? So there might be some secretive information that's kind of coming up that you become aware of. And this is the time to really listen to your intuition before making any decisions about the Mercury retrograde. On the 3rd of the month, we're going to see Mars in Cancer oppose Pluto. So we talked a little bit about how, you know, Mars, when it's in Cancer in the final moments in opposition to Pluto, it's a power struggle between who you are out in the world and who you are at home. And you just want to be mindful that people at work can seem like bullies, you know, superiors and authority figures and parents. It can be more intense in dealing with some of these people. The very same day, we will also see Venus in Sagittarius in your 9th house make an opposition to Jupiter. Oh, that's Jupiter. There we go. Make an opposition to Jupiter, which for me is like big news, you know, big news that's coming, revolving around traveling. And it's possible with Mars in opposition to Pluto and Mars in shadow, you have to go home for some reason. You have to be with your family for some reason. And you have to suddenly rent a car, catch a flight. A sister calls you, or a neighbor of a family member calls you, and they're like, hey, something's going on, you know, you need to come home. And I'm just telling you this so you know, right? I'm not trying to scare you. I'm just letting you know, keep your phone handy. Something can be coming up where you're like, I got to break away from work. I got to go help take care of my mom. Something's happening at home, you know. Obviously touch wood, but trust me on this. There is something happening this day that's like, you're going to have some kind of contact from somebody, and they're going to let you know or let you in on, you know, some information. And it may require you to either connect with somebody at a distance or plan some kind of travel. Then we're going to see on the 4th of the month, the Sun in Scorpio trine Saturn in Pisces. So the Sun in your 12th house is trining Saturn. To me, this feels like there is a sense of acknowledging that there is about to be a change. And I don't know if this is a change financially or a change at work. The Sun obviously deals with the 5th house, which is about creativity and joy. It can be a time where you're a little bit more sensitive, emotional, or somber, and there definitely is this feeling of like a release, but it's something that's going to be good for you, and it's going to give you stability in knowing that, you know, this change is taking place and maybe you're okay with it. And it can also be like, if for whatever reason there's a change at work, it could mean like, you know, there's severance, or if you're taking time away from work, you know, that you still are going to continue to have a job. You're not going to lose your job. You're going to have benefits. You're going to have security. So there is this sense of feeling like supported if you're going through something where you're having to take time away from work. Then on the 6th, this is when Mercury shadow begins. So Mercury retrograde will not be until the later in the month, around the 18th. But this is when you start seeing the shadowy things beginning, which is like, okay, do I need to change my schedule to travel? You know, am I expecting there to be weather issues, you know, in making a flight? Is my schedule at school going to be changing? You know, am I going in a different direction, you know, with my education? That kind of stuff. So you're going to start seeing something coming up about the 9th house, and you could see slow down in communication revolving around these topics. Then you're going to see on the 9th of the month, Venus in Sag will square Saturn. So Venus in the 9th house squaring Saturn, where difficult time relating maybe to someone else. And the 9th house could be a teacher, could be a mentor. It could be a time where you're dissatisfied with traveling. You know, you thought you were going to get the upgrade, you don't get it. You get into your hotel room, it doesn't look anything like you like, and you're like, I can't, you know, I can't rest, I can't sleep. Like, you know, it's not as comfortable as I thought it was going to be, like that kind of stuff. Venus rules relationships and money. So there can be this sense of being like, okay, well, you know, I traveled somewhere and it was not the experience that I thought it was. Or I went to go and visit this college thinking I was going to go there, and like, it turns out I'm not as crazy about it as I thought I was going to be. Not the best day-ish for indulging in travel, education, these kinds of things. And if you have female teachers in your life, it may be a little bit harder to kind of relate to them, or you can feel that they can be a little bit harsh during that transit. On the 16th of the month, the Sun in Scorpio will oppose Uranus in Taurus. And this is like a day of chances. Uranus in the second house is kind of like buck wild with money, and there could be lots of financial fluctuations and things coming and things going. And the 8th house is other people's money, so there might be an opportunity or a day where you actually have a gain, where somebody gives you something you didn't expect to get, a stock runs up you didn't expect that was going to run up. You know, maybe it manifests as like an investment that suddenly takes off, or, you know, suddenly you have access to something else that you did not anticipate or see coming. And it can end up being, you know, financial, physical, that kind of stuff. Shocks and surprises with joint resources as well. That can happen here also. Then we're going to see on the 18th of the month, Mercury will oppose Jupiter. Okay, so tall tales. Very much tall tales for sure. You know, I kind of see this as like, I see this as like, you know, there is going to be some kind of story or something that's going to be like embellished, just in general. And it could come from a coworker, it can come from a neighbor, it can come from a relative. It might be a day where you're like, wait, what? You heard what on the news? And then you believe it, and then you have to go and do your research and see if it's true. It can also be a day where you're just really optimistic and enthusiastic about how a travel, education, or maybe legal or like publishing situation looks. But remember, Mercury's in shadow. Same day, the Sun trines Neptune. So we had the Sun trine Saturn where, you know, we are coming to terms with something, we feel more stable, even though something might be ending. And then the trine in Neptune is kind of like, I'm releasing this now. It is what it is. I have to let it go. I'm at peace. Like, you're accepting of whatever news I think you're being given. It's kind of the vibe that I'm getting. And also this is about like rest and renewal. So you might feel like your mind is on fire with all the information you're getting, but you're kind of like, I got to take a step back. Like, this is too much information for me, you know, and I just need to rest more on this day. On the 19th of the month, we're going to see Pluto enter into Aquarius. So it's going to go into your 11th house. We talked about how that's major change and transformation for your future goals, as well as networks, associations, and your friends. And then finally, on the 27th of the month, the Sun in Sagittarius will trine Mars in Leo. So the Sun in Sag and Mars in Leo, there will be, especially if you're like an earlier degree Aries, like the first 5, 6, 7 degrees, will be a fire trine. So the Sun, which is about, you know, children, creativity, it can also be about holidays, it can be about hobbies, will be trining Mars. So it's almost like, okay, are you going on a trip with your kids? Is there some exciting news revolving around children? Are you finally getting around to like publishing a book? Is there some connection between hobbies and like learning, and you're really enthusiastic about something that you're doing, or maybe, you know, going on a holiday? Something good is happening here. You know, the 1st, 5th, and 9th house are all about life. So it's about action and motivation and like seeing things kind of come full circle and like bloom. So I like that day for you, Sun trine Mars. I think you're gonna like it. I think it's a day where romance can be found when you're traveling. It can be a day also where you're taking a course or a class, you're learning about something new, you're traveling to learn something new. Maybe you sit down to start kind of like writing something or publishing something. That could happen as well with the 9th house. It's great for creative marketing also. So if you have your own business and you're wanting to market something, this is a good day to start working on that. All right, well, that is the month at a glance. Let's see what card you guys get for the month of November 2024. You get the Hermit. I think this is really speaking to Saturn in your 12th, right? So it's about reflecting, and you've had a period of reflection and like getting ready to make a decision about something, and like this new defining moment of who you're going to be in the spring. And maybe it's like you're becoming aware of that, and like now you know the decisions you have to make, you know the changes you have to make with home or with work. You're coming to terms with it, and like you're okay with whatever is happening here. It could also be connected to Mercury and the fact that Mercury is going retrograde and it's connected to your 6th house of health and habits. So it can be a day, a month where your health and habits are changing and you're like learning healthier habits. Maybe you're taking a workshop, maybe you're reading a book, you're learning about health and wellness and, you know, how to kind of heal yourself. Obviously, when I think about how you know, we're going to see Mercury oppose Jupiter. We're going to see Mercury square Saturn. All of these transits basically imply that you have to do your Saturn work because Saturn is the focal point of the square, right? So Saturn is basically saying like, hold on, you know, kind of be sober, take your time, think this through, you know, decide what's worth holding on to, what you want to let go of. So really, I think this is a time for like reflection and really knowing what direction you're going in this month. Okay, I hope that's helpful for you, my Aries and Aries risings. I'll catch you guys back here next month in December. All right, so we have my Taurus and Taurus risings. What's going on, guys? I hope you're doing well. Welcome to November of 2024. Obviously, the big news is that your chart ruler is on the move. Venus is going to be going into Capricorn, so she will be going into a fellow earth sign. So she will be in the 9th house where love can be found at a distance through education, through learning, through philosophy, through culture. And she will be trining your sun, moon, or rising at some point. So this is a really nice aspect for you. I do feel like this is bringing more beauty, abundance, and harmony into your life. One thing that I will say to really pay attention to outside of the Venus transit, which is going to be for the most part pretty well aspected, you are also going to be having a full moon in your sign. So around the 15th of the month, we are going to see a full moon in Taurus. This will be happening at 24 degrees. If you happen to have any Taurus placements, 23, 24, 25 degrees, this is going to be bang on those placements. It's conjunct Uranus. You need to be mindful that you may be feeling more spontaneous. You may be displaying a significant change. There may be some reveal. Maybe there's like a shock or a surprise. Maybe you have had like a total glow up. Think about the new moon that took place 6 months ago when you planted these seeds. And the ruler is Venus and it's going to be in your 9th. So I think that it could be just you're on the move, you're traveling, you know, maybe you're teaching, maybe you're focusing on, you know, learning more about art and beauty. That's possible because the 9th house is kind of like knowledge. And yeah, this is a time to just really pay attention to your body. And I think there's a lot of attention on you because it's going to be conjunct Uranus, your 10th house ruler. So people are going to be looking at you, they're going to be seeing you, noticing you, and that can be positive if you're looking to get recognition, especially in the workplace. But it can also be a little challenging because you might feel kind of uncomfortable and that, like, you know, people kind of have their eyes on you. So you always look good, but make sure you're paying attention to, you know, other people around the time of the full moon at work because they think that you're going to be a little bit more visible than usual. All right, so since we started talking about the moons, let's talk about the new moon that's going to be in Scorpio on the 1st of November. So this will be in your 7th house of relationships. So if you're single, this is the time where you set intentions to get out and meet people and mingle. If you're in a committed relationship, then this is like a time of renewal in relationships and that you can be setting intentions for how you want to kind of connect more with others. What's tricky about this is that the rulers of Scorpio, Mars and Pluto, will be in opposition to one another at the time of this new moon. It will be in Cancer. So Mars will be in your 3rd house of communications, also siblings, cars, traveling, learning, and it's opposing Pluto in the 9th house. So it kind of tells me that although there's intentions to have stronger relationships or better relationships or meet new people, wrapping your mind around this or traveling to see people or communicating or connecting with these people can feel challenging. It can feel like, oh my gosh, you know, like how do I get through this person? Or, you know, there's some resistance to being like, I don't want to have to walk up to somebody and talk to them. I don't want to get on an app, you know, like that kind of stuff. So my advice is embrace change, right? We want to embrace change. And what will be nice is that Mars will actually trine Neptune. So really what it's saying is like, You know, maybe it's going out with friends, maybe it's joining new networking groups, maybe it's hobby groups, right? You don't just have to like focus on like online dating or trying to meet somebody from too far away. Focus on being around like-minded people. You know, you might meet somebody naturally, you might be set up in some way, a friend could become a romantic partner, or focus on the relationships with your platonic friendships. That's the other option that you kind of have. But regardless, it's like pressing restart, you know, with this particular new moon. Now, for ingresses for the month, we're going to see on the 2nd of the month, Mercury will enter into Sag in your 8th house. And this is where there's more conversations revolving around intimacy, vulnerability. It's a great time for anything related to psychology, divination, mysticism. But also this is about intimate conversations, talking about joint resources as well as money. And this is going to be a big topic because there will be Mercury retrograde in the sign of Sag. So, one thing to consider is, you know, for you and also for Scorpio, this is a very financial month, okay? There's a lot of financial things going on with this retrograde. 8th house is like banks, debt, loans, other people. If you have spousal support, child support, if you have a partner and you guys have joint income, this retrograde in opposition to Jupiter is going to be a little bit of like, I'm having a change with my finances, and the opposition to Jupiter is going to be like, can you help me? Do you got me? Can also be used as negotiations. You can negotiate during that Mercury retrograde as well. Then we're going to see on the 11th, Venus will enter into the sign of Capricorn. So we talked about how that's bringing you more beauty, knowledge, pleasure, and potentially travel in style or luxury. And on the 19th of the month, Pluto goes into Aquarius. So now you're back in the hot seat. All of the fixed signs are going to be in this for the next 20 years. And Pluto is on an angle. So if you are a Taurus, sun, moon, rising, 0 to about 5 degrees, for the next year, you're going to be under a Pluto transit. Pluto is now coming into your 10th house, which deals with your career, your reputation, your status, where this is changing in a very big way. It could mean your job is changing. It could mean the people you're working with is changing. Maybe the company you work for is undergoing a change. Maybe there's change in management. Maybe you're quitting your job. Maybe you're launching a business. You have plenty of time for this to play out, but you've already had a little bit of a sneak preview. So kind of review what's happened over the last couple of months to see what happened since the last time Pluto was in Aquarius. Obviously, the 10th house has like this Saturn vibe too. So, you know, some of you guys are going to be in your villain era where you're going to be like, I just don't care what people think about me anymore, you know, and then other people are going to be really feeling empowered by some of the changes that they're making. And Pluto deals with your relationships and your kind of partnerships and your status. So this could also mean that you're going into a powerful partnership. You are making big changes revolving around your committed relationships, your marriage, changes in the way that you kind of relate and deal with other people. And so you're going to see that unfold over time. One thing to kind of consider is that, you know, Mars will go into Leo. So you're going to see Mars go into Leo. This will happen very shortly after the opposition around the 3rd. So somewhere after that, you're going to see Mars go into Leo, and it'll go into your 4th house. Mars going into the 4th house means that for the better part of like the next month or so until it retrogrades, there's more action. There's more opportunities to move. There's more opportunities maybe to fix things and work on things in the home. Be more mindful of heat, heaters, hot water, fire, any of these things, because that is Mars. And Mars rules your relationships as well as your subconscious. So there could be more testiness with roommates. There could be more testiness with family members. There could be more conflict with romantic partners that you live with or spouses. If you have something to do, it's going to diffuse some of this energy. So I'm just giving you fair warning. But what's difficult is that it is going to still be in opposition to Pluto, and it's going to be squaring your ascendant sun or moon. And Taurus is about peace, comfort, pleasure. And so you might feel like it's hard to keep that balance. It's hard to be, you know, kind of kind and nice when you feel like somebody's causing a ruckus at home or within the family, and also kind of feeling like pulled in the direction of, you know, having to make changes with what's going on at work and your career. So just be patient. This will be something you'll be working with really all the way through December. But moving, changing houses, you know, breaking something down, redoing kitchens and things like that, or kids' rooms is very possible. And for some of you guys, you know, Mars will retrograde back into the 3rd. So it means that you're anticipating moving, or maybe you're anticipating going and traveling and visiting family, or maybe somebody's coming to stay with you. All right, and then we're going to see on the 21st of the month, the sun will enter into Sagittarius. So it's going to go into your 8th house, where it's putting the spotlight on joint resources, intimacy, privacy, anything that's kind of like mystical, magical, sexy. And this is also taking your 4th house lord and putting it in the 8th. So it's saying the changes within your money and your resources in your home, the changes within your expenses within your home, maybe the changes with your family, and you're becoming aware of that. On the 25th of the month, Mercury will retrograde in your 8th house. And the 8th house Mercury retrograde is kind of tying in your money and also gambling, taking chances, children. I can see a lot of like back and forth with being like, you know, my kid wants more allowance money, and you're like, you haven't done your chores, you know, like that kind of stuff. It can also be that you're willing to, you know, take a chance and make an investment, or that an investment is paying off and you cash in on it. You could be negotiating with another person about spousal support, child support, that could be going on. Mercury retrograde slows down, you know, the conversations or the connection. So it might mean that, you know, your partner is making changes somehow in how they're spending money, or they're spending less, or maybe, you know, they haven't been working for a while, then they start working, or maybe they're taking a break from work. There's something like that that impacts you financially, because Mercury will make an opposition to Jupiter. Now, let's say you're not partnered. Changing insurance, right, can happen here. Making changes revolving around investments can happen here. This can also be about negotiating an inheritance or something revolving around taxes. Maybe it's about modifying a loan or refinancing something. Remember that this can also be about sex and intimacy and vulnerability. And so there is like this back and forth that you're having with somebody about like talking about money, financial, maybe even like credit card or credit score stuff. That can be going on. And I like retrogrades in the 8th house, Mercury retrograde, to negotiate. So Jupiter's in your 2nd house. It wants you to have more money. And I feel like this is like you going back and forth and trying to like get a better interest rate, or you're trying to like convince somebody, you know, like, no, I'm going to strike a hard deal. Like, I'm not going to come down on the price that I want, and then somebody will pay it. So there's a lot of negotiating room with this particular retrograde. The only challenge is that there's a square to Saturn. So it does mean like, watch out for conflicts with friendships over borrowing and lending money. It does mean that you and another person can have different goals revolving around investments or taking chances, or even around the topics of having children, or how you're raising children, or what children, you know, expenses should be. I also feel like this is about focusing on your goals and like kind of getting your spending in alignment now that Jupiter's retrograde with what you're hoping to achieve or what you're hoping to save. So it is possible that you could be like, okay, I'm paying off debt. I'm going back, I'm paying off debt. I'm not spending as much with this particular kind of sequence of aspects. On the 15th of the month, you're going to see Saturn direct in Pisces. So whatever your networks, friends, groups, goals, associations, karmic things you've been working out, now Saturn goes direct and you're going to start to see that manifest. This could be working with a team of people, a new team of people, working with friends. Maybe you feel like more money is coming in with Saturn going direct and you're starting to see headway in your career. I do feel like it's positive for you because also like Saturn does sextile you, Taurus, by sign. So it is supporting you in feeling like more comfortable, stable, and secure. The other aspects I've already covered, so we'll go through the rest of the stuff here now, starting from the top of the month. So I like the 2nd because there's a lot of really great communication aspects. So I would recommend using this day to do all of your stuff prior to Mercury retrograde, right? Which won't be until later in the month, but the shadow is going to be in early. So on the 2nd of the month, we see Mercury, which will be in Scorpio in your 7th house of relationships, sextiling Pluto, okay? So you might have a partner being like, hey, we should take this class together, or we should travel to this place. It might be a day where you have the opportunity to meet somebody while traveling or at a distance. The same day, you're also going to see Mercury, which is in your 7th house, trining Mars. And this basically means that, once again, opening up the door to communication, taking action in communication, and talking about where you're going, what you're doing. So for me, Taurus, it kind of feels like you're traveling or you're talking about somewhere you want to go. Maybe you're planning a trip. Maybe you're talking about moving. Maybe you're talking about buying a car, something like that. But this is a good planning day, sitting down, having a conversation about trips day. If not, maybe you're getting active on an app, or maybe you're traveling and you end up meeting someone. Great day to also like get legal advice or talk to therapists or talk to like mentors as well. On the 3rd of the month, you're going to see Mars in Cancer, so it's still in your 3rd house, and it will be opposing Pluto, okay? Well, Mars is partnerships and relationships, so is Pluto. To me, this feels like there's some tension in moral or philosophical beliefs. There's some debates going on between you and another person. It can be about world events. It can also be some issues revolving around traveling, flying, right? Writing, publishing, sharing, learning. Like there's a power struggle here. And it means like this is a day that you don't want to get into a conflict or an argument with a partner. This is a day you don't want to fight with a sibling. This is a day you want to be very careful with driving and traveling. Because the 3rd house can be driving and the 9th house can be law and legality, legal situations connected to driving. Take your time, slow down, don't rush, right? Make sure you have all your documents and everything on you. And be mindful of your communication in your mouth. Same day, and this is important because Venus rules your chart. Venus in Sag, right, which is in your 8th house of joint resources and other people's money, will make an opposition to Jupiter. Now, the 8th house is tricky, guys. Okay, you're about to have a Mercury retrograde there. Your ruler is there. So definitely there could be some conversations revolving around like, wait, how much money did we spend last month? Or like, how much do we owe? Or how much has something kind of gone up? And you may be kind of like shocked and surprised. Granted, there can also be this sense of like somebody giving you something and being very generous with you. So that's a good transit. I feel like for you, it's kind of like, okay, you know, something is coming your way that's coming from another person and it benefits you, but also like Mars in opposition to Pluto makes me feel like there can be some intense kind of communication stuff going on. I think this is a day that you might get spoiled, to be honest with you, or you might just kind of like treat yourself. I mean, that's possible. And it can be a day where something is really paying off, some investment you've made, or maybe, you know, somebody is kind of giving you something you didn't see coming. On the 4th of the month, the Sun in Scorpio will trine Saturn in Pisces. So the Sun in your relationship house will trine Saturn in your friendship house. So maybe family get-togethers, relationship, you know, and friendship hangouts. Maybe you're feeling a lot more solid and like in supported by a friend. If you're going through some changes in a relationship, maybe this is the time where you're introducing a partner to your friends or vice versa. And it can be like in a home dynamic, like going to dinner at somebody's house or somebody's family invites you over and then you invite over some friends. It's a really nice, beautiful social kind of aspect, and it's a time where you're going to feel supported by others. On the 6th of the month, Mercury shadow begins, okay? So with Mercury going retrograde in Sag in itself is already kind of like a clown show because it's in a sign that like has a tendency to make things seem bigger than they really are. So you'll start feeling the effects of the Mercury retrograde, and like Mercury rules romantic partners, creativity, children, self-employment, and it also is connected to money and resources. So with Mercury going retrograde, there can be some drama, right, that can be coming up about children. There can be some drama in your love life. There can be some secrets that are kind of coming up revolving around romantic partnerships. There can also be, just like getting in touch with like your own vulnerability and like intimacy and being able to kind of talk with other people about like how you really feel about matters of the heart. So I think you'll start to kind of feel the effects of that happening. And then on the 9th, Venus in the 8th house will come into a square with Saturn in Pisces. Not an easy day for you, Taurus risings. Because Venus in the 8th house is like about vulnerability and exchange and give and take. And it's a very sexy energy. But the fact that it's squaring Saturn is like a time where if you were hoping to get support from a friend, you may not get it. If you were hoping to get financial support from someone, there may be a delay. There can be a feeling of like not feeling the love or not feeling like supported by another person and, you know, like kind of feeling rejected. Venus square Saturn to me feels like rejection. And so I would just say be mindful of that. It can be difficult when it comes to friend and money related situations, but it can be difficult also in like just connecting and being able to feel vulnerable with a friend and that there are some challenges there. On the 12th of the month, Mercury will then square Saturn. Okay, so the same way that Venus squared Saturn, then Mercury squares Saturn. Mercury is about your money and your resources. It could be that there is like some dilemma over like a group dynamic, that you have like a group that you're working with or working for, or a friend you're working for, and somehow money has gotten involved and not everybody is saying eye to eye about how you get paid or what your value is or what your contribution is. And there is like a sense of back and forth. Like usually when Mercury goes retrograde in the 2nd or the 8th house, you're either, paying something off, paying someone back, getting paid back, getting refunded. And so there is this sense of like, going back and forth about these things. And I think that Mercury square Saturn on the 12th makes me feel like that's a day where you're not getting the response you want. Somebody's not, responding to the text message, or, agitated that something is like delayed with making a transaction or a trade, or you haven't gotten, your payment yet. And I would say just don't get frustrated. It's just going to be a temporary kind of delay or glitch. On the 16th of the month, the sun in Scorpio will oppose Uranus in your sign. So this is like a anything goes day, okay? This can be like a bit of like a wild card between you and another person. You could have some stress and some tension between you and a relationship. Be patient. Somebody may try to push your buttons or kind of like tell you what to do. And it can be a romantic partner, but it could also be like a child, like a younger child. It could be your romantic partner. It could be your spouse. It could be a family member. It could be a male family member, actually, because the sun, who's just like, really ticking you off. And Uranus has a tendency to just kind of like explode and kind of blow up. 7th house could also be like one of your clients. It could be a therapist, somebody who's trying to relate to you and you're just kind of like triggered, and you're like, I'm not going to do that. And it's going to be maybe potentially a little bit hard to kind of find the peace. So try not to kind of fly off the rails. Be patient. Recognize that part of what's going on because, well, Mars is connected to the sun. So we've got some mutual reception here too, is that there's some tension at home, and the tension or the changes or things that are going on at home are bringing up friction within a relationship. And this is where you start to see that standoff. Okay, and then on the 18th of the month, you're going to see Mercury and Sag oppose Jupiter in Gemini. So this is like when it comes to matters of the heart, creativity, investments, children, there is some unexpected, shocking, surprising news or back and forth about money and resources that you didn't see coming. For some of you guys, it can play out really well because Jupiter's in your 2nd. So it can mean that it's like your partner comes into some money. So therefore you're like, wow, okay, I didn't expect this to come, or you find out how much they spent on something and you're like, what? And on the same day, you're also going to see the sun in Scorpio trine Neptune. Okay, so the sun in Scorpio, so some kind of highlight on relationships and partnerships and kind of in alignment with sensitivity, emotions, compassion. There can be like this surprise that you have for your friends, or a get together, a surprise party. Maybe you have a surprise for a partner. Neptune can be something that we don't see. So that's why I'm wondering, like, are you going to tell your friends something that you've been kind of holding, tip-top secret, and now you're ready to tell people? Maybe. This can also be a really great time for like coming together with a group of people and just creating and kind of like vibing out, like music and good food and good environment. And it's really great for like a lot of togetherness. On the 19th of the month, we're going to see Pluto change signs. So it's going to go into your 10th house, where I said there's lots of change in your career. And then on the 27th of the month, we're going to see the sun in Sag in your 8th house come into a trine with Mars and Leo. And what's interesting is that this is saying there's about to be a pretty significant change at home. Mars in the 10th house is like, we're running a house, we're renovating a kitchen, we're doing this, we're doing that. And then the sun in the 8th is like, we're embracing change, or there is some kind of financial support making it possible for you to renovate, for you to move, for you to make a shift of some kind when it comes to your home life. And feeling incentivized, right? The sun is about home and emotions, and then Mars is about relationships. So you're kind of incentivized and you're excited about some kind of change that's coming. You welcome this change. You're looking forward to it. And change can be good. It's just something that generally comes quickly when you see fire signs in the 4th, 8th, and 12th house. So that is the month at a glance. lots of planets that are in angular houses. Pluto in your 10th, you know, Sun, and at some point Mercury in your 7th, Mars in your 4th. Taurus, you're getting it from all angles. This is a month of change on the home front within relationships and within your career. So buckle up. You are the one sign that's kind of getting it from all angles. And let's see what the cards say for you. I get the 5 of Swords. For me, it's a lot of like, lay your weapon down. Like 5 of Swords, you see in the background, you see 2 people walking away and their swords are on the ground and he's like standing there holding it. Be mindful of what you say and how you communicate this month, right? Because you can have some people that are just kind of like, I don't want to play. Like, I'm not going to, you know, you can negotiate to the point where somebody's just like, they just walk away and they're like, no deal, no dice, you know. Try to be diplomatic. Be mindful of your words. Know that there can be some things that can be said that can hurt feelings. You know, Mars is other people. So I think with Mars in opposition to Pluto, when it starts the opposition in your 3rd, it's like you could be saying something because you react out of fear or your emotions kind of get the best of you. And then it starts to kind of create this avalanche of some kind of issue that you're either having with a family member or a partner, and then it accelerates. So I would say just be mindful, be patient. This is a month where there's going to be some pressure, but if you're cautious in how you communicate with people, you can avoid some of the conflict that can potentially happen. And as I tell all of the 12 signs, when Mars goes through your 4th house, have a to-do list, have something to work on, stay busy, because if you can do this, it's going to keep you from having some of the friction and conflict within your home, and it'll keep things a little bit more peaceful. Okay? Good luck, Taurus. I will see you next month in December. We've got Gemini and Gemini rising. What's going on, Gemini? Welcome to November of 2024. This is your horoscope. I hope you guys are doing well, and I hope you are ready because Mercury's going retrograde and it's going to be a very interesting transit for you. So I'm going to start with that first because I feel like that is very important. So pay attention. You are Mercury, okay? Mercury rules your ascendant. So wherever Mercury goes is where you are. Mercury is hanging out in Sagittarius this month, most of the month. Which means your mind, your action, your communication, right, your interactions is with others. And that doesn't matter if you're trying to date somebody, if you're a committed relationship or married, if you're trying to find clients, if you're wanting to get back to work with a therapist, or if you're wanting to kind of meet new friends. Mercury also has connections to your home and your family, right, your past. So when Mercury goes retrograde in your 7th house, you can hear from past romantic relationships. They can come back out of the blue. You can also air out issues that you've had with family members or roommates because of the connection to your 4th. If you've been taking a break from dating, you can get back in. If you've been in a relationship that's been rocky, you can get out. But Mercury is making so many freaking aspects this month that you're going to be, like, your head's going to spin, basically. That's what's going to happen. And it's going to make Saturn the focal point of a lot of this opposition to Jupiter. So Jupiter rules your relationships, Mercury rules you. You guys are in opposition. For some of you guys, it may manifest as you're seeking someone who's seeking you. And retrogrades are karmic, so you could meet someone. But it could also mean that you have some time apart from a relationship. They're traveling, you're traveling. There's a sense of not really quite being together or being really busy, or maybe work or other things kind of getting in the way, and you're trying to find ways to do everything. You're like, I have a relationship, but I also am working, but I also have to travel. Like, how do I do all these things? So just be mindful that, you know, it's going to require a juggling act. There is a reassessment of some kind of relationship. You guys can get back together with people if you want. You might change direction in a relationship. You can go back to a therapist if you want. You may reconnect with someone from the past. I don't know. You guys are going to have to let me know, but this is like a wild Mercury retrograde. And all of the squares to Saturn for you, Gemini, are basically saying, like, is this what you want, or do you want change? Do you want to work with this particular person? Do you want to be committed to this particular person, or do you want change? Do you need something more mature? Do you need something that's more long-term, something that's more suitable for you? And so you're going to be a little bit more critical, both of professional relationships, but also personal relationships throughout this month. That retrograde starts on the 25th. Okay, and so something you want to know is that what it's going to do is first square Saturn. So you're going to have some misunderstanding or miscommunication about maybe where a relationship is going, or you can have issues with a relationship with someone at work or with a client. Then it's going to oppose Jupiter, which means in theory, You guys are probably saying the same thing, or you want the same thing, but you guys aren't seeing eye to eye, and the way that you're communicating can be really challenging and confusing. Although this can be a time where you attract somebody from further away, or, you know, opposites attract, or you end up talking to somebody and you realize you have a lot in common and you're really into it. And then we'll start to see Mercury kind of square Neptune when it retrogrades. So it's going to be a doozy. All right, so on the 2nd of the month, Mercury enters into Sag. So it becomes more relationship oriented. On the 11th of the month, Venus enters into Capricorn. So you're going to see Venus going into your 8th house, where it's sexy, it's a little taboo, but you can have access to other people's money. You can see increases in your credit limit. You can get loans. You can also have more opportunity for intimacy. Partners can be more generous with you. So this is a good transit, because it might mean that there are some positive long-term changes that are going on with some of your finances and your resources. On the 19th of the month, Pluto goes into Aquarius, which I think you're going to love personally, because Pluto going into your 9th house is going to be trining your sun, moon, or rising, especially if you're within the first 5 degrees of Gemini. And Pluto being in the 9th house is radically changing or transforming something about your education, your belief system. You know, travel changes you, what you're learning changes you. Really powerful teachers or gurus can come into your life with that transit. You may become very passionate about wanting to help or serve people, learning more about health or wellness, as Pluto is connected to your 6th house of your health and your habits. This can be an indication, though, of lawsuits, legality, legal situations that can come from the transit ultimately at some point. So be mindful of that. On the 21st of the month, and the sun enters Sag. So we've got the sun in Sag, we've got Mercury in Sag. Lots of action going on with relationships, clients, partnerships. The sun is about communication, meetings, traveling, communicating and connecting. So if you're traveling, you can meet someone, right? If you are on an app, you could meet someone. You might be, spending more time with a aunt, uncle, cousin, sibling. You might also be focusing on like short distance trips with a partner that can be coming up, issuing contracts with another person, negotiating something that can be coming up as well. On the 25th, Mercury retrogrades in Sag in your 7th. On the 15th of the month, Saturn is going to go direct, which means the retrograde's over. So I know a lot of you guys have been putting in a lot of long hours. You've been working really hard at work. And now you're going to start to see the results of that. So if you haven't been working, now you may go back to work. If you have been working on projects or trying to build your career, now you may start to see the result of that. If you've been slacking, especially you, Gemini, right? Because Saturn's going to square Jupiter again. So that means that if you've been traveling too much, a little bit too free, not as focused, you're not too sure what you want to do, you're going to feel the weight and the result of that. Suddenly there will be more work, more responsibility, more on your plate. So stay the path, stay committed with what's going on with your work and your professional life here. And Saturn does well in the 10th house. So I think it's a good transit. And that's it for those transits. So now we're going to go to the other ones. And we're going to start first on the 2nd of November. So this is a good day to do your Mercury stuff. If you don't want to wait, until December to do this after the Mercury retrograde, really the end of October into like the 2nd of November is definitely a good time to do your Mercury stuff. So Mercury is in the 6th house in Scorpio on the 2nd, where it likes to be. It can focus on organizing, cleaning, health, work, getting a lot of things done, being of service, okay? So you might be at the gym more, you might be going to your doctor's office, you might be focusing on organizing and cleaning and like detoxing. Mercury will sextile Pluto. So this is a day where you can get a lot of insight revolving around habits, health, and patterns, detoxing, health results, having somebody manage your finances. Maybe you hire somebody to organize your taxes. Maybe you start getting your tax stuff in order towards the end of the year. It's a good time to do it. And also gain clarity about any like health situations where you're like, what's going on, or how do I fix this, or how do I heal this? The very same day, Mercury will also trine, right? Neptune. Excuse me. Well, yeah, it's trining Neptune, but it's also trining Mars. I'm like looking at it the wrong way. It's going to be trining Mars, which will be in Cancer. Okay, so Mars won't go into Leo yet. So you've got Mars in your money house, trining Mercury in your daily routine house, and yes, it is trining Neptune as well. And what this basically means is that if you can get clear and down to details at work and in your professional life, Maybe you're organizing things. Maybe you're labeling things. Maybe you're putting stuff in order. It's going to be really beneficial for you, for your resources and your well-being. Mars in the second house makes me feel like maybe you're like, I need to cut something out of my diet. I can't be eating this anymore. You know, I need to make a change. And that's the trine to Mercury. Maybe it's that Mercury is, hey, I got these new health results, these details. Turns out I'm allergic to this thing. I can't be eating it anymore. I'm spending too much money, Mars in the second house. You know, I need to find somebody who can help me manage my money, or I need to find an app, or I need to hire somebody to like come in and like help me get, you know, some of this stuff under taken care of. Maybe you're willing to spend money on a health coach or training or an assistant even, right? So something like that is going to be more about health, productivity, and getting something in order. On the 3rd of the month, we're going to see Mars in Cancer, so it's still in your money house, opposing Pluto. This can be a day where there is like a showdown about finances. Mars in the second house wants to spend, it wants to possess, it wants to own something, right? And it can be, you know, you're negotiating for a job, you're negotiating for a legal settlement, you're negotiating for something you want to buy. And it's in opposition to Pluto, which means somebody's going to be like, no, I'm not giving you that. You know, it's going to be this much. And like, you try to haggle with somebody, they're not going to haggle, right? You try to get clarity about a financial issue, or maybe, you know, you have a disagreement with somebody at work about a budget, right? Like whatever it is, it can be a little bit more intense. And be mindful also, because the 2nd and the 8th house deal with like banking and savings and resources, like passwords, security, keep an eye on your accounts, like anything like that, and make sure that everything is kosher. That there aren't any unauthorized charges, or that somebody hasn't had access to something that could be sensitive, like financial information. The same day, Venus in your 7th house of relationships will oppose Jupiter. See, I almost wonder for some Geminis, are you guys going to get swindled, right? This is why I do the horoscopes, so you know. Venus in the 7th house is like, oh, look at that really beautiful woman, or like, look at that really cute guy. And, you know, you guys hit it off or whatever, and then you find out that they stole your wallet and they're flirting with you because they took something, right? Mars, Pluto. Somebody who you're really intrigued or attracted to, you know, convinces you, oh, you know, like, let me borrow some money, or, you know, like, there can be this sense of somebody just becoming, you're so mesmerized by someone or something that you're like, here, just take whatever you want. You know, that can happen. It is a good day for love, though. I feel like with Venus in the 7th house, it is going to present partnerships and relationships, and it could be a younger, attractive, fun person. It can be also a day where if you're in a committed relationship, you're going overboard and you're overdoing it with the luxury and the spending and the date night, or maybe you're spoiling a kid because Venus is your 5th house lord. And you're going back and forth with the partner about how much money you're spending on date night, or how much money you've been spending on kids. So that can come up. On the 4th of the month, you're going to see the Sun in Scorpio trine Saturn in Pisces. So where productivity, the willingness to change your health, your habits, and your routine, and your communication aligns with responsibility, career, and getting work done. So this is a great work, health, productivity day, you know, staying on top of schedule, making sure you're getting things done, and covering all of your bases. You may have to talk to other employees or like staff about scheduling and timing, but I see it as like a day where you can come up with solutions to problems and fix things. Then you're going to see on the 6th of the month, this is when the shadow begins. So Mercury will go into the degrees which it will retrograde through. So from the 6th on, you may potentially start seeing some of the effects of the Mercury retrograde. And I think you will, because a couple days later is when you start seeing squares to Saturn. So on the 9th, Venus in your relationship house in Sagittarius will square Saturn, which is the day where like a romantic partner can be giving you a hard time about how much you're working, if you're not working enough, or if you're working too much. This can be a time where it's difficult when it comes to relationships with women in the workplace. Women that can be clients, women that you thought you were friends with, you know, female business partners. It can be kind of challenging to see eye to eye. And there can be some conflict revolving around a relationship and where a relationship is going, and if it's going to like last the test of time, because Saturn in the 10th is about long-term kind of commitment, and Venus in the 7th is, do we feel like we're on the same page? And maybe feeling like they're not getting what they need because there has been some overcommitment, or, you know, not having a lot of clarity even about work or career. And it can be you or your partner, right? then what you're going to see is 3 days later on the 12th, then Mercury in your relationship house will square Saturn. And this is a day where it's like, once again, how you are communicating with a client or, maybe with a business partner or with somebody at work, you're feeling like they're very critical. They're kind of harsh. They're hard on you. They're giving you a hard time. Don't take it personally. Try to let it roll off your back. You're going to see Mercury square Saturn several times throughout the Mercury retrograde. So whatever is coming up now, I think with like Venus and Mercury square Saturn, is where you're trying to like make a client happy, or you're trying to reconnect with a partner, or you're trying to commit more to work to make a partner proud. Like there's something going on here where you're having to juggle both your career and also your professional life, your career and your romantic life. And one's got to kind of give. And so I'm not sure which one of these this is, but there is a sense of not always feeling like you can do everything you want at the same time. On the 16th of the month, you're going to see the sun in Scorpio in your 6th house oppose Uranus in Taurus in your 12th. I would say watch your health and habits. The sun in the 6th house generally is like good at going through the routines and making sure it's doing all the healthy stuff. But if you're not sleeping well, if you're not resting, if you're mentally kind of frazzled, this can be a time where there can be some unexpected changes to your schedule. It could also be unexpected travel changes, unexpected changes revolving around your health and needing like a little bit more rest and recuperation and feeling like you're kind of burnt out basically within these two houses. On the 18th of the month, Mercury and Sag will oppose Jupiter and Gemini. Lots of Mercury aspects. So you are Mercury and Jupiter is your partner. And this is where I'm saying like, have you guys ever seen like two couples like argue and they're like saying the same thing, but they're saying it in a different way, right? And it's like they finally get to the point where they're like, we're saying the same thing, or somebody recognizes that they're trying to explain it to the other person, but they might as well be speaking two different languages. That's how I see this. So there could literally be like a translational issue if you're traveling. There could be a translational issue with a client. There could be a sense of like both you and your partner wanting the same thing and like trying to explain that to each other, but you just can't quite get the words right. And it can be about big news and big information where, somebody's telling you something that you are shocked and surprised and you didn't see it coming, and you could be excited about it. You may be surprised that somebody says, hey, we want to hire you. We want to work with you, because Jupiter rules your career. You could be surprised that somebody says, hey, like I could see myself marrying you. And you're like, what? But you could also be surprised that you are having a job change or that somebody is having a change of heart or a change of mind about working with you or being in relationship. So obviously touch wood, but that could happen. And because there's mutual reception where Jupiter is in a Mercury sign and Mercury's in a Jupiterian sign, both of you guys may have similar feelings, but nobody really knows how to communicate that and express that. It's kind of the feeling that I get. Obviously, while Jupiter is retrograding, it can be a time where partners are coming back to you and you're deciding whether or not you want to communicate with them. And for some of you guys, you feel like you've been on your last leg in a relationship for a while. For others, you're like, oh, it's that person I had hoped that would come back. But regardless, this retrograde it's going to be a lot for Gemini, Virgo, and Sag. And Pisces, but for the mutable signs especially, I think it's going to be a lot. So you guys have to let me know what happens. But that same day, while there is this like back and forth, which could be good news, I don't want to freak you guys out. It could be good news. It could be that somebody calls you out of the blue that you never thought you were going to hear from, or, you end up meeting somebody that's really amazing and, they walk right up to you and start talking to you and it ends up being a direct connection. The sun in Scorpio is trining Saturn. It's trining Neptune. So with the sun trine Neptune, it's like the pieces of the puzzle are all coming together. And now you're realizing and recognizing what's supposed to be happening within your career, what's supposed to be happening, with your professional life. Like destiny is somehow involved in creating some kind of change. And it might mean that you meet the right business to work for. You have a really good interview. Maybe, you have somebody that recommends you to a company. And Sun trine Neptune just feels like it's all part of the plan with what's going on with your career, your reputation, and your work. Then we're going to see on the 19th of the month, like I said, Pluto enters into Aquarius. So it's going to be in your 9th house now, radically changing and transforming something about your beliefs, your philosophy. And also, travel, higher mind, education, powerful teachers, mentors, lots of change and transformation in learning about health and wellness and potential law-related things at some point. All right, and then on the 27th of the month, we're going to see the Sun in Sagittarius trine Mars in Leo. So the Sun will be in your relationship zone. It's going to be trining Mars, which will have moved into early in the month your third house. And keep in mind, Mars will retrograde. So Mars is easier in Leo, I hope. Sun trine Mars means that it's incentivizing you to have a conversation with a partner, to go on a trip and hash it out, to make a phone call and hash it out, to call up a sibling and work on your relationship, to sit down and start writing a letter to somebody about how you feel. Like there's going to be some quickness that's going to be coming up in how you're communicating, thinking, and kind of moving. Watch your speed. Okay, we speed with Mars in the third house. Be mindful also that there's just a lot more running around and there's a need to kind of connect and communicate with the trine to the Sun in the 7th. Here's where I am. This is what I'm thinking. This is what I'm available. This is what I'm free. Like really, really communicate with others. And you're going to get frustrated because you're going to be thinking with the Mercury retrograde, people aren't communicating very well. You know, they're not getting back to me, or they're confused, or they don't know what they want. Like, yes, but you are Mercury. So the 7th house is also showing you, kind of like reflecting back to you, like what can kind of be like you. It can almost be like a mirror. So if you don't know what you want, you're going to attract people that don't know what they want. If you're unhappy, you're going to be seeing people who are unhappy. So be mindful of that kind of coming up during the Mercury retrograde. Okay? Hopefully that's helpful for you guys. Let's take a look. Let's see. Oh, and obviously I got to talk about, I don't think I talked about the moons. Let's go and do that really quick. There's going to be a new moon in Scorpio. Okay, that'll be on the 1st of the month. And that's going to be in your 6th house. So this is going to be setting new intentions for health, habits, daily routines, looking for work, changing offices, getting back to the gym, going and seeing the doctor, to do work in general. This moon is ruled by Mars and Pluto, and Mars will be in your money house and Pluto will be in your joint resources house. So this is why I think some of you guys might say, well, it's worth investing money on care and management, or I have to work to make more money, or I need to better organize and structure my spending. You know, something like that is kind of coming up. So that's kind of my interpretation. Maybe health goals are associated with cutting certain things out of your diet, making like a health change, or cutting back on something you've been spending on relating to health or wellness. And then you're going to see a full moon in Taurus, which will be happening in your 12th house on the 15th of November. So, you know, full moon in the 12th house, you know, we can feel a little squirrely. We sometimes have trouble sleeping. There is a sense of needing more privacy, quiet time, downtime to like rest and recuperate. So that's the thing. And when we have the full moon, the ruler is Venus, and Venus is going to be in the 8th. So I do feel like this is like a sense of you really needing your privacy. You're going through some significant change, maybe emotionally or psychologically. You're going through a change. Get in nature. Taurus is nature. Go for a walk, go hiking, you know, do some cooking, get your feet in the grass, use like Bach essences or aromatherapy, flowers, things like that to help you heal. And I think it's about processing and like letting things go whenever you have a full moon in the 12th house. Okay? All right. So let's see what the cards say for you for the month ahead. What do you need to be aware of, Gemini and Gemini rising? The card that I get is the Four of Wands. Okay, this is a great card, by the way. Temporary spaces, parties, celebrations, gatherings, get-togethers, like go to these things. This can be a wedding, right? So it's funny because there's like Mercury retrograde in your 7th, where, you know, for some of you guys, it could be like people may get proposed to with this transit, especially with Venus there. It may be that there is some chance meeting at a gathering or a social event or something of that nature. That's possible. But this is about going out, doing things, being social, enjoying your time, even if it's temporary, right? It means even people, it might be temporary people, you know, kind of coming into your life, enjoying them, even if it's temporary. But I feel like the 7th house is very much that energy of the Four of Wands. We go, we meet people, we connect. And for some of you guys, you may need until December when the Mercury retrograde's over to like really feel out a relationship and make sure that you guys are a fit. Or maybe you've been dating somebody for a little bit, and then this is that period where you really start to kind of get to know them, and you're like, oh, this is who they really are. You know, like, does this resonate well with me or not? And maybe it's like taking them out and socializing and connecting with people and letting others kind of meet the person that you're involved with to see if it's a really good match. If not, if you're like, hey, I'm not in a relationship, or I am and I'm settled, this is a lot of like reassessing who you're connecting with and who you're collaborating with. And this could be a therapist, this could be friends, this could be business partnerships, professional stuff. So there is this sense of like really getting out there and socializing with people, really enjoying yourself. I think the 7th house is a time where we kind of get back out there if we feel like we haven't been doing that. And I think it can be a lot of fun, even in the midst of some of the mercurial kind of chaos. So good luck, Gemini. I hope it's a good one for you guys. All right, we got Cancer and Cancer rising. What's going on, Cancer? I hope you guys are doing well. I hope you're thriving. Welcome to November of 2024. These are going to be your horoscopes for the month ahead. You guys know I'm going to start with the lunations because you're ruled by the moon. So on the 1st of November, we have a new moon in Scorpio at 9 degrees Scorpio in your natal 5th house. This is all about creativity, passion, playtime, dating, children, self-employment, taking chances, having fun. It's a great house. It's also happening in a water sign, which is going to be trining you if you're like 8, 9, 10 degrees of Cancer. So you really want to put your heart and soul into this new moon when it comes to setting intentions about these topics. If you're wanting to date, this is a good, moon to get out there and start meeting people. If you want to launch a creative project, you want to do it after this, there can be big things going on with children as well as some of your romantic partners. And a new moon in Scorpio really puts the emphasis on Mars and Pluto, okay? And Mars at the time will be in Cancer. At the beginning of the month, it will be in Cancer, in your sign. I'm sure you know that already. I'm sure you feel it. There can be a little bit of like feeling like on edge. So Mars in the 1st house is positive because it gives us more energy and momentum to kind of go and get things done. But it can also make us a little bit more combative, and in your case, sensitive, emotional, or reactionary. And when the new moon in Scorpio comes in, it's going to be in opposition to Pluto, which is the other ruler of Scorpio. So it tells me like there's an intense setup going on between you and another person. And I don't know if it's somebody you work with. I don't know if it is a client. I don't know if it's some intensity revolving around you and a romantic partner. Maybe you're single and you're like, I just really want to get back out there, but I've been hurt before. It could be that. And this is where you're willing to kind of take a chance, right? Chances is the 5th house. So if you're single and you've had some bad experiences with, Pluto and Capricorn, it's leaving your 7th house now. It's over. The finale is the Mars-Pluto opposition. So there is this sense of really needing to kind of let go of someone or something or an old outdated belief about relationships and that you're always going to get hurt in order to let new love in. If you're not willing to get hurt, then you can't play the game. That's how the 5th house works. So you have, especially in Scorpio. So for some of you guys, it's like feeling like you're finally overcoming what's been like a really challenging lesson or theme revolving around relationships with others. Can be your children too, by the way, especially if you have 2 children. It could be your 2nd child, it could be your firstborn. It just depends on your chart. So that represents that tension between the two with the new moon and having to kind of heal that and like learn to release that and let it go. Now, then we're going to see on the 15th of the month, there will be a full moon in Taurus. Okay, so this will be around 24 degrees in your natal 11th house. Full moon in the 11th house, a goal, you reach a goal, you reevaluate your goals, you go to a party, you see friends, you reconnect with friends, there is some celebration or something kind of going on. And what's interesting is when the full moon happens in the 11th house, the ruler Venus is in the 7th. So this means that you end up meeting somebody through a friend, you go to a party and you meet someone, maybe a friend sets you up with a client, maybe there's some business opportunity through socializing and networking, maybe somebody who was a friend becomes a romantic partner. Like there's something there that I feel like there could be a lot of like romance and relationship opportunities that could be coming for you guys as long as you're going out and being like around other people and kind of like gathering. Okay, that's what you want to do, is you want to gather. All right, so then on the 2nd of the month, we're going to have Mercury entering into Sagittarius. So it'll leave Scorpio, it'll go into your 6th house. The good news is that Mercury does well in the 6th house. It can get organized, it can focus on productivity, it can get a lot of work done, it can, focus on health and wellness. The challenge is, and this is what you want to know, is that Mercury will go retrograde in this house. So the Mercury retrograde won't be until the end of the month, but the shadow is going to start around the 6th. So my advice is know what the sixth house is about. If you need to heal something, if you need to get back to work, if you need to reorganize your office, if you need to get back to the gym, if you need to check in with your doctor and get a physical, right? These are things you could do. Mercury also rules the third house of communication. So it could be like fixing cars, fixing computers, fixing phones, scheduling for traveling, scheduling for learning, right? That kind of stuff. Mental health related stuff, because it's connected to your 12th, right? And how your habits kind of in your work habits impact your health or your sleep. So it's a complicated retrograde. I'll get to it in just a second, but just know that that's going to happen. And on the 11th of the month, we're going to see Venus enter into your 7th house, where it's bringing opportunity for romance and connection in regards to relationships and other people. If you're single, somebody can show up. Venus can be people from the past. It can be people who you meet through your home, through your family. And it can also be through friends, right? And Venus going through the 7th house is great. It will enhance existing romantic relationships or business relationships or partnerships as well, especially with clients. It could bring people in. Venus is money. So if you want to be putting out, oh, I have these services, I have these products, I have this, I have that, you will attract people who will want what you have. On the 19th of the month, Pluto enters Aquarius. So it's going into your 8th house, where it does well, where it's going to radically change and transform things emotionally, sexually, psychologically, financially. And obviously Pluto deals with the 5th house. So it's about, you know, the impact that romance, taking chances, investing, creativity, children have on you and your joint resources. The challenge, especially if you're an early degree Cancer rising, like the first 0 to 5 degrees, is Pluto will be in conjunct or quincunx your ascendant. So you're kind of like, oh, I don't want to change. I don't want to get out of my safe space. You know, I don't want to shift. And it might be about making shifts revolving around the future of your finances. And it's putting the pressure on you, and it can be bringing up some like uncomfortable feelings and emotions. Pluto will be in this particular sign for the better part of the next 20 years. All right, so then we're going to see on the 21st, the sun goes into Sagittarius. So the sun will be entering into your 6th house, where the Mercury already is. So you're investing more time, energy, resources into your 6th house. So maybe you're spending more money on healthy food, spending money on fitness or wellness. Maybe you are decorating or designing an office space. Maybe you are focusing more on just bettering yourself, right? Because the sun is connected to like your confidence, like your ego. So if you've been feeling like you want to make new habits and, you know, make some changes revolving around either your appearance or how you feel, this would be a good time to do that. On the 25th, Mercury turns retrograde. Okay, but Mercury enters shadow on the 6th. So you want to do your Mercury retrograde stuff, ideally prior to the 6th, because that's when you're going to start to see the wonkiness of the retrograde. If you don't, it's fine. Everybody's going to go through some kind of wild change with this one because of all the aspects it's going to make. And you will see things kind of settle out closer to December. Then we're going to see on the 15th of the month, Saturn will go direct, and it's going to be going direct in the sign of Pisces. So it's in a fellow sister water sign. It might be trining your sun, moon, or rising if you're around that, 11, 12, 13 degrees. Saturn in the 9th house going direct means like you may have a different belief system now. Maybe if you've been working hard, you're getting ready to finish a program, publish a book. Maybe you're getting ready to go on a trip. Maybe you're getting ready to teach or train someone. Maybe you're finishing a certification or a program of your own. And Saturn is connected to relationships as well as joint resources. So if you've been waiting to get the resources or the funds to go back to school, if you've been waiting to reconnect with somebody that you've been dating at a distance, Saturn going direct can actually be positive. And it is trining your sun, moon, or rising. So I think that it is going to be very good for most of you guys. All right, so that is the kind of ingresses, retrogrades, planets going direct, lunations. So we'll get to the other list of things here. All right, so on the 2nd of the month, I like this day because there's a lot of really great communication transits before Mercury goes into its shadow. On the 2nd, you're going to see Mercury in Scorpio coming into a sextile with Pluto in Capricorn. So this is like dating, connecting, meeting people locally while you're driving, walking around town, or on an app, and like having like a really great connection. This is also like communicating and connecting with your partner about children, communicating and connecting with your own children, listening to your inner child and like letting that lead the way to how you're navigating romance and relationships. Really powerful communication opportunity. Then you're going to see Mercury also in Scorpio trining Mars in your sign. So you're going to feel like very passionate. You're going to feel like this is what I want and this is how I feel. And like, it's just, it's all coming out of you, you know? So I would imagine you have a lot to say on the 2nd. It's very intuitive. You know, Cancer and Scorpio are very intuitive, and the sextile to Pluto is like where you feel like you need to say something or you need to do something, and whether it's walking right up to somebody or giving somebody a piece of your mind, I think likely that's going to happen. And it's either going to be revolving around younger people, children, and a relationship, or it's going to be somebody who you're dating and like how you're feeling and what you want, and just kind of like laying it all out there. All right, so then on the 3rd of the month, we're going to see Mars in your sign oppose Pluto. And for some of you guys, you're already feeling this intensity. You're feeling it at the end of October. Mars gives you action, passion, motivation, dedication, and it's about feeling like you're in control, you're assertive of your heart, your creative endeavors, your children, whatever. And it is coming into a challenging aspect where it's opposing Pluto. So you and another person are not saying eye to eye about something, or there is some cat and mouse game and there is some like Fatal Attraction-esque things going on, you know, or you're fighting with somebody, or, you know, somebody, you've been chasing somebody and then you gave up and now they're like, where did you go? And there's like a back and forth. Be mindful that this is in the air on the 3rd, okay? You will see more Mars-Pluto oppositions, but not in your sign, just this one. And this, to me, feels like you need to be careful with who you go toe-to-toe with, because Mars in the 1st house, we can get really angry very quickly. And Pluto in the 7th house is like, you get crazy with the wrong person's going to hit back, okay? And I mean, I would say this to anyone with this transit, but I'm especially saying this to like Cancer and Capricorn, maybe the cardinal signs in general. But this is a time to really pay attention and be cautious about who you're having conflict with, because somebody could definitely become violent or reactionary, okay? So just be mindful of that. Take a walk, count to 10. Don't agitate the situation any more than it needs to be. All right, same day, Venus in Sag. So Venus, which is in your 6th house of health and wellness, it opposes Jupiter in the 12th. Well, I mean, Jupiter in the 12th is like the protector. It's like your guardian angel. It can represent your intuition. It can represent your faith and your beliefs. It can also be about changes that are potentially getting ready to happen in the workplace that are becoming visible and something that you're finding out about. Venus obviously deals with like the past, or it can deal with like family members. And the 6th house is about like enemies. So there may be people that you're dealing with connected to home and family, or connected to work, where you realize like somebody doesn't have your best interest at heart, and you need to be really careful how you're kind of handling people at work. I do think that with Venus, Venus opposed Jupiter, you know, it can be a breakthrough when it comes to your health and your productivity, learning healthier habits, learning, you know, ways to deal with things, and not just kind of getting agitated by, you know, other people kind of getting your goat, right? And you're like, no, I'm going to choose a healthier habit. I'm not going to fall back into those old habits and those old way of doing things. All right, on the 4th of the month, you'll see the Sun in Scorpio trine Saturn. So creative projects, self-employment, children, love, romance, all in alignment with traveling, faith, your belief system, mentorship, teaching, that kind of stuff. Like Sun trine Saturn is a great time for like a trip or a vacation with a romantic partner or with children. This is a time where you're also feeling like more invested in, the bigger picture, my future, where I'm going, what I'm learning. And you're more motivated, I think, by relationships with people who are encouraging you and supporting you. Then you're going to see on the 6th of the month, the shadow begins. So Mercury starts going into shadow, where, yes, you can start seeing Mercury retrograde in the 6th. Scheduling changes, job changes, issues with people at work, cars having problems, definitely travel delays. health issues, okay? Because Mercury rules your 12th. So where lack of sleep, stress, and anxiety is manifesting as like physical health related problems, right? That can happen. Obviously, touch wood, but that can. And so remember, it's like mind, body, spirit balance. Like they're going to impact each other. So if one's way off, the other one's going to kind of struggle a little bit as well. You could switch jobs. You could go to a new job. You could go back to a job. You could be hearing people that you used to work with. It can also be a time that, you know, you're getting clarity about a health issue, and keep an eye on your pets. Mercury retrograde, pets can go missing with Mercury connected to the 12th. And you might be like, oh, you know, I was having a pet sitter watch my pet, and then, you know, I get news that they got off their leash or whatever, God forbid. If you're traveling and trying to get your pets watched, make sure you have a good person watching them that you trust. If you are traveling and you've got somebody covering your shift, make sure that person's actually going to cover your shift. Because there is some sense of something potentially failing when it comes to these two topics, and it can create some problems down the road, right? Be learning more about health wellness. I think the square to Saturn is really difficult, and really what it's saying is that, you know, maybe you're readjusting your schedule so you can travel. Maybe you're adjusting your schedule so you can go and take a course or a certification, or you're learning something. And in that case, it's a good thing. It's not a bad thing, you know? All right, so then we're going to see on the 9th of the month, Venus in Sag will square Saturn. So Venus will be in your 6th house. It'll square Saturn. Where health or pet related challenges or lack of support or care is making it more difficult for you to travel or do some continuing education. Some, you know, experience, whether it's through education or travel, not meeting your expectations, the accommodations not meeting your expectations. That can definitely happen here. And delays when it comes, obviously, to money and love. That's pretty common with Venus square Saturn. On the 12th of the month, you're going to see Mercury in the 6th house and then square Saturn. And this is stuff you don't see coming, whether it's health-wise, stress-wise, unexpected conversations that are coming up, you know, unexpected issues that can be legally. The 6th and the 9th house are known for being legal related houses, where the 6th house can be about settlements and issues revolving around accidents, and the 9th house can be talking about actual like lawsuits. So God forbid there is an accident at work, right? Like it could be lawsuit related. If there is some accident involving traveling or vehicles, it could be lawsuit related. So be mindful that stuff can kind of come up with some of those squares this month. But I think that for the most part, it's just about managing your health and your schedule, and like not biting off more than what you can chew. On the 16th of the month, you're going to see the sun in Scorpio in your 5th house come into an opposition with Uranus and Taurus in your 11th. So sun is about your security, your confidence. It can be about money or resources and taking chances. It can also just be about romantic kind of connections and playtime. And the opposition to Uranus is like, you know, something going a completely different way. It's possible that, you know, you're focusing more on your own creativity, your playtime, your romantic partners, your children, like you having fun, and that upsets the apple cart a little bit for another person. You know, Uranus in the 11th is just kind of like, well, other people don't want to do what you want to do for fun, and you're like, I don't care. You know, or I don't care what you think about my romantic partner or like my love life or like whatever. And there can be a little bit of friction. Obviously the sun represents your money and Uranus is other people's money. So it can also be a situation where somebody's like willing to spring for a good time, and they're like, just come, it'll be great, it'll be a party. And like somebody else is kind of like, you know, picking up the tab for things, and it ends up being like a really good time, and you have like a blast, and you're like, wow, this is amazing. Something like that can happen, but expect the unexpected when it comes to friends, when it comes to money, when it comes to festivities, as well as like dating. And there can be some interesting financial stuff that can happen where other people are influencing you in some way and like benefiting you. All right, so then we have on the 18th of the month, Mercury in Sag in your 6th house will oppose Jupiter in Gemini, okay? So this is like where the ruler of health and work and the ruler of, you know, behind the scenes health and healing are in opposition to each other. And they're also both simultaneously kind of squaring Saturn still. So it's kind of like I've got this health issue going on, so I can't travel, or I've got this scheduling issue, so I'm stressed out because I don't know if I'm gonna be able to make it. There's something kind of going on here where there's some back and forth. And if you're having physical things happening with your body, it's very likely connected to spiritual or emotional stress. If you've got emotional stress and psychological things going on, it very likely is connected to your health and your habits and your physical health. You know, what you're eating, how you're sleeping, you know, are you moving your body? It's like a teeter-totter. So it wants to kind of balance this stuff out between the 6th and the 12th house. And it means that you need to find a teacher square to Saturn. You need to learn. You need to start a program. You need to get a book. You need to get a trainer. Like, there's something that's going to come in that's going to teach you either how to do this, or it could be about learning skills. And some of you guys might be planning on, you know, traveling and going to like a, what's the word that I'm thinking of? Like going and taking like courses, or having like a weekend meeting where they do like training or certification, right? Something like that. Because the 9th house is education as well as travel. And you're trying to make the time to do that. All right, same day, the sun in Scorpio trines Neptune. Okay, so there's something that's like divinely in order about, you know, recognizing what your purpose is and what you truly love and what's going to make you happiest, and like kind of feeling very tapped in, especially when it comes to romance, travel, or education. Like, there is some sense of being like, this is what I'm supposed to do. This is the purpose. This is the path. And also, I think, feeling like a sigh of relief that something has kind of gotten worked out. Then we're going to see on the 19th, Pluto enters Aquarius. So we talked about that and how it's powerful for transformation of joint resources, assets, intimacy, psychological things. But for the early Cancers, it puts a little stress on your ascendant with the in conjunct or the quincunx. So it can bring up some uncomfortable emotions for you guys. On the 27th of the month, the sun in Sagittarius will trine Mars in Leo. So at this point, you know, after, you know, the 3rd, 4th, 5th, Mars will go into Leo. So it'll leave your first house where it's been more kind of like your actions. Now it's in the 2nd house, which is, what am I possessing? What am I spending money on? What am I buying? What do I own? And Mars is connected to the 10th house of career and the 5th house of creativity. So you're feeling more incentivized at the beginning of the month to be like, I want to work more. I want to make more money, you know, but also, are you spending more money? More money can be coming in, but you can be spending it. And I would say to all of my, I'm going to say this to my Cancers as well as, I would say in my Geminis, Mars is going to retrograde, you know, through your 2nd house, guys. Okay. So this means that money can slow down. So if you're a Gemini or a Cancer rising, Mars will turn retrograde in your 2nd house. And that can be a time where you're like, whoa, I've been spending way too much money, or I've been eating too much, or, you know, whatever. And if you haven't been working as much or making as much money, the retrograde can change that situation for you. So my advice is this: know that Mars is going into your 2nd house, and you might be making money, but you might be spending it. You already had a Mercury retrograde here in the summer. Pay attention. If you felt like cash was tight, you might be feeling that again with a Mars retrograde. So Mars in the 2nd house, it's incentivizing you to want to work more, make more, bring in more. And what you're going to see is the sun, which will then be in Sagittarius in your 6th of daily routine and productivity, is trining. I think there's an opportunity to actually be very productive. Like, if you've been looking for a job, likely you'll find one. If you've been waiting to get on the schedule somewhere, if you've been waiting to make more money, I think that as long as you're showing up, you're willing and able, you will be making money, but be mindful of how much you're spending as well, because Mars will burn a hole in your pocket in the 2nd house. Okay, so something about work productivity coming together with being able to work and make money and feeling in control. I think you're going to feel more confident. I think you're going to feel like, because you've been more assertive and you're kind of taking the reins, that your finances are changing, and it's a really good thing. All right? All right, Cancer. Let's see what the cards say for you for the month ahead. What do you need to know? Waiting for somebody to get it during Scorpio season. You get the Death card. So you know that's going to be talking about Pluto. You know that's going to be talking about Scorpio. So you have that new moon in Scorpio in your 5th. So what's changing in regards to matters of the heart, children, dating, or relationships? But more importantly, Mars starts the month in your 1st house in opposition to Pluto. Are you fighting the inevitable? What needs to change? What is changing about your relationships, your partnerships? Yes, some of you guys are like, I'm breaking up with my business partner, I'm divorcing, I'm leaving my partner of a long time. I get it, I understand. For other people, it's like, letting go of the ghosts of the past. Like if there's that one person that like scared you about relationships and you're like, I'll never do it again. It's like letting that go, you know? Death always promises that if we do let go, then something new is going to be brought in its place. And so I could see for some of you guys, you're reluctant to be like, you know, I just can't get over it. Or, you know, no matter what I do, like they're not changing. And I would be like, it's not about them, it's about you. And you'll see that in the retrograde, that it's going to be about you changing direction and kind of bringing your power back. So this is going to be a month where there is going to be lots of change for you guys. And it may not be comfortable, but it's opening the door and it's kind of showing you that it's not about other people changing. It's about you changing and what you need and like what you're accepting about yourself. Okay? Good luck. Somebody was going to get it. It was going to be somebody. So consider yourself lucky. That's like getting the golden ticket if you get like the death card in like the month of November. Good luck, Cancer. All right, we have got Leo and Leo rising. What's up, Leo? Welcome to your November horoscopes for 2024. I hope you're doing well. Well, we've got some stuff going on. So off the top of my head, I think about Mars going into your sign. Totally dropped the ball on this one. It will be in the comments below, so you will see the date. I don't have the exact date in front of me because I don't want to move the chart. So I will put it in there, but I will tell you it'll be at the beginning of the month. It's going to be after like the 3rd or the 4th. Mars will go into your sign. On one hand, this is positive because you've got about a month of Mars in the 1st house. So you're getting up early, you're being active, you have a lot of energy, you can get stuff done, you're more optimistic about traveling, you're more open-minded about home where you're living. Things are good. On the other hand, I feel inclined to tell you that Mars is in shadow. And at the beginning of the month, next month, you are actually going to see Mars retrograde over your sun, moon, or rising. Special attention, if you have any planets 7, 6, 5 degrees of Leo, that is right where Mars will turn retrograde. It'll go all the way back to Cancer. But that 4, 5, 6 degrees of Leo, especially sun, moon, or rising, it's going to be more potent for you. Okay, so I'm speaking to my Leo risings right now. You may be putting forth some kind of effort in going like, I'm going back to school, or I'm going on a trip, or I'm traveling, or I'm moving. Mars things, right? Connected to your 4th or your 9th. And you may change your mind, right? Or you may go back to school. You might move back home. You might return back to a place that you visited or lived in before or traveled to before, right? That's fine. Put the scissors down. I told you guys this during Mercury retrograde, and a lot of you guys didn't listen. You did it anyway, even though I told you that the banks weren't going to look good. So once again, I'm going to tell you with Mars retrograde, okay? It's not retrograde yet, but it's in shadow. Make this about the next month going, what are my goals? What do I want to achieve? Where do I want to travel? What are the things I've always wanted to do? What changes can I make around my home, my domestic zone, my family, my living situation? How can you feel empowered? And then what you'll want to do next month is when the retrograde happens, you can start slowly making some of those changes. But Mars is heat. It's scissors. It's blades. It's burning, okay? So I think of like some of you guys going and trying to get laser or, you know, anything that's going to be like with needles on your face or your body. Be very careful. Laser heat, any of that stuff, be very careful. Surgeries, be very careful. Trust me, not in the shadow. And if you're wanting to go bleach blonde and cut your hair off, buy a damn wig and do that for a month or so. And if you still want it after, you know, Mars has gone direct, great, go and do it in the new year. But I guarantee you some of you guys probably won't be so crazy, because the opposition is actually going to be to Pluto first, which will, I mean, Pluto several times, but Pluto in the 6th. See, I think some people are going to go, oh, I just really want to make this major change to my body or this major change to my hair. And they're going to go to a new person who is like a new healthcare practitioner, or it's going to be a new tattoo artist, or it's going to be a new, you know, licensed esthetician or cosmetologist. And you're going to go, here's this photo of what I want, do this. And then they're going to fuck it up. And you're going to be like, oh my God, this is terrible. So just trust me on this. A lot of you guys have been watching my, my horoscopes for a really long time, and you know that a lot of the things that I tell you happen. So if you really want it, I'll give you better dates to make the change, but I don't recommend making the change quite yet. Think about what you want to change within yourself, within your home, within your goals, and where you're going, and we'll talk about the change a little bit down the road. Start getting up early and having a morning routine. That's one thing that I would say that you can do with Mars in your first house, so you can blow off some steam. Obviously, you're ruled by the sun. We're going to see some cool stuff. The sun is going to trine Mars in your sign, so you're probably really optimistic about dating, traveling, children, hobbies, or just having fun. So that's a good aspect. We're also going to see that, let's see what else. There was something else that I wanted to tell you. Oh, we've got the new moon. Okay, so you're ruled by the sun. So the new moon is going to be in Scorpio, which will be in your 4th house. So we're planting seeds revolving around new home, new living situations, new things for family, new emotions. If you want to move, buy a property, do any of these things over like the next 6 months, this is the new moon where you set those intentions. It can also be changes for your family. It doesn't have to be simply just, just your home. It can be your family in general. The new moon is ruled by Mars, and Mars will be right along your ascendant in the 12th, and it'll be opposing Pluto, which is right along your descendant in the 6th. So to me, it looks like it's about organizing, cleaning, decluttering, getting stuff out of attics, getting stuff out of closets, and getting things organized. And if not, it could mean that you're changing offices, or you're changing something about where you're working, and like it's impacting something about your work and your life routine or your sleep routine. So be mindful of that. And you might need a little bit more like R&R. I mean, I think that with Mars in the 12th house of like kind of hiding out and resting or recuperating, you've been resting a lot, but Mars will retrograde back into the 12th house. So it means that you may have an extended period where you're traveling later in the year, or where you're resting or you're healing something, or you're hiding out because you got a bad haircut. You didn't listen to me. I read all of your guys' comments and I laugh because I'm like, I don't just like make this stuff up. All right, so then the other aspect that you're going to want to pay attention to is Pluto's going back into Aquarius. So it's going into your opposite sign. It's going to be moving into your 7th house of relationships. It will be there for the better part of the next 20 years. So interesting that you've got Sun going through Scorpio. You've got a Scorpio new moon. You have got the ruler of the 4th house, Scorpio, going into the 7th. It's like you're confronting all of these themes revolving around your home, your family, your relationships, like who you're living with, like all this stuff is changing. And just be mindful that, yeah, there is definitely a little bit more intensity in relationships when Pluto is in the 7th house. Sometimes the people that we're friends with, the people that we're partnered with, they go through dramatic changes and crisis. And when Mars turns retrograde in Leo, it'll be in your 1st house opposed Pluto, which means like you may be going back and forth about a relationship and how that impacts your home where you're living. You may be going back and forth with a relationship with a family member, right? You might be moving in or out of a friend's house. It depends on your own personal astrology, but relationships and home and like some kind of Mexican standoff is going on between you and another person. And it can be challenging. So my advice is, take it easy. Know that with Mars on your ascendant, you're a little feisty, okay? All right, so on the 2nd of the month, Mercury enters into Sagittarius. So you're feeling like taking risks, having fun, communicating, maybe doing some investing, more interested in dating and getting to know people and being social. On the 11th of the month, you're going to see Venus enter into the sign of Capricorn in the 6th house, where love and service are one and the same. Great for decorating your office space, meeting people at the gym, right? Going and seeing like estheticians, beauticians, people who can kind of help you or like consult. This is also a time where there's like more love with coworkers or people at work. You're getting along better with others, and also a good time for pets. Then on the 19th of the month, Pluto enters into Aquarius, where it's there to stay, radically changing and transforming your relationships. And on the 21st, you're going to see the Sun enter into Sagittarius, where this is all about creativity, fun, playtime. If you have a personal business, if you have children, if you're focusing on dating, if you've got hobbies, these are all the primary things that you're wanting to do. Now, on the 25th of November, Mercury will turn retrograde in Sag. So Mercury deals with your money, your self-esteem, your investments. It also deals with your friends and your allies and collaborations and networks. So when Mercury retrogrades in your 5th, we can reevaluate how much money am I spending on having fun? How much money do I spend at the bar? How much money am I spending on my hobbies? Am I gambling too much? Am I investing too much? Am I needing to spend more money on my kids? You know, do I need to give them something? Do they need some support? Are my finances changing because now I have a kid? And it can be a time where actually people are very generous with you. It could be friends are generous with you. It could be romantic partners are generous with you. That's possible. Or maybe you're spending more money on like entertainment. That can happen. Obviously, the 5th house is also about romance. So romantic partners, people who you've been kind of connected to casually in the past, yes, they can come back. You can go back to old hobbies. You can also reconnect with your children, or you can go back and finish old creative projects. Now, on the 15th of the month, we're going to see Saturn turn direct in the sign of Pisces. So Saturn's been in your 8th house, where maybe there's been some limitations revolving around joint finances, more emotional heaviness, having to learn to let someone or something go. Maybe you've been dealing with a tax or an inheritance issue. Maybe there's been a delay with getting funds. Saturn is connected to your relationships, and it's also connected to business and your daily routine. So Saturn going direct means like now maybe you feel like, okay, you're clearing up some of these health issues or these emotional issues. Maybe you've been receiving some kind of help or support from a healthcare practitioner or even from your partner. Maybe you're going to feel like a little less blue now that Saturn is going direct. And if you've been waiting on an insurance matter to clear up, an inheritance matter to clear up, or something to get settled or agreed to, likely you may see that happen with Saturn now direct. And then, yeah, that's pretty much it. So, let's talk about the moons. So we talked about the new moon in Scorpio in your 4th house of home and family. And then on the 15th of the month, we're going to see a full moon happening in Taurus in your 10th house. So first things first, first of all, 10th house full moon is big when it comes to your career. If you know you want to launch something, if you want to put something out into the world, make a big announcement, if you are wanting to show everybody, this new position you got, or this new job that you launched, this new product that you launched, anything like that, that's the time to do it. The 10th house is also your status. So it can mean I was single, now I'm married or engaged, I was an employee, now I'm a CEO, whatever, there is some sense of like really showing the world like, hey, look at what I'm doing. And the moon will be in the 10th house and the sun will be in the 4th house. So it's that tension between your private life and your public life coming into the public. It will be conjunct Uranus, which means it can be a shocking, surprising, unexpected twist of fate in regards to your career. And sometimes it's good, sometimes it's bad. Okay, that's the truth. The truth is that the ruler of this particular full moon is Venus, and Venus will be in the 6th. So I think the change is like, there's new staff, right? We've hired new employees. Maybe it means that you get a new assistant. Maybe it means that there's a new office. Maybe you're showing everybody what it looks like. It can also mean that you're like, look at the hard work that I've put into things. And like it's a labor of love, right? Very Venus in the 6th house, If you've been looking for a job, it's a good time for an interview. You might go in on the spot. If you have been wanting to retire, well, certainly it's conjunct Uranus, so it can be the time where you're like, and I'm out. If there is some public squabble or conflict at work or beef, it can become very public. So just be mindful of that can be big news. And obviously Uranus deals with relationships. So it can be that there's a big announcement about relationships. Oh my God, I'm getting married, or this is my partner, or here's my new business partner, or whatever. That will be big announcements, basically. All right, so with that being said, let's go to the rest of the transits. And we're going to start first with the 2nd of the month, where we have some really good Mercury transits. So Mercury will be in Scorpio. So in terms of communication, ideas, learning, planning, it's all connected to home, family, property, real estate. Maybe you're talking to your family more about cost of living, expenses, your home, what you want to spend, where you want to buy, where you want to rent, how much money or equity you're getting out of your home, that kind of stuff, what you want to change. Mercury is going to come into a sextile with Pluto. So it's good for like organization, scheduling, getting a house in order, getting the necessary help that you need at home or within the office space, and getting a lot of work done. So it could also be that you're working from home, you're creating a home office. And then we also see Mercury in Scorpio trining Mars in Cancer. So it's also like working behind the scenes. So some of you guys are like, okay, I'm getting a lot of work done from home, but it's because I know that I'm moving, or I'm going to be traveling. And this is a time where you're feeling probably like you need a little bit more rest. It's right before Mars goes into your 12th house, into your 1st house. So while it's been in the 12th house, you've been kind of working behind the scenes, and now something's getting ready to be revealed. And that could be a move or a business change or a personal, body change, what have you. I just feel like, yeah, enjoy that little bit of time before Mars goes into your first house, because then you're going to have a lot more energy. Your intuition, your dreams, what your gut is telling you about changes within your home or your family is kind of what I'm picking up here. Then we've got on the 3rd, Mars in Cancer at the last degrees will oppose Pluto in Capricorn in the last degrees, where lack of sleep, restlessness, anxiousness, repressed anger can create physical ailments or issues within the body, okay? Or it can keep you from getting work done if you're not sleeping well. There's some disruption going on, at night, or disturbance at night, or issues in your bedroom, and it's keeping you from being able to feel well or feel productive. There can also be a sense of feeling displaced. I've had some Leo risings that are yeah, we're renovating, our bedrooms, or we're sleeping in another room, and we kind of feel disoriented, It could be something like that, where you're staying in another place, you're in another room, or there's some work that's being done and you kind of feel like you're being thrown off of your schedule. The same day, on the 3rd, we're going to see Venus in Sagittarius, so it will be in your 5th house, opposing Jupiter. So Venus is about communications and also social media, and it's connected to children, and it's opposing Jupiter. I'm wondering, are you going to make some big announcement about one of your children? Are you going to announce a pregnancy? Is there going to be some surprise party? Is there going to be an engagement party? Is there going to be a birthday party? Obviously, I'm not saying for you, Leo, but it could be for one of your children, or it could be some good news revolving around one of your children, or you're telling your friends, oh my God, my daughter's pregnant, or telling your friends, oh, I'm pregnant. Something like that can happen. And to me, it seems like good things. I like the opposition between the 5th and the 11th because it feels very social, very exciting, very fun. And that it's exciting news that's going to be kind of bringing people together and celebrating something and having some sense of joy. So I'm not worried about it. It is possible, because Mercury is going to go retrograde here. Friends are inquiring about a pregnancy, about children. They're inquiring about your love life, and maybe somebody wants to set you up with somebody, or they're like, hey, I have a friend that's interested in you. You're like, do you want to meet them? And you're like, what? So something like that can happen. There can also be opportunities to create and collaborate with other people as well. Then you're going to see on, then you're going to see on the 4th of the month, the Sun in Scorpio will trine Saturn. So the Sun in the 4th house trining Saturn. That's an important transit for you. I think this is about you emotionally coming to terms with and accepting the fact that your home life or your family is changing. And it can be emotional because you might be looking at how much it has already changed. Maybe you're moving into a new home and you're like, wow, this is such a great thing. But I'm emotional because I'm saying goodbye to where I've always lived, or I'm saying goodbye to my old house or to my hometown. Maybe it's a day of kind of remembering family and people who you have lost, because Scorpio in the 4th house is your ancestors and people who are no longer around, but the intense emotional connection that you have to your lineage. And so there can be this sense of remembering strong family members, parents, grandparents, people like that. And you feel their presence and they're guiding you as you're either evolving, moving, or your family is changing in some way. So you might kind of feel their presence around a little bit more. And also aligning with family, partnerships with family, having an agreement with your family or with your partner about some situation with changing your home or your family. It's a good one. On the 6th, Mercury shadow begins. So that means that you're getting ready to see the Mercury retrograde start in your 5th, where if you're dating somebody casually, or if you've been seeing a couple of people, there can be some rearrangement in do-si-dos, okay? Miscommunications, misunderstandings, delays and setbacks with dating, creative hobbies, children. Be careful with gambling and speculative investments because Mercury rules your money. So not only will it retrograde in the 5th where you're like, oh, I took a chance, it may or may not pay off, but Mercury will square Saturn, okay? And it will also oppose Jupiter. And I feel like there can be this sense of being overly optimistic that something is going to be wildly successful and you go all in. So be very careful with going all in on a hobby and buying a bunch of products that maybe, or, things that you would need for a hobby if you're not going to do it for very long. Or be very careful with investing in something that you're like, oh yeah, this is going to be like the next big thing. And you can invest a lot of money into something and it may not pay off. So be careful with investments, taking chances, gambling, and matters of the heart. Don't take any chances if you're not willing to lose the money or potentially get hurt. It could happen. And yes, you can hear from people from the past with this placement. I think that the information that comes out also like from your children or from romantic partners is really exciting news. So I don't want it to sound scary. Like you're going to hear things from people that you're going to be like, oh my God, I can't wait to tell my friends, you know, like that kind of stuff. All right. So we've also got the 9th of the month where Venus in Sagittarius will square Saturn in Pisces. So Venus in the 5th squaring Saturn in the 8th. And this is where you would see some of the financial issues come up from the risk that you took. It is possible that, you know, there is some difficulty in communications with a female friend, a female relative. You're not feeling the love in some way. You're not feeling like something is like mutual between you and another person. Or you're not getting the affection that you need. And then you're going to see on the 12th, then Mercury in your 5th house will square Saturn. And Mercury is about money, and obviously Saturn is about relationships. So you may not see eye to eye with a partner about how you're spending money on kids or how you're investing money. You may have different values or interests than another person that you're dating, and there can be some squabbles between you and another person, whether it's a child or a younger family member or a relationship about money and how money is being spent and how much money we're spending on having fun, you know, that kind of stuff. All right, then we're going to see on the 16th, the sun will oppose Uranus and Taurus. So this is where something going on revolving around a man in the family. It could be a male that you live with. It could be a father figure, grandfather, brother, you know, husband, whatever. It could be you. You're the son. Is like, you know, there's some dramatic change that happens. There's a change that happens with where you're living or your home, your living situation, or a relative and how that impacts your work or your career, right? It might mean that you're rebelling against like having to go to work that day, or you're really adamant about changing something about your private life so you can kind of break free and evolve from a grind or a routine or a schedule that you have at work. That's an anything goes day. And I feel like because the sun is the faster moving planet, you know, there may be some challenges or some oppositions with a boss or with a business partner that day where you're not seeing eye to eye and you're like, I've got other things going on with my family or with my home. Like I can't be totally consumed with what's going on with work right now. Then we're going to see on the 18th, Mercury and Sag will oppose Jupiter. Okay, so now we have Mercury in opposition to Jupiter. And this is a back and forth about some kind of new project, you know, telling a group of people or telling your followers or something really significant about your children or a creative hobby or a personal, you know, a personal project. I think it's big news. That's exciting news. And it's like, we've been waiting to say this, but here it is, you know, something like that could potentially be happening. And it can involve pregnancy. I think there's going to be lots of like, oh my God, I'm telling, you know, a big group of people online something, or it turns out my daughter's getting married. Like some surprise, I think, is going to happen. Same day, we see Sun trine Neptune. Okay, so the Sun in the 4th house trining Neptune. And this is about accepting and making peace with the fact that something is changing. It's like, okay, there's big news, but this means our house is going to have to change, or our family is changing, or, you know, there's something that's going to be changing about your private kind of home environment. On the 19th of the month, you're going to see Pluto enter into Aquarius. So we talked about how for the better part of the next 20 years, radical changes and transformations in relationships. And so you might want to reflect on what's happened over the last year or so as Pluto's gone in and out of Aquarius. Did one relationship end suddenly? Did somebody new come into your life? Did you move into a really significant business partnership? Did you suddenly realize that you're having a squabble with one of your family members? Something like that's going on. I don't know what, but something like that's going on. So just a heads up, be mindful of that, and changes in relationships, which I think inevitably will play out. You will see this happen, you know, December through the spring with the Mars retrograde. And then finally, on the 27th, we're going to see the Sun in Sagittarius lighting up your having fun, creative, romantic, playtime house. And it's going to come into a trine with Mars in your sign. So you've got Mars in your sign, so you're feeling activated, motivated, passionate. Sun in the 5th house where it loves to be, and it's your chart ruler. This is where you're like gung-ho, where you're like, of course I am in love with you, you know, or of course I want to, you know, start this project, or something that's like active and fun and daring and exciting. It could be a hobby that involves sports. It can involve athleticism. It can be involving, you know, fire, self-defense, like whatever you do, just be careful, right? Because you're going to be feeling like you're going to kind of be a little bit more daring. But I think that this is a day that can be really exciting and adventurous and full of like lots of love and opportunities to kind of go after what you want. I think it's one of the better days of the month, to be really honest with you. Okay? So I hope that's helpful for you, Leo and Leo rising. Let's see what card you get. Ooh, I get Judgment. Big decisions being made this month. Big decisions. Judgment is kind of like, okay, you know, there's no turning back now. This is what this is. And not necessarily in a good or bad way, but I see Judgment as kind of like the results of our past actions. You know, I think about a full moon in your 10th house, and it's like if you've been working really hard to kind of put something out into the world and get recognition, boom, Judgment. Here it is. You know, this is what I've done. But also the sense of maybe Pluto going into your 7th house. This is just kind of like if something has been going in the direction of really changing in a really significant way in a relationship, you know, Mars coming into your sign can be like, I'm done, you know, I'm the one ending it, or I'm the one pushing for it, I'm the one pushing for a change, or I want us to go through this change together, I want us to be together. It doesn't have to be negative. But Judgment makes me feel like there's some definitive things, and like actions have reactions. And remember, Mars is in your 1st house, so there are some things that you will go after, say, do, or think about that will be reevaluated down the road. Okay, but it's almost like you're feeling very definitive about things right now. Yes, this is what I want, this is what I'm doing, and that's Mars. But pace yourself. It's my advice. Okay, good luck. I will catch you guys back here next month. All right, we got Virgo and Virgo rising. Welcome to your November 2024 horoscopes. I hope you guys are doing well. I'm excited to chat with you. I can imagine you guys already know, right? You already know Mercury's going retrograde this month. So that really impacts you. And my heart goes out to you and the immutable signs, but I think really you and Gemini and Sagittarius are going to have a field day with this one. So I will try to make it seem as less complicated as possible. So essentially you are Mercury, right? Wherever Mercury is where you are. Mercury rules you, your body, your appearance, and Mercury is going to be spending most of the month in the sign of Sagittarius. So it means that you're looking at your home, your living situation, your family, your emotions, and your past. And Mercury will retrograde, okay? Mercury is also connected to your 10th house of career, responsibility, parenting, things like that. So when Mercury retrogrades in the 4th house, things slow down. We reevaluate. How long do we want to live here? When are we going to move? Do I need to go back home? Do I need to, re-sign a lease? Do I need to reconnect with my family? Like, there's some reevaluation that's going to go on. And the truth is that we've got planets in Gemini, Pisces, and also Sagittarius. So you're the missing piece. So while Mercury is retrograding, because it's going to square Saturn and create some communication issues with partners, it's going to oppose Jupiter, which is going to seem like larger than life changes at home and also within your career. And it's going to square you. You have to be patient this month. There is going to definitely be a lot of moving parts and pieces. I would advise you to be like totally zoned in on your 4th house. And if there's something that's broken, fix it. If you need to go back and be with family, see them. If you need to reassess your living situation and consider moving, consider doing it. But know that it's going to ricochet and impact relationships and career and you in a very big way. All right, so basically we'll start with Mercury. We'll kind of go in order. So if I were to go in order, it looks like Mercury is going to enter into Sagittarius on the 2nd. Okay, so it will be hanging out here. And that's where you're going to be focusing all on the home stuff. Then what you're going to see is on the 6th of the month, you're going to have Mercury come into shadow. all right? So that means that ideally, if you know you got to sign a lease, if you got to move, you got to make plans to go back home, you got to do any of these things, you know, do this before the 6th, I would recommend. Otherwise, you're going to be working through all of this rearranging kind of circus until about December. Now, on the 2nd of the month, on November, you're going to have some really nice Mercury aspects. So you can actually use this day to make some decisions. Mercury in the 4th house, in the 3rd house of Scorpio, the mind, communication, and travel, is going to sextile Pluto. So you can have some very powerful conversations about travel with a romantic partner. You can have deep conversations with children. You can be really communicating what you love the most and what you're the most passionate about, and really speak from the heart in a powerful way. The same day, you're also going to have Mercury in your 3rd house that is going to be making a trine to Mars in Cancer. So Mars will still be in your 11th house of friends, goals, allies, others. So I could see you being like, hey, like letting your friends know, I'm going to be in town for the holidays, or, you know, I'm having this get together, or I'd love to see you guys. Like there's some opportunity to kind of intermingle traveling, friends, family, all of that stuff. P.S. Planets going through your 3rd house also are trining your 7th house. So it's encouraging you to communicate with other people. It can be romantic partners and really enhance meeting people, but it can also be with just people in general. Then on the 6th, Mercury shadow begins. So you are definitely going to feel the shadow. The shadow is going to be like, it's going to hit everybody and we're going to go, what? Because Mercury will make so many aspects. So after the 6th, then you're going to start to see a couple days later, okay, great. You know, Mercury will first come into a square with Saturn on the 12th. Okay, which means that there's a difficulty in you communicating a home matter with the relationship. You and your spouse aren't seeing eye to eye about a living situation, whether you move or you stay. There is some conflict over selling a home because the 7th house is your marketplace. And maybe you're trying to sell something and you're like, oh, we want to put it out there. And somebody's like, I was interested, now I'm not. Yeah. So something about home and family and difficulties in communication with relationships with other people come up, and that's going to be on the 12th. Then you're going to see on the 18th, Mercury will oppose Jupiter. Okay. And Jupiter rules your home, and Mercury is you and work. And maybe it's like, well, you know, Mercury in opposition to Jupiter means that you might decide, I'm doing something different for the holidays this year. I'm going somewhere else for the holidays. You know, I'm going to my partner's house, or my family's, my partner's house, and seeing their family. It could mean that you're open to changing something about your job, and that impacts your home, or vice versa. So some of you guys might accept jobs this month that require you to move or relocate. Others may potentially have a job change, and then you're like, because of that or lack of work, I'm moving back home, right? That could happen as well. I know there's a lot of moving parts here, so I'm trying to make it as digestible as possible. And that's pretty much it. I mean, Jupiter does rule your relationships. So for Mercury to oppose Jupiter, it's like you're trying to connect and relate to somebody, or trying to connect with somebody at afar. You're not really seeing eye to eye. And what's crazy is that Jupiter rules Sag, and obviously Mercury rules Gemini, so we've got mutual reception. So they're kind of saying the same thing. It's like, yes, let's make changes with work and home. Let's do it. It is possible. Can we be a little overly enthusiastic? Yes, we can. And then on top of that, both of these planets are squaring Saturn, which means that a partner, a therapist, a client, a business partner, challenges revolving around even children are kind of coming in, and like they're creating some problems revolving around what's going on within the work and the home sphere. So to be honest with you, if you're not married, you don't have kids, it could be a lot easier, because the challenge is going to be relating and connecting with other people. Now, if you're dating somebody casually, it might be fine, but I see a lot of this is like a back and forth about the status or the future of a relationship and how that's impacting a living situation, and also like a family dynamic. I hope I'm wrong about a lot of this for you guys, because it is a bit sticky, but I'm just putting that out there. All right, so we talked about on the 2nd, Mercury goes into Sag. Then on the 11th, Venus goes into Capricorn. And this is bringing love to children, romance, creative projects. It's bringing you more opportunity to make money and doing the things that you love. Maybe you're spending a little bit more time on dating, art, entertainment, or travel. On the 19th, Pluto goes into Aquarius. It's in your 6th house for the next 20-ish years, where there's radical changes to your habits, your health, your routine, and your workplace. So some of you guys will eventually be going into a new office space. It's new, state of the art. There's new technology, all kinds of things changing. This is also going to impact shifts revolving around your productivity as well as your coworkers. And then you're going to see on the 21st of the month, the sun joins Mercury and goes into the 4th house. And this is about resting, recuperating, spending time at home around family, maybe getting cozy, getting ready for like family and like holiday time. It's kind of the vibe that I'm getting. On the 25th of the month, Mercury turns retrograde. So the 25th is when the retrograde begins, although it's going to be very active in the pre-shadow. It'll go retrograde from about 22 to 6 degrees. So if you have anything around those, between those degrees in Virgo, you're gonna feel the square. Obviously things slow down. So like, you know, we could move, and I've moved when Mercury has gone retrograde in my 4th house, and like things go missing, and then it's like it takes like 2 weeks or so for me to go through boxes and find where things were. I've had delays with renting trucks for moving, you know, when I've had a Mercury retrograde kind of shadow in my 4th. I unexpectedly decided, hey, I'm not doing Christmas at home one year, you know, Mercury retrograde in my 4th. So these things can kind of happen. You'll start seeing it kind of setting up. So the writing will be on the wall before you even get to the end of the month. On the 15th, Saturn goes direct in Pisces. So Saturn's been in your opposite sign. Lots of lessons and learning revolving around relationships and commitment and karma and kind of testing the bonds in certain relationships. It's better, especially in matters of love and commitment involving children or long-term commitment like marriage. With Saturn going direct, you know, if you've been really cautious and careful about your boundaries in relationships, and if you have been really staying the path in having a certain standard for relationships or needing something specifically in relationships, you could be rewarded. For many of you guys, eclipses are still happening in the 7th house next year. A retrograde is going to happen this spring. So if you have felt like nothing has come in, there has been no relationship opportunities, Saturn going direct could actually make that possible. And maybe you could meet somebody now, especially with Venus in your 5th house of dating, and Saturn rules the 5th house and it's going direct. So you can actually see that things can kind of open up. On the 1st of November, we're going to have a new moon in Scorpio. This will be in your 3rd house. So this is setting the stage for new intentions revolving around 3rd house things. If you want to move, travel, take a course, launch a website, launch a YouTube channel, if you are wanting to learn a new language, if you want to buy a new car, anything like that, these are the intentions that we set, because the 3rd house is kind of like the junk drawer of astrology. It's a bunch of different things. And it's ruled by Mars and Pluto. So when the new moon comes in, Mars is in your 11th house of friends at a critical degree, and Pluto is in your 6th house of, your 5th house of creativity, self-expression, and also children. So it's interesting because I kind of feel like the new moon is like setting intentions with, how do I communicate? How do I communicate and express myself? How do I learn how to change maybe issues revolving around fear and vulnerability and transparency in talking about my feelings, or talking to a romantic partner, or talking to my children, or discussing children? That could be the theme. Still, Mars and Pluto are in pretty decent houses. You know, I think Pluto in your 5th house is finally healing any childhood issues before it moves on. And Mars in the 11th house is trying to get you to focus on being active when it comes to socializing in your friend group. And you'll have a retrograde there at some point. So focus more on how you're learning to be more vulnerable in communication with other people. All right, then we're going to see on the 15th of November a full moon in Taurus. So we're going to have a full moon in the 9th house. And this will be at 24 degrees, okay? The Scorpio new moon was at 9 degrees, by the way. The full moon in Taurus is at 24 degrees. So it's in a fellow sister earth sign. So you will probably see, if you're a late degree Virgo, 23, 24, 25 degrees, sun, moon, or rising, it'll be a trine. This basically means that it's free-flowing energy. It's supporting you. A full moon in the 9th house. Sometimes we complete a project or a program, we graduate. There is a sense of having a shift in our belief system. There can be big themes revolving around marketing, law, legality, traveling. For me, I always find like when I have a full moon going on in like my 3rd or my 9th house, I'm traveling, going on a road trip, or I'm flying somewhere. So that could be happening. The ruler at the time is Venus, and it'll be in your 5th. So if you are traveling, you're traveling somewhere with a romantic partner, or you're traveling to meet someone, or you're going to go on a trip and then you will meet someone. Or you're traveling for love. You know that there's someone that you want to see that lives further away. Or maybe you're taking somebody back home to kind of meet or visit with your family. Something like that. And the full moon, I think, for the most part, is a lot easier to navigate than the new moon in Scorpio, because Venus is going to be in better aspect. It's going to be slightly sextiling Saturn, which is kind of cool. It's wide, but it is. And that basically means that, you know, that basically romance can be developed, and it can turn into a more serious commitment. And maybe you're doing it, you know, through traveling. I don't know. We'll see. All right. So with that being said, let me get into the other transits. So we talked about the Mercury stuff on the 2nd. On the 3rd, you're going to have Mars come into an opposition with Pluto. We talked about that. You will also see Venus in Sagittarius in your 4th house. So this could be going home. So this is on the 3rd. Going home, visiting a family, having a family visit with you, a woman coming to stay with you. And it's kind of pulling you away from either work or a partner, where you're like, okay, my mom's coming to visit, or my sister's coming to visit, or my girlfriend's coming to visit, and like I should be working, but I'm going to spend time with them. Something like that is going to be happening around the 3rd. On the 4th, you'll see the sun in Scorpio in your 3rd house, trining Saturn. So it's encouraging you to really focus on, you know, communicate and like change the way that you're thinking and communicating with other people, especially when it comes to commitment and long-term partnership. And I think you guys can find some common goals and get clarity about what you may want if you're just getting to know each other, or have even better communication for those who are committed. Then we're going to see on the 6th, we talked about the Mercury shadow begins. On the 9th, this is when Venus in the 4th house squares Saturn. So, you know, you may not see eye to eye with a partner about a home or a living situation, about decor, or there could be some conflict with a female relative and a romantic partner. Watch out for that. On the 12th, this is when Mercury squares Saturn, some miscommunication with a partner, or an issue with communicating with a family member about a romantic partner. Watch out for that. On the 16th of the month, the sun in Scorpio will oppose Uranus, and I feel like this might be some unexpected changes to your travel plans, things that you don't see coming, or it could mean that you're pulling an all-nighter, studying, you know, traveling, learning. Maybe you're going between time zones. And maybe it's just like a spur of the moment traveling change that kind of comes up, or a shift in your belief system or your philosophy about the world. On the 18th, this is when Mercury will oppose Jupiter, and this is where there's a lot of going back and forth between what's happening with home and family and also with work. Same day, you're going to see the sun trine Neptune, and this is about kind of communicating deeply, compassionately with another person, talking to them about how you're feeling, about the future, about your home life, and also about the future of maybe your relationship together, as well as your guys' status out in the world, for good or for bad. You know, Jupiter and Sagittarius energy, it wants to be optimistic. It's like, anything is possible. We can do this. And some of you guys might be like, well, maybe we do just need to move, or we do need to change, or maybe one of us does need to change jobs. And you'll be talking about whether or not that's going to actually make some of the situations better. Then you'll see on the 19th, Pluto enters Aquarius, dramatic changes, transformations to health, work, workspace, coworkers, as well as pets, right? These are all themes. And that'll be there for 20 years. So maybe you'll see more kind of in like the beginning of 2025, when planets are coming into conjunction with Pluto, what that means. Some major upgrade to your health and your daily routine. And then on the 27th of the month, we're going to see the sun in Sagittarius trine Mars in Leo. So, you know, once again, I've told all the signs. I did not put that in the slide. I will add it in the slide, and I will put it in the description below. I forgot. But Mars will be leaving Cancer, where there's been a lot of action and activity in your social zone, going into Leo. So it's going to go into your 12th house. And in a month, it'll retrograde. Mars in the 12th house is traveling, healing, resting, recuperating, relaxing, taking time off maybe. But it can also be about dealing with repressed anger, sleep disturbances. You can have health issues that can come up. And you're going to want to just kind of keep that in the back of your mind, right? Mars deals with joint resources and other people's money. It also deals with the third house of communication and kind of like mental stuff. So some of you guys might be traveling, some of you guys might be studying, but when Mars does its do-si-do and it retrogrades in December, it's going to oppose Pluto in your 6th. So this could be a time where you're having to heal something. You're having to take a step back and like really focus on how the mental, emotional is affecting the physical or vice versa. You could be feeling a little bit run down. So take care of your health and your body. I do think that with Mars going into the 12th house, this is good for like shamanic work, private gyms, hot yoga, you know, creative projects and dance behind the scenes, because Leo's very creative. You know, having a hobby that you do kind of by yourself at night, that kind of stuff. Any creative hobbies. Maybe you're redecorating a bedroom or you're doing something like that. You're transforming a bedroom. I could see that. But that's pretty much it. So I hope that that is helpful for you guys. I know it's a lot of transits, especially for the Mercury ruled signs this month. So let's see what the cards say for you and what you need to be aware of. Oh, you get the World card. I wonder, are you guys actually traveling with that full moon in the 9th? Because this can be about a travel card, going places, doing things. Major cycles can like completing, you know, and I kind of think about the Mercury retrograde in the 4th as well. And then it's like, we're digging up the past. We're figuring out what's happened in the past, what's not working. How do we move forward? And these squares do push you, you know, with the pressure to kind of complete things. It's like, finally make this change at home so it can impact relationships, so it can impact career, so you can like feel better, you know? And you're getting kind of pulled from all different angles. I know it's been primarily relationships and work, but now it's going to be like home as well, or family. And I do feel like this is a turning point for you guys where you're completing things, you're learning lessons, and there is some sense of fulfillment, even though it feels a little crazy this month. All right? Good luck, Virgo. I'll catch you guys back here next month in December. What's up, Libra and Libra rising? Welcome to your November 2024 horoscopes. I hope you're doing well. I'm excited to chat with you about the month ahead. We are first going to start off by talking a little bit about Venus. Okay, so we're going to see a Venus-Saturn square, which can be a little tricky and a little challenging for you. And we are also going to see Venus move into a new sign. It's going to be moving into Capricorn. So the most important times that you want to be watching for is going to be on the 9th. And this is going to be the 9th of November, when Venus in your 3rd house, so this deals with you traveling, you and siblings, you and neighbors, learning things involving vehicles, and also just you and your day-to-day kind of routine, hitting a bit of a snag. Okay, so it can be scheduling issues, it can be health challenges that can come up that's impacting travel. It can also be some scheduling changes. So be mindful, you know, it can be a little bit hard to relate also to coworkers. That can be coming up with that square. Not the best day for purchases, not the best day also for like buying vehicles, for booking travel, and also mind your health during that transit. Now, then Venus is going to change signs. She is going to be going into Capricorn. So Venus will be going into your 4th house, which deals with your home, your family, property, anything revolving around home decor and women in the family. So you could be going back, visiting home or family. You could be looking for new property or real estate. You could be looking to design or just kind of beautify your space. So you could be bringing in like art or new interior related things. Okay. So those are the 2 big ones for the month ahead for you. Definitely a good time, I would say, to be thinking about your relationship to your home and also to your family. So if you want to go and visit, or if you want to have people stay with you, you can. But that's pretty much the long and short of it. So we'll go ahead and get into the month ahead. So let's start first with the ingresses taking place this month. We'll go through the retrogrades, what's going direct, the moons, and then we'll go to the other transits. So on the 2nd of the month, Mercury is going to move into Sagittarius. So it'll be in your 3rd house. The 3rd house deals with siblings. It's communication, contracts, learning, gadgets. So things like computers, laptops, phones, stuff like that. And Mercury will eventually go retrograde in this house. So it's interesting to see like Venus go through there
hit a snag to Saturn, and then you're going to see Mercury go through there and also hit a snag to Saturn. So there's a sense of like reworking something about your communications this week in that area, this month, excuse me. So when we see Mercury go into Sagittarius, you're taking your 12th house lord of like rest, recuperation, behind the scenes, learning, traveling, and also your 9th house lord of higher education, long distance travel, in the 3rd. So it's not a bad transit. Mercury actually does really well in the 3rd house. The trick here is, you know, Mercury is moving through a sign where it's in its fall, so it doesn't perform as well. So I kind of get the impression that maybe you're trying to plan travel, maybe you're trying to plan a move, maybe you're trying to update something revolving around communications or even like a website or social media, and you're just going to have to go through a process to kind of work through that. Now then we're going to see on the 6th of the month, Mars is going to enter into the sign of Leo. Excuse me. So eventually we'll see in December, Mars will turn retrograde. It'll leave Leo and go back into Cancer. So actually the beginning of the month, we see finally Mars leave your career zone where you've probably been feeling like you've been drowning in work, where there's a lot of responsibility out in the world, or there's been some tension maybe going on in the workplace with bosses or with relationships. So Mars moving into Leo is a little bit more friendly for your sign because it's going to be sextiling your sun, moon, or rising. Mars in the 11th house really kind of cranks up the social agenda. So there's more parties, actions, gatherings, get-togethers, seeing friends, like opportunity to kind of connect with other people. And Mars rules your 7th house of relationships. It also rules your 3rd house of communication. Excuse me, your 2nd house of communication. Money. Hello, your house of money. Sorry, guys. So with Mars being tied to like your money and your resources and your relationships, this is a time where you want to get out there and you want to be around other people, basically. Think of the 11th house as like your opportunity to connect with your audience, right? So think about how much money you're spending socializing. Think about how you can make money being a part of groups, how you can be joining groups, connecting in collaboration with other people. And it's going to make it possible for you to also have some business and socializing opportunities. Anyway, Mars will be there very briefly. And like I said, it will retrograde in December. So you're going to get about a month of seeing that kind of kicked up. Can there be more money spent on socializing and events and parties? Yes. Gifts, travel, having to spend money on entertainment, like that stuff can all happen there. But I think you'll have a good time. Then on the 11th of the month, Venus enters into Capricorn. So we talked about how that's about beautifying your space and really positive for like property, home sales, design, and anything revolving around creating a much more comfortable and kind of luxurious space. On the 19th of the month, Pluto will be entering into Aquarius, where it's going to stay for the better part of the next 20 years. Personally, I think you're going to love it. I think it's going to be a much better transit than having had, Pluto go through an angular house in your 4th house, where there's been a lot of like home and family drama. So having Pluto move into Aquarius, what this is going to do is it's going to be trining your sun, moon, or rising, especially if you have early degrees of Libra. So 0 to 5 degrees is going to be the degrees which Pluto will be trining for the next year in 2025. Pluto makes us super obsessed or fixated with something, or it can definitely bring some radical change or transformation. Pluto rules your 2nd house of money and resources. So it looks like you might become really fixated on spending money on entertainment, children, having fun, hobbies, gambling, even investing. So more money will be allocated towards these things over the better part of the next 20 years. But if it's trining any of your personal Libra placements, it's empowering, it's really great for socializing, and I think it's going to bring you some great changes. Then finally, on the 21st of the month, the sun goes into Sagittarius and it's joining Mercury in the 3rd. So it's bringing up this theme of I'm writing, I'm learning, I'm connecting, I'm dealing with contracts, I'm traveling, running a bunch of errands. The 3rd house is very busy, and it might mean that there's more traveling and connecting with friends, people coming to visit you, or vice versa. There's also going to be much more focus in talking about and sharing your goals with other people. Now, it won't be until the 25th that Mercury turns retrograde in your 3rd house. So in theory, you have up until that time to work out some of the stuff and get prepared before the Mercury retrograde. But to be honest with you guys, the shadow, the pre-shadow and the post-shadow is going to kick a lot of people's butts. Part of it's because the shadow is going to bring up a lot of aspects. So we're going to see, like, for example, Mercury will square Saturn, so you're going to experience some kind of like delays and challenges with your schedule or communication issues, could be car problems. Then there's also going to be an opposition to Jupiter, so it's going to make the topics of learning, traveling, contracts, law, legality, scheduling more complicated. And then it is going to start to slightly square Neptune right before it retrogrades. So all of these things are happening prior to Mercury going retrograde, and it makes Saturn like the focal point of this square. So if you're trying to travel, you know, get on a writing routine, meeting deadlines, you know, continuing education, any of these things, it's making it complicated because of Saturn. So Saturn tells me you've either got a health issue, a problem with a pet, you've got some scheduling issues, maybe you've got some issues like at work getting your shifts covered, and all of these things kind of get thrown up in the air. So be mindful that it's really beneficial to either say, all right, I'm going to do my Mercury preparation stuff before we get into shadow, or you kind of just deal with whatever happens and then you handle it, you know, basically in November into December, and then the Mercury retrograde will end. Sagittarius deals with optimism. So, you know, you might be feeling really optimistic. I can swing this trip. I can make this happen. I can make this change. And then you're like, wait, do I have the time to do this? So it's gonna kind of have that effect on everybody. So don't feel bad. Then we're going to see on the 15th of the month, Saturn will go direct in the sign of Pisces. So essentially, you know, Saturn's been in your 6th house where there's been a lot of hard work, dedication, grinding. A lot of you guys have heard Libra risings have been telling me they're dealing with health problems, immune system issues, sticking to a routine, eating better, going to the gym. A lot of you guys have had issues either mentally or emotionally or with your feet. So if you've been working hard to try to resolve health issues or schedule issues or work issues or, you know, finding a job, Saturn going direct can actually be really positive. Saturn is connected to your 4th house of home and your 5th house of creativity. So it looks like you've been trying to like find ways to better balance what's going on for you, either emotionally on the home front. That could be taking care of kids. That can be, you know, working from home or having a creative business. And now you'll start to see things kind of flow forward. And if you've been doing your work, sticking to your routines, you're going to see it pay off in a very big way. Now, on the 1st of November, we will see a new moon in Scorpio. This is a new moon in your money house, your financial house. It'll be at 9 degrees. This is where we plant seeds revolving around future intentions when it comes to money, resources, and your personal spending power. So this is when you do your abundance work, your manifestation, all of that. Now, at the time of the new moon, the ruler, which is Pluto and Mars, will be in opposition to each other. So Mars will be in the late degrees of Cancer, where, like I said, there's a lot of work, there's a lot of forward motion. Maybe you're feeling really motivated to make changes at work or to work more. But when Mars is at this critical degree and it's opposing Pluto at a critical degree, it's like you're going to say to yourself, at what cost? You know, I'm working so much, at what cost? And, you know, for some of you guys, it'll pay off. For others, you're going to be like, this is too much for me. And it's creating either emotional distress or I'm feeling pulled between work and also my home and my private life. And 29 degrees is where we make a change. So for everybody, you know, when Mars turns retrograde in December, it's going to go back into Cancer, and you're going to get time to like rework, re-strategize, think about what you want to be doing professionally, where you're going, so on and so forth. But it looks like the intentions that you're setting is like, okay, I want more money. And I think a lot of this is about working smarter, not harder, and trying to find work that's either going to be more in tune with your emotional needs or your home or your family needs. And simultaneously, it's like, okay, something's got to give, but I don't want to give financially, if that makes sense. So set your intentions for more abundance, more resources, all of those things. Mars is going to be trine Neptune, so it's saying you got to get creative. You got to believe that these changes are possible, that you can actually let go of one facet of your schedule or your work or your life to make room for something new that may be coming for you. And then we're going to see a full moon in Taurus. This will be on the 15th of the month. This will be in your 8th house of joint resources, other people's money, taxes, inheritance. Think of like child support, spousal support, anything in regards to investments and banking as well. So the 8th house definitely brings up topics in regards to other people's money. Debt and loans come under the 8th house also. So it's interesting that you have a new moon in Scorpio that's like, I want more. How do I have more? How do I bring in more? And then you've got a full moon that's going to be in your 8th house, and it will be conjunct Uranus. So there's going to be some shock and surprise revolving around an investment, some joint finances or resources. It can be that there is a payment due, but it can also mean that there is some breakthrough with your finances, and like you got creative with money in some way, and some kind of project you've been working on or something revolving around an investment maybe is really paying off for you with this full moon. And the full moon will actually be in Taurus, so it's ruled by Venus, and Venus will be in your 4th house of home. So it looks like actually there's money coming, but it may be like through property, real estate, through family. It can be people in the family who are more generous with you. It can be that you're getting a really nice gift from a relative. And it's also possible that it can be about making changes revolving around insurance or loans or like debt of some kind. But it's directly connected to your home or your family in some way. All right, so outside of that, we've got on the 2nd of the month, and this is my favorite day personally for communication. I feel like this is a nice communication aspect that we have right before Mercury comes into shadow. I'm on the fence about this. Part of me is like, okay, put all my stuff out, get everything done on the 2nd. And then the other side of me, the more rational astrologer brain is like, it doesn't matter how much you prepare for this Mercury retrograde. It's going to be a clown show, okay, because of all of the aspects. And I'll show you in a second. So the positive is that, Mercury is going to be in your 2nd house. It's going to be in your money house. So your mind is on your money. Your money's on your mind. It is going to sextile Pluto. So it tells me that you're like, okay, I have a feeling, I have an intuitive hit. I've got a gut feeling that, it may be a good idea to make this change within the home, to prepare the home in some way, or transform the home in some way, or invest in something to have in the home just in case. Pluto can be crisis. Pluto can be an emergency. So, you might have a dream, you might have a gut feeling. It is possible also that money is coming to you somehow through property, real estate, or investment, or from your family. The very same day, Mercury in Scorpio in your money house will also trine Mars, which is still in Cancer. And so, I think of the 10th house as like, it's your career, but it's also, it's about how you show up in the world. It's about your responsibility. And Mars in Cancer is about protection. So I think that this could be like, for some of you guys, your maternal instincts kind of kick in and you're like, I need to have this thing. And it could be cash, it could be food, it could be some type of something for your home for protection, something that you're going to see the value in having to feel safe and secure. And that trine to Mercury means that you're like, I see the value in making this purchase. I need to have it because I feel like it's going to make me feel safe. So listen to your intuition. Know that that's also a really good working day. Mars in the 10th house, trine Mercury in the 2nd is like the work and the effort that you're putting in the professional realm will materialize as starting to see some real physical or financial kind of positive notes. On the 3rd of the month, we're going to see then Mars will exactly oppose Pluto in Capricorn. And I feel like, look, everybody's going to feel it. It's going to be intense. We're already feeling it at the end of October. But it's like the final boss battle. And for some time, you've had Pluto in your 4th house where there's either a property issue, an issue with a family member, a parent, something that's been going on that has been brewing for a while. And now that Pluto is getting ready to leave, that particular person or situation is not going to have power over you anymore. But with Mars in opposition, it means that there's going to be something going on with like a boss, a parent, maybe even a relationship that is really triggering that Pluto transit. And it can be a power struggle that you're having with somebody professionally at work, can be with a parent, can be with a relationship. And it feels like it's like threatening you emotionally or in terms of like your security. Mars in the 10th house, if you're dealing with bosses, if you're dealing with police officers, if you're dealing with people of like high ranking authority out in society, judges, people who we respect, you don't want to have conflict with them because it can definitely be something that can be very confrontational and it can create some issues. Especially if you're a late degree Libra or Libra rising. So if you're like 27, 28, 29 degrees, you're going to be really feeling that square, and you may feel like it's hard to be diplomatic with other people at work and at home. So you've been forewarned. However, the same day, Venus in Sagittarius in your 3rd house, okay, so this is about you having knowledge, knowing something, having a document, a piece of paper, will oppose Jupiter. And Jupiter is the 3rd house ruler, so it's about knowledge, law, and legality. Mercury is about the higher mind. Like, I look at this and I kind of feel like, are some Libras and Libra risings going to be the voice of reason if there is some kind of squabble or conflict at work or within relationships? Are you going to step in and say like, oh, I know my rights, and I'm not going to be threatened, or I'm not going to be told what to do, possibly. But there is possibly an opportunity for there to be some really good news or good opportunities that are coming from further away. It could be teachers, mentors, somebody who's kind of like, hey, I've got your back. What do you need? I'm going to give you some advice. And also having the support potentially of like a lawyer or somebody legally that could give you some advice and kind of be there if you feel like you need some assistance. Long distance love stories, that can happen. The 9th house does have associations with the father, and it can also be about the father or the in-laws. So your mother-in-law, your father-in-law. There can be something there that's kind of connected to them where you're, focusing on the relationship that you have with these people. On the 4th of the month, you're going to see the sun in Scorpio in your money house coming into a trine with Saturn in Pisces. So this is where things that you own, money, resources, physical goods, is helping you feel healthy, safe, and supported. This can be a time where you are seeing the value in investing in health food, fitness, wellness, people who can help you, cook, clean, walk the dog, take care of the house. These 6th house is about help, or it can be about assistance. So you may see the value in being like, okay, this is going to keep my house cleaner, or this is going to help me stay organized. This is better for my health, and you'll make an investment in those things. Then you're going to see on the 6th of the month, Mercury shadow begins. So this is where Mercury hits about 6 degrees. It will be now going into the degrees where you will see the retrograde kind of take place later in the month. So you've been forewarned. After that point in time, you're going to start feeling the effects of the Mercury retrograde. The very same day, Mars leaves Cancer and goes into Leo. So then it's just so much more focus on socializing, friends, and also just connecting with your networks. Then you're going to get to the 9th of the month, and this is when Venus squares Saturn. So this is where I said be very careful. I wouldn't buy a car. I would be very careful with getting cars serviced that day. I would also pay attention to not going and springing for a new computer or phone or gadget or travel, because likely there's going to be some scheduling hangups or some issues that are going to kind of pop up there. Then on the 12th of the month, we're going to see then Mercury in Sagittarius in your 3rd house, where you're communicating, kind of getting around town, focusing on travel, has a square to Saturn. And that's why I feel like for some Libra and Libra risings, on the 9th, you're going to want to buy something, or you're going to want to plan something, or you're going to want to travel. And then you're going to get to the 12th and you're going to be like, shit, I shouldn't have bought that, or like, now I can't make the trip, or, there's some issue even with shipping. There can be some shipping delays that you can have here, or traveling delays. And then on the 16th of the month, then the sun in Scorpio in your money house, which is about money and values, will oppose Uranus. Shocks and surprises, unexpected stuff going on with money. I've told you guys before, I'm Libra rising. So my sun's in the 2nd house. I've had Uranus in opposition to my sun. Oh my God, it's like there are days where money falls out of the sky and it's just a really amazing financial day and a lot of things go well. And whether it's an investment or it's a bunch of clients that come in and sessions or sales. And then there's other days where it's like there are literally 12 people who will email me and go, oh, I need to cancel my appointment, or I need to move my appointment. And then all of that money is going back to them, right? And it can be about shocks and surprises revolving around banking and financing. And so right around the time the sun is opposing Uranus, the very next day on the 15th, remember, we're going to be, actually the day before we have a full moon in Taurus, and then the sun is still in opposition to Uranus. So like 15th, 16th of November, there's some money stuff going on, and it can be between you and another partner that money shows up that you didn't see coming, but it can also materialize as being like unexpected costs and expenses going out. Then on the 18th of the month, we're going to see Mercury in Sagittarius in your third house, opposed Jupiter in Gemini in the 9th. They have mutual reception to each other. They're in each other's signs, so they're kind of saying the same thing. And when that opposition happens, you know, the challenge is that they're both still squaring Saturn. So some kind of back and forth about travel, some kind of back and forth about scheduling and some kind of scheduling issue. And it might be a time where, you know, you're getting a letter or you're getting an email or some kind of good news from afar. And it can be about college admissions. It can be about traveling, trips, anything revolving around education, that kind of stuff as well. And the very same day, the sun in Scorpio in your second house of money will trine Neptune. And to me, this feels like something is aligning, revolving around your resources and also like the need of assistance or help from someone. And it can be as simple as like somebody for a task. It can be as complicated as like hiring somebody if you own a business and finding the right person, but they may come from further away, or it might be something that you perhaps need to find online. All right, so then on the 19th, Pluto goes into Aquarius, which, you know, if anything, I think some of my Libra and Libra risings are going to become like, you know, obsessed with love, you know, or they're really fixated with a new hobby, or they get into investing or cryptocurrency, or maybe, you know, children somehow come into their life and change their life in a very big way. But you have 20 years to figure that out. And then on the 27th of the month, the sun in Sagittarius in your third house of short distance travel and communications comes into a trine with Mars and Leo. So to me, it seems like, you know, perhaps maybe there is a trip that you're going on with friends, or friends are coming in for a quick trip, or you have the opportunity to go somewhere very quickly with another person. It can be a romantic partner, it can be a friend, and it might even be an invitation. So it can be that an invitation comes in for something in the future, but it definitely looks like it's an adventure and it's something worth kind of taking them up on. Okay, so let's take a look and see what your cards say for the month ahead. The card that I get is the Devil. I think it's a combination of the squares to Saturn, where it's saying like, don't get stuck in a situation where you're repeating the same patterns, and that can be health-related issues, scheduling-related issues, job-related issues. But I also think this is connected to Pluto and Capricorn. This is very like Devil for me, you know? Where there is this need to break free, Mars in opposition to Pluto, of this old outdated storyline around what's going on with your home and your family and how that's impacting you, feeling like you are an authority figure in your own life, and or how that's impacting your career, right? So watch out for getting kind of stuck in situations, falling back into old habits and patterns. Be mindful, because this can also be about Capricorns or dealing with Capricorns or people who have like a really significant Saturn aspect in their chart. Okay. Good luck, my Libras and Libra risings. I'll catch you guys back here in December. What's up, Scorpio and Scorpio rising? Welcome to your November 2024 horoscope. Happy birthday to my Scorpios if it's your birthday. I hope it's a good one. Mine's on the 11th. It's coming up. So let me know how your guys' birthday goes. Obviously, I've got lots of stuff to talk to you about. And there's some pros and there's some cons. So we'll start with the positive. The positive is that you're going to see at the very beginning of the month, there is going to be a new moon in your sign. This will be on November 1st. You'll have a new moon in Scorpio. So if you're a Scorpio rising, it's in your first house. This will be at 9 degrees. So if you have anything 8, 9, 10 degrees of Scorpio, this is a really significant new moon for you. See it as a fresh start. If it's your birthday, it's a brand new year, new beginnings, set new intentions. New moon in Scorpio in your first house means new moon, new you. So you want to ask yourself, what do I want to change or transform? What am I changing? Right? And it can be your appearance, and you're planting these seeds, and they will eventually evolve over the better part of the next 2 to 4 weeks, but you'll see it over 6 months' time. There's going to be some kind of change. And new moons in the first house are very fertile. They're ripe with opportunity for if you want to look different, if you want to dress different, if you want to change something about your personal goals, that's what you're going to end up doing over the next 6 months. And the ruler of this particular new moon, obviously, is going to be Pluto and Mars, which are in opposition at the time of the new moon. You'll see Pluto in your third house, where it's wrapping up, making big changes in how you communicate, learn, think, and connect, possibly online. And Mars will be in Cancer in the ninth house, which deals with far distance traveling and things revolving around education, right? It can also be about learning, publishing, traveling. So for everyone, the Mars-Pluto opposition, you know, it's intense. It's intense because it's in cardinal signs, which are reactionary. It's intense because it's at 29 degrees, so it feels like some significant ending of sorts, or some, you know, power struggle. And we will see Mars and Pluto opposed several times. In your chart, Mars also rules like scheduling and health and coworkers. And so with Mars in opposition to Pluto in your ninth and your third house, it almost seems like your goal is to think differently, to believe that things can change, to be more optimistic, to believe that there is some kind of divine order, that the universe does intervene, and whatever is happening right now is happening for a reason, and it's to help you have some faith, right? Mars in the ninth house. Set your intentions, they're big ones. Obviously, with that being said, because you're also ruled by Mars and Pluto, the Mars-Pluto opposition is a big deal. So even outside of the new moon, you're going to feel from the end of October all the way to like the 5th or 6th of November, the Mars-Pluto opposition is intense. Be mindful of how you communicate. Be mindful of traveling. Be careful when you're in cars or when you're kind of going in and out of like airports and stuff. Take your time. Don't rush. I feel like this is about more of like a change of your mind. It's not so much connected to traveling, but you can see some friction there. And then obviously on the 6th of the month, then we're going to see Mars change signs. Mars will go into Leo. Okay, actually both of your chart rulers are going to oppose each other and they're going to change signs. Wild. So Mars now for the next month or so is going to be putting much more action, motivation, momentum into your career. And this is good because Mars does well in the 10th house, and you're going to have about a month of this before it retrogrades. My feeling on this is for Scorpios, because it'll go retrograde into your ninth, is like you're getting as much work done as you can in November. So if you want to take time off in December for the holidays and travel, you can. Some of you guys will be feeling like you want to go and look for a new job, or you're going back to school, or you're thinking about retiring or changing careers. That's fine if that's something that you want to do. Just keep in mind that Mars is in shadow, so you may change your mind. But you are Mars, so there's a lot of visibility of you out in the world. And it can be good because you're being seen more, but also you can be seen with Mars in the 10th house as like kind of scrappy, combative, like there can be some tension with people, there can be like a lot of competitiveness. So watch for that. On the other hand, the other thing that's going to come up is you're going to see Pluto is going to go into Aquarius. And so it's going to go into Aquarius around the 19th of November. Here's the deal. You've seen Pluto go in and out of Aquarius already in the last year or so. You've seen that it's foreshadowing and showing you all of the changes that are coming for your home, for your family, for your private life. Yes, Pluto is drama, right? We can see conflict. We can see endings and beginnings. Some of you guys have had crisis involving your parents. Some of you guys have had a crisis involving your home. Others have seen the reality that where they've been living isn't where they want to live anymore, and they're going to move. So you have 20 years-ish to work this out, but just know that both of your chart rulers moving into new signs, and they're going to be in Pluto, in Aquarius, and in Leo, and then they will oppose each other again. Something about the redirection, the change that's going on, either with your career or your reputation, where you're working and how you're working, is going to have an impact on your home and your private life in some way. And this can also involve your parents. The 4th and the 10th house can be your parents as well. So I'm curious, you guys will have to let me know what's happening, but pay attention to all of those dates as they are very important. Now, outside of that, on the 2nd of the month, Mercury moves into Sagittarius, and the second house where Mercury will be is all about money, okay? How you spend money, what you own, what you possess, your spending power. Mercury is tied to your goals, your friends and associations, as well as your 8th house, which deals with joint resources, things like taxes, inheritances, mutual resources and investments that you might have with a partner. Heads up, Mercury will go retrograde here, okay? So in my opinion, this month is very financial in a lot of ways. You're going to see retrogrades in your 2nd house that are going to oppose your 2nd house ruler. So whether you're changing insurance, you're changing something about your investment strategy, maybe money is owed to you and it's coming back to you in some way. Maybe it's a situation where you're having to sit down and negotiate something with someone. That is going to be kind of the theme that you'll see later in the month. But Mercury in Sag, even though it's in its fall, it's generally, at least it's more optimistic. So you might be really optimistic about, yeah, I'm going to get this, bonus, or like this money is going to show up, or I'm getting this settlement, or I'm getting, this inheritance. But it's going to take time for you to receive whatever you're going to cash in on. So just don't count your chickens before they hatch. Then you're going to see on the 6th, Mars goes into Leo. On the 11th, Venus goes into Capricorn. So the planet of love, relationships, money, as well as kind of your intuitive planet. I mean, it's connected to your 12th house. This can be about resting and recuperating. Venus goes into the 3rd house. So Scorpio and Scorpio risings could be a really great time to travel with your partner. It could be a really great time to go on a road trip, to pick up a new book, to learn something new that could be about art or beauty. You might also be enjoying the company of siblings and neighbors and close friends a little bit more with this transit. On the 19th, Pluto enters into Aquarius, so you're going to start to see that growing change happening in your home. If you're Scorpio, Sun, Moon, Rising, 0 to about 5 degrees, over the next year, you're going to be under a Pluto square. Pluto will be squaring you, so you'll be going through some major significant changes. And then we're going to see on the 21st of the month, then the Sun enters into Sagittarius. So, your work, career, reputation planet is in the 2nd house. I mean, Sagittarius season with the Sun and Mercury in your 2nd house is generally your money-making season. And whether that's like your business is busier then, maybe you're spending more money because of your birthday, maybe this is when you're really focusing on like gift buying, whatever it is, like there's more money that can come in and go out during this particular month. So your mind's on your money. There's definitely lots of themes revolving around that, but you're going to have to watch the Mercury retrograde kind of play out. So outside of those transits, on the 25th of November, Mercury will turn retrograde in your 2nd house. So remember that retrogrades slow things down. So some of you guys might notice that you're like, hey, I'm spending too much money. I have to slow down on how much I'm spending. Some of you guys will be like, I am, going back and focusing on saving money, or I'm paying off debt. Mercury represents other people's stuff. So it's a good transit if somebody owes you money, right? If somebody owes you money, that money may come back to you. If you're supposed to get reimbursed for something, if you're supposed to get a refund, you may get that. Granted, it might take a little bit of time, but you should get it. The other thing to kind of think about is that while Mercury goes retrograde, okay, it's associated with Jupiter because it's Sagittarius. And Jupiter is associated with Mercury. So they are saying the same thing, but they're in opposite of each other. So there can be this back and forth that you're having with like somebody else about your financial situation and wanting more money and trying to negotiate a sale or a purchase. It can also mean there's a back and forth about what is owed to you, right? Or what is supposed to be given to you. So if you're expecting a refund or something like that, you can go through that. Jupiter rules your 5th house of investments, and it can also be about the stock market. So some of you guys might be like, okay, I'm moving money around, something's changing, or I've made money and I want to cash out. Be very careful with money stuff. With a Mercury retrograde and with planets in your 2nd house that are going to square Saturn, it tells me that you want to be more conservative with your investments. Like Sagittarius is about risk, right? Saturn is not about risk. Saturn is like, no, we're going to be careful. We're not going to like jump into something and invest in something we don't know, or we're not going to spend a bunch of money on something if we know we're not ready. So be very careful. Don't be gambling away or investing in anything that you're not potentially willing to lose, because that could happen with the squares to Saturn. I'll also tell you that like Sun and Mercury square Saturn, there can be a sense of spending money on things that you think are going to bring you happiness. And then the squares to Saturn is like, that didn't make me happy. that wasn't fun. Or I traveled somewhere and like it wasn't a good time, So there is a sense of really needing to mind some of the squares for those reasons. And there can be some financial stuff that can come up between you and a romantic partner or you and a child, where there is like a difference of opinion about what's going on with money and like what you've given them versus like what they've given you or what they owe you. On the 15th of the month, Saturn goes direct in Pisces. So this means that, Saturn has been retrograde. It's in your house of romance. So if you guys have felt like there's been some blockages with romance, meeting people, feeling creative, being happy, this can kind of start to ease up a little bit now that Saturn's going direct. I also feel like if there has been some distancing, disconnect, or not communicating or kind of connecting with a romantic partner or a child, this could also ease up as well. It's possible this could get better. Saturn is connected to communication. So especially like communicating matters of the heart, or, maybe it's about creative writing. If you felt like kind of creatively blocked, it might ease up. Then you're going to see on the 1st, you have the new moon that's going to be in your 1st house. And then on the 15th, you're going to have the full moon that's going to be in your 7th house. So here's the deal. The 15th and the 16th are interesting because you're going to see not only a full moon in your relationship zone, but you're also going to see the sun in your sign in opposition to Uranus. I could see some friction in a relationship here, so be advised, Scorpio and Scorpio risings. Full moon in the 7th is some kind of, completion or conclusion in regards to intentions you set with relationships 6 months ago when the sun was in Taurus. Full moon in the 7th are things like sometimes people get engaged, sometimes people get married, sometimes people have big business deals, sometimes we end up meeting somebody new who ends up being significant to us in some way. So those of you guys who are partnered, there's going to be a lot more focus and emphasis on your partner. Relationships that have been kind of rocky or having issues for a little while, watch out because the full moon's going to be conjunct Uranus, which is like erratic, sudden, explosive. You never know what you're going to get. It could be fine one minute and the next minute it's not. So definitely like with the full moon conjunct Uranus, for some people it's like we are suddenly eloping and getting married and that's the shock and surprise. But for other people, it could be a partner that's like, that's it, I'm done, I'm out of here. Thankfully, when the full moon comes through, it is going to be ruled by Venus, and Venus is in the 3rd house. So the shock and surprise could be a conversation. It could literally be a surprise. They surprise you with a trip. They surprise you with a gift. It could be that they give you a note or a letter you didn't expect coming. The surprise could be that you hear or communicate, with a sibling, that they reach out to you and it's more about the relationship with them, or maybe it's about moving. I hope it's positive. I just know that the 15th and the 16th, between the full moon and then the sun in your sign opposing Uranus, it does make me feel like it could be a bit of a standoff. So just a heads up. All right, so with that being said, for the rest of the month, on the 2nd, we're going to have a really great communication day. And I think it's actually going to be very powerful for you, Scorpio. So obviously, I encourage you guys to use this day because I think it's a great communication day right before we get into the Mercury retrograde shadow. So Mercury will be in your 1st house, which means what you're thinking and what you have to say is very much in alignment. Like you have the ability to be heard. Mercury will sextile Pluto. Okay, so this means that you might write something, post something, share something, learn something, make a phone call, send an email, whatever, and like your gut and your intuition is like, I just have to say this, or I just have to put this out there, or like something. And it's going to give you the opportunity to really get your point across, to feel heard. Also, Mercury will be trining Mars, which will be in Cancer. So you may feel the instinctual gut feeling that's like, I got to go back to school. I got to start looking at colleges. I got to go get a certification. I got to start writing my book. I need to reach out to my teacher. I need to book this travel. Something like that may happen. And just like listen to your gut, because if Mercury's in your sign, it's a little bit more intuitive. And you may just have this feeling that, you need to reach out to somebody, or that you need to get started with some travel or education. Then on the 3rd of the month, this is when Mars in your 9th house opposes Pluto. So that's a tense day because there can be some, power struggles revolving around traveling, communicating, some law-related issues. There's some tension there, basically. Then on the 4th of the month, you're going to see the sun in Scorpio in your 1st house trining Saturn. And this is about like you being very much in alignment with your self-love, with your happiness, with also your children, with your romantic partners, protecting what you love and what's most important to you, and like also really focusing on kind of building yourself up and like knowing that you are enough. Really investing in your own personal happiness, doing something creative, right? And kind of sharing it with the world. On the 6th, this is when Mercury shadow begins. So the potential back and forth with money can happen. I do think that I would be careful with borrowing and lending. I do think I'd be careful with moving money around or between accounts. And I would be trying to be as clear as possible about what you're doing with finances with another person, because it's definitely going to be about a back and forth with another person. Same day, Mars enters Leo, so that starts heating up for about a month until the beginning of December, your career zone. So you're feeling more motivated to want to go out there, get stuff done, and a little bit more competitive, I guess, with Mars in the 10th house. Then on the 9th, you're going to see Venus and Sagittarius in your money house come into a square with Saturn. So I'm going to give you guys this forewarning, okay? On the 9th, luxury purchases, investments, taking a risk, taking a chance, gambling something, it doesn't matter how big or how small it is, it may not pay off. Be very careful, especially if you're trying to like invest in style changes, I would say, or if it's going to be like stock and investment stuff. I would stay away from any transactions on this day. And this is where we don't feel like the love, right? And Venus rules relationships and things that are subconscious. So there can be this sense of being like, I'm trying to do everything I can to feel beautiful or feel attractive, and I'm not getting that appreciation, or I'm not getting, those compliments, and you're just kind of like, oh, So take really good care of yourself and don't allow any like self-esteem blows on this day. On the 12th of the month, then we see Mercury in your money house in Sagittarius come into a square with Saturn. And this is going to be like possibly about something that somebody has given you and you're like, oh, that doesn't make me happy, or I don't like that. It could also be that there is some very critical criticism that's kind of coming up about an investment that you've made or a purchase that you've made, and it may not make you feel good. And this is also not a good day for investments, borrowing or lending. And then we're going to see on the 16th of the month, the sun in your first house makes an opposition to Uranus. This is right after the full moon. So it does feel like there's a lot of being like, let me do my thing. Sun in the first house is like, let me be in charge, let me shine. And Uranus in the 7th house is like where other people are acting kind of wildly. And it might not necessarily be with a romantic partner. It actually could be with a family member, because Uranus rules family, right? So it can be like with a male family member, the sun. And I'm looking at like the sun opposed Uranus, where there could be some tension with a relationship. And then obviously, Mars in opposition to Pluto. Some Scorpio and Scorpio risings, there's like some family drama brewing. And I don't know if it necessarily involves you, but you might feel like you're kind of getting hit in the crossfire. Then we've got on the 18th, Mercury in your money house, where you're talking about, thinking about, trying to negotiate things, makes an opposition to Jupiter. Where then you're like, well, what if I do this? Will you give me that? Or I'll take whatever I can get. Like there's like a bartering kind of vibe here. There is a negotiating kind of vibe here. I feel like there can be a back and forth about expenses revolving around children. There can be a back and forth revolving around settlements, like things revolving around child support, spousal support, divorce settlements, because Mercury is what somebody else wants and Jupiter is what you want. And both of these are in opposition to each other, and they're squaring Saturn. So you're either not on the same frame of mind with another person when it comes to investments or when it comes to expenses relating to children. If not, you're going to be trying to negotiate a refund. You're going to be trying to get something to come back to you. And there's going to be a sense of like trying to get what you can. The positive is that with Mercury in opposition to Jupiter, you may get some good news, but it may be too good to be true. Because remember, at this point, like Mercury is retrograde. So there is something that's like, it's still getting kind of worked out. We're not entirely too clear of, what's actually coming up. Anyway, let's see what else here. And then on the 19th, or Mercury's in shadow. Sorry, it's not retrograde yet. It's in shadow. Then on the 19th, you're going to see Pluto in Aquarius. So we talked about how it's going into your 4th house. And then on the 25th, then Mercury is retrograde and it will oppose Jupiter again. So there, I wonder what the negotiation is. You guys will have to let me know. And then on the 27th, the Sun in Sagittarius in your money house, okay, is making a trine to Mars. This is a good aspect for you. This is where you feel like you have the upper hand. You feel like you have control in a situation. It might mean that there is some positive change going on with your money or your income, which is allowing you to rise up in ranks and have more authority or have more seniority at work or more visibility. And you're like, yes, I'm being seen, like, you know, money is coming in. Or there is a decision that is made by a boss or a judge or a superior, somebody who is going to be able to grant or allow you to have control over resources or some kind of money. So that could happen as well. That's a really good aspect, Scorpio, for work. Even though Mars is in shadow, I feel like it's great. And I'm wondering with some of you guys, because Mars is in shadow and you've got like these oppositions, you know, are some of you guys negotiating a settlement? Are some of you guys negotiating a retirement package, severance package? Are some of you guys negotiating a new job? That it's like, okay, then all of a sudden something opens up and you're like, okay, great, this new job is starting and I gotta move, right? Or vice versa, or now I'm working from home. Something like that might happen. It's a crazy month. I mean, with of course it would be your guys' birthday month that both of your rulers go into new signs and they oppose each other, right? Let me know what happens and let's see what the cards say for you guys for the next month. I get the 6 of Swords. You know, it's funny. I was just thinking about that. I was like, they're either traveling or they're moving or they're relocating, right? 6 of Swords. This is limbo. Yes, some of you guys might feel like you're in limbo, right? And it could be relationship-wise, it could be job-wise. But this is moving on to smoother waters, places where there's going to be more peace, right? It's not going to be so chaotic. Things are going to kind of calm down a little bit. Yes, it could take a couple weeks for you to get there, about 6 weeks. It might mean that you have to travel across water or, you know, further away, or that you need to go somewhere, like you just need a break or you just need to kind of rest or recuperate a little bit. I get it, but like, your chart ruler is in the 10th house. So you're still going to be doing some kind of work. I don't think you get to escape, but there was this feeling of like things becoming more peaceful and kind of going in a direction where things are going to kind of calm down a little bit in a couple weeks' time. Good luck. I hope that's helpful, and have a happy birthday if you're a November Scorpio. I'll catch you guys back here in December. All right, we got Sagittarius rising. What's going on, Sag? And happy birthday to you if you are a November Sagittarius. I hope it's a good one. All right, guys, pull up a seat because we're going to have a chat because there's a lot of stuff going on this month. And truth be told, the ball is in your court. How you decide to handle things this month or mishandle things this month is going to be on you, okay? So really hear me out on this, because there are so many aspects going on that's not only involving Mercury retrograde in your sign where you're discombobulated, but also the aspects to Jupiter, which is your chart ruler. So to put it very simply, just to kind of show you what I'm talking about, your chart ruler is Jupiter. Okay, Jupiter's retrograde. It's not really doing anything, but we are going to see that there are going to be some oppositions to Jupiter. Venus will oppose Jupiter and Mercury will oppose Jupiter. So when Jupiter's in the 7th house, this is your relationship with others, your relationship with siblings, with clients, with therapists, with committed partnerships and relationships. So to me, it looks like you're reevaluating these things right now with the retrograde. Where the 7th house is other people, it can be your marketplace too. The 1st house is the self. So the first thing you do in the morning, how you communicate, what you get up and do, what actions you take, your physical body and appearance. And you're going to see a number of planets go through Sagittarius this month and oppose Jupiter. So it's kind of like you might be at a distance from a partner. You might need some space from a partner. You might be reevaluating who you are outside of a relationship. And they're going to square Saturn. So it's going to be about how two sides work on a situation in regards to the home. For some Sagittarius, it's going to be like, how do I work with my siblings to handle a family situation, taking care of a parent, taking care of a relative, dealing with a property or real estate matter. For others, it's going to be, well, how am I dealing with a living situation? I'm taking some space from a partner. Maybe we're trying to figure out how we sell a house or kind of dissolve some joint investment in real estate. For others, it could mean we're now trying to come together and we're trying to build our own space or our own home, and like, how do we navigate that? So it's going to be different for all of you guys. But the reason why I say it's really up to you is because Mercury will be going through your sign. Okay. And Mercury is usually associated with other people. It's also about work and responsibility. But when Mercury's in the first house, it's like, hold on a second, my relationship to myself, my thoughts, my communications, my responsibilities, and you have to be focused there. Yes, can a Mercury retrograde in the first house? Can you decide to pull out of a relationship? Yes, you can. Can you decide that you want to change jobs? Yes, you can. Can you decide that you want to, totally change up your hair and your appearance and your clothes and have a brand new you? Yeah, but I wouldn't do that during a Mercury retrograde because you're changing your mind. You're under construction. Especially like you can be very sensitive to the feedback that you're getting from other people. And whether that's a comment, a friend makes about your style or a partner makes about your hair or your body or your weight or something, you can be very sensitive about that. And you're going to be more likely to make decisions because of what people are telling you that you may actually regret. So you have to be really in touch with who you are, what you want, and what's best for you. Everybody else comes second to that. Okay? All right. So with that being said, let's start at the beginning of the month. So the 2nd of the month, you're going to see Mercury enter into Sagittarius. So you've got your 7th house ruler on the ascendant. Communicating with partners, meeting clients, being relationship oriented, bringing people in. These are all possible things that could happen. Equally, I see this as a situation where, you're going to need to be more mindful of the things you say, because Mercury in Sag is in its fall. There can be a tendency to be extremely blunt, say what's on your mind, and like there can be a tendency with Mercury squaring Saturn and opposing Jupiter that you can say some very honest, blunt things that can actually create some conflict in the family or with a relationship. So you've been forewarned. On the 6th of the month, Mars enters Leo. So Mars will leave Cancer, where it's been in your 8th house of joint finances, resources, emotions, psychological stuff. And now it's going to move for about a month into your 9th house, which means that perhaps you're like, I'm traveling, I'm going to a foreign country, I'm going to be, going back to school, I'm focusing on teaching, I'm going to write a book, I'm learning more about new hobbies, I'm focusing on advertising. Maybe it's that you're taking your kids to college, maybe that you're planning, a trip with your romantic partner or your children. But that'll be a month of that. And it's good because it's going to trine your sun, moon, or rising if you're a Sagittarius, an early Sagittarius. And it'll make you more adventurous and like you live the 9th house. So it'll be fun. However, it's in shadow, so it will retrograde. So that means that perhaps you have travel planned. And I would say for the Sagittariuses that have travel planned in December, better make sure you have trip insurance or stuff that's refundable. Because once Mars starts going retrograde in your 8th house, travel plans can kind of get skewed from about December into about March. And you may be trying to get a refund while Mars is in your 8th house, right? This could also be that you're going back and forth, revolving around, what are my beliefs about life? What is it that I love? What's going to make me happy? You might go back and take courses and stuff on creative things like art and music and performance. But I feel like this may also kind of dipping into Cancer, bring up some like psychological stuff from your childhood. It's a lot of like healing stuff in regards to the inner child. Anyway, that's next month. On the 11th, Venus goes into Capricorn. So Venus will move into your 2nd house, which is a house she likes to be in. Beauty, pleasure, indulging, luxury goods, fine food, all that stuff is generally the 2nd house. And Venus is connected to your health habits, daily routines, and your friends. So likely, you're more willing to spring on quality products, food, clothes. You're willing to make food, bring kind of indulgent things to social gatherings. Maybe you're spending more money on pets. You're spending more money also on socializing. But it's a good transit with Venus in the 2nd house. Good for money too. On the 19th of the month, Pluto leaves Capricorn, it goes into Aquarius. So you're like, I'm done with like all this money stuff. I don't want to deal with it anymore. I'm good. And it goes into your third house of the mind. Okay. So this is how you think, how you learn, how you communicate. This is also your community, your vehicles, computers, laptops, cell phones. So it's not unusual that this transit goes hand in hand with like, oh, I broke my phone, I got a new iPhone, or bought, my computer crashed, I bought a new desktop. My car broke down, I got a new car. And Pluto in Aquarius is technology, it's innovations, it's the future. So it's going to be something that's going to be kind of more future oriented when it comes to communication and connection. Thankfully, especially if you're an early degree Sagittarius rising, this is going to sextile your sun, moon, or rising. So it's actually really helping you get around, learn, communicate better. And I'm not really too worried about this particular transit because it's pretty friendly with the fire signs. And then on the 21st of the month, the sun enters Sagittarius. So from the 21st through the end of November, we're in Sagittarius season. The sun will be dancing on your rising if you're a Sag rising. And so this might mean that you're traveling. It might mean that you're more wanderlust. You're bringing more attention in. People see you. You're feeling a little bit more adventurous and also spontaneous when it comes to getting out in the world and seeing people. Great time for morning rituals, having a morning routine, being super aware and focused of what's going on with yourself and your own needs, okay? You constantly have to check in with yourself all month long. And it's like, okay, this is where I'm at and this is what my clients or my siblings or my romantic partners need from me. Is that good for me? Okay, great. Then the squares to Saturn. This is what my family is demanding of me and this is how it makes me feel. Is it good for me? A lot of checking in with yourself this month. So if you guys can do that, you'll be able to navigate it better. On the 25th, Mercury turns retrograde. And because Mercury is about work and relationships, there can be a sense of you being like, I do not want to communicate with people. My ex texted me or called me. I don't want to talk to them. I don't want to go back to work. I need a break. I want to change careers. I want to change jobs. I want to change my schedule. That can be coming up for you. And be very mindful. If you're going to make any major changes to your body, you might want to wait, right? So like tattoos, piercings, coloring your hair, changing all of your clothes, your style, anything revolving around surgery, permanent changes, right? Just pump the brakes a little bit. You might be feeling like you're having a crisis and you're like, I want to cut my, all my hair off, or I want to get a tattoo. Like just wait, let that pass. And then when you're out of the retrograde, let's see if that's stuff that you still want to do. Okay. Watch out for miscommunications at work and also with relationships. That can happen and you can feel a little tongue-tied. On the 15th of the month, you're going to see Saturn go direct in Pisces. Okay. So where Saturn has been retrograde in your fourth house, where probably you have felt like burdened with some home or family responsibility, taking care of an older relative, managing more around the house, mom duties, delays with, developing real estate or property, selling things. I mean, just the financial kind of like responsibility of things as well has probably been a little heavy. So now Saturn's going to go direct, which means like if you've been doing your due diligence to walk the line, to help family, to stay on top of your finances, the good news is that like Saturn will reward you and like you will kind of start to see what all the hard work and investment was for. And you can see progress going on with like home development stuff. Then we're going to see on the 1st of the month, a new moon in Scorpio in your natal 12th house, which is moody, private, subconscious, hidden, spiritual. Like part of me feels inclined to tell you guys, this is where you want to like go and have your own private space. This is where you want to light your candles, meditate, take a bath, like detox, like keep to yourself and just kind of set intentions in a very private way. This is also the time when the sun and other planets are going through your 12th house that you're reevaluating what's happened in this last year, like what you want to hold on to and what you want to let go of and what you're opening up to in the future, what you're carrying into this next year. So find a way to kind of wrap this year up and kind of ritualize it. Mars and Pluto are the rulers. Pluto will be in your 2nd house of money. Mars will be in your 8th house of other people's money. And it looks like there can be some anxiety that's coming up revolving around like, okay, like what do I have power and control over, and like who has control over me, or the debt or the financial obligations or the money that I owe, like anything like that. Like especially in the 2nd and the 8th house, it makes me feel like there's some tension revolving around spending and also like saving. And it looks like you can kind of spin out a little bit about it. So just take your time. Don't worry about a situation. The situation is going to sort itself out through the Mars retrograde over the next couple of months. Focusing on self-investment and self-esteem is really important with the second house where Pluto is, and Venus is there as well. So that's definitely something that you want to prioritize. All right, and let's see, what else do we have here? All right, on the 15th of the month, we're going to have a full moon in Taurus. This full moon will be in your 5th house of health, wellness, daily routine, coworkers, pets, as well as your office space. So when you have a full moon here, obviously pay attention to your health. You know, there can be health results and health stuff that can come up. There can be shocks and surprises with pets, radical changes to your schedule. There can be like things like your whole, day kind of falling apart and you didn't see it coming. There can also be stuff that comes up where, there is some drama in the workplace, right? And Uranus, it will be conjunct Uranus. So it means that, shocking and surprising news, communication, technological issues, there could be energy issues, there could be power outages and things that are actually inhibiting you from working, or a computer outage, like something like that, where you're like, how am I going to work? Like, this isn't, I can't have access to my computer or my phone or my software, or my whole schedule, got locked up and now I can't get in and I don't know who I'm supposed to be seeing or having meetings with. Something like that can happen. The full moon is ruled by Venus, and Venus will be in the 2nd house. So it makes me feel like if something like that happens, where a computer fries, a laptop, a phone, it can be fixed, but you're going to have to pay for it. It can also mean that this is a time where you're having to spend money on decor and updating a office space, or maybe decorating an office space. Maybe you're having to pay for a car, like servicing a car or a vehicle, and it needs to be done, but you're like, I just don't have time for this. Something like that can happen. And also shocks and surprises, gatherings, gifts, get-togethers at work, people bringing in like sweets and other things, or bringing you stuff for your birthday maybe. So it could be that you're getting like gifts and like sweets and stuff. Maybe you have an office party. All right. So with that being said, let's get to the other transits for the month. I feel, and I've said this to other signs, that you have two options. You can decide that you're going to do your Mercury retrograde stuff before the shadow, which will be on the 6th, or you can ride out the storm, see what happens, and then in December assess what has changed and then kind of go from there. I feel like you're one of those signs that probably should ride out the storm. So if you want to do your Mercury retrograde stuff early and you can get all your communication stuff done early, do it sometime between the end of October and the 2nd of November. I like the 2nd of November best because you're going to see Mercury in Scorpio in your 12th house, which is subconscious and kind of mystical, magical, intuitive, and dreamlike. It will sextile Pluto. So you may have a hunch or a feeling, or you're given some advice, or you're talking to a partner or an advisor about a financial situation. Hey, put your money in this account, move it to that account, get some cash, have some food on hand. Like somebody's going to say something like that to you. And you're going to be like, okay, maybe that's a good idea. And then Mercury in the 12th house will also come into a trine with Mars in Cancer, which will be in the 8th house, which is about preparation, protection, emotional, psychological things. Like it's very psychic and intuitive, some of the trines that are going on. And whether your gut's telling you to make a move, make an investment, your family's telling you feel like you want to stock something up in your house, there's something here that I would really pay attention to, because your intuition, your dreams, your gut is going to give you some insight before the Mercury retrograde. Okay? So that's the best day to do stuff. Otherwise, just write it out, because I think you're going to have to, honestly, with the retrograde in your 1st house and all the squares and oppositions. There's going to be some kind of back and forth you're going to do with somebody, and you need to see where that leaves you. Back and forth with a sibling about a family matter, back and forth with a romantic partner from the past, back and forth with a committed relationship, whether you're staying together or not. If you guys can figure out the future, I would say write it out. Let me know what happens. On the 3rd, then we're going to have Mars in your 8th house opposed Pluto. And this Mars-Pluto opposition is really significant. Mars rules the North Node. Mars is also at a critical degree. Pluto is at a critical degree. And this basically means that there is some conflict going on with somebody else's money. It could be money somebody owes you. It could be, your partner's resources. It could be some like banking institution that you're kind of banking with, and it'll oppose Pluto, which means it can impact your physical resources. It can impact your financial power, having power over your stuff. So when I think about, the Mercury sextile and the trine, it's like, yeah, I would have cash, I'd have some food, I'd have some extra things, just in the off chance that you're like, shit, my account got hacked and now it's like locked up for a week and I don't have any access to my debit card. You will be fine, because that's the kind of stuff that can happen. The 8th house is crime. Or if that has already happened, it can be reinstated, during the retrograde. We'll see, but be very careful with passwords, financial kind of information, sensitive information pertaining to your debt, your credit, your accounts. Be very careful there. The same day that Mars opposes Pluto, which is gnarly, Venus in Sagittarius in your sign, protecting you on your ascendant, is going to make an opposition to Jupiter. So this tells me that you're like reaching out to another person. What do you need? I'm here. How can I help you? How can I be of service to you? How can I clean this up, fix this, fix you, heal you? And it could be a friend, a family member, a partner. Venus is protecting you. And Venus on your ascendant opposition to, Venus on your ascendant in opposition to Jupiter, it can mean that like it's a love at first sight situation. Like somebody sees you across the room and they're like, oh my God, that person is beautiful. And they just like, dart over to you and like they won't leave you alone, right? So it can be really great. Venus also is kind of connected to friends. So you can have friends that are all kind of coming together, gathering with you, helping you celebrate, the fact that there is some big change going on in a relationship. And it could be that you're entering into a union and so you're celebrating with people. It could be that friends are supporting you if you're deciding to walk away from something. All right, so then we're going to see on the 4th of the month, the sun in Scorpio in your 12th house will come into a trine with Saturn in Pisces in your 4th. And for me, this would be like traveling, going back home to see family, traveling in a foreign land and researching anything connecting to your culture, your ancestry. This can also be about some rest and recuperation, or doing like a travel trip or something with like a retreat where you can be by water, rest, recuperate, or do something that's spiritual. And it's very emotionally grounding as well. Then on the 6th of the month, you're going to see the Mercury shadow begins. Okay, so by the 6th, Mercury is already going to start coming into the degrees where it will retrograde, and you're really going to see especially around the 12th to the 18th, lots of stuff get kicked up in the pre-shadow. So you've been forewarned that things get a little crazy after that. Then we're going to see Mars go into Leo. So that can be prompting travel, especially with the sun in the 12th, or taking action when it comes to learning, education, publishing, writing, all of that stuff. Teaching as well. On the 9th of the month, we're going to see Venus in Sagittarius square Saturn in Pisces. So Venus in your first house, which is about your beauty, your appearance, your affection, squaring Saturn, where you are trying to be charming, personable, helpful. You're trying to connect maybe with a parent. Maybe you're trying to be of assistance, and like a family member goes cold on you and they're not receptive and they're not warm. Maybe it's a situation where, you're doing everything you can to kind of beautify and like make your house look like lovely, and you've got somebody in the home that's like, eh. It could be a sibling that's giving you a hard time. It could be a roommate, it could be a romantic partner. And you're not going to see things go the way that you want it to go when it comes to home property and real estate. There's going to be a block or a delay. So be mindful of that day. On the 12th, then we're going to see Mercury come into the same square with Saturn, okay? And Mercury in the first is how you communicate, rules 7th house with other people, and you're not seeing eye to eye about a home, a family matter. And I think you're going to have a squabble with someone, about like, do we move or do we not move? Or how do we take care of mom? Or like, do we sell this house? And like, you're not getting along with somebody, like you're not seeing eye to eye about how to handle this situation. You feel like there's a block. Then you're going to see on the 16th of the month, the sun in Scorpio in the 12th opposes Uranus in the 6th. You got to be mindful that, the 12th house is like the emotional health, the subconscious, sleep, and the 6th house is health and habits. You're going to have a full moon in your sixth house. You're going to have Sun in opposition to Uranus. I think some of you guys might be so emotionally spent and exhausted that you can make yourself sick. Even with a Mercury retrograde in your first, you can make yourself sick, worrying about things, stressing out about things. The Sun rules the ninth house, so there can be some unexpected changes going on with travel, education that kind of come out of the blue, or maybe you're like traveling, you're on a different time zone and your sleep schedule's kind of all over the place, or you're having trouble sleeping. I could see that. But you know, the mental emotional affects the physical, and the physical affects the mental emotional. So we want to kind of get into balance this month and like take note of where we need more rest or where we need more physical kind of activity. The Mercury retrograde is about making all of those adjustments. Then you're going to see on the 18th of the month, this is a colorful day, Mercury in your sign opposes Jupiter in your 7th. Now, for some people, this could mean if you are traveling, you end up meeting a foreigner and you just connect with somebody, you start talking to them. You may not even speak the same language. You may not even care, right? You don't care that you can't understand them. You're like, it's fine. You're beautiful. Shut up. But it could also mean that in a relationship, you know, you guys are both saying the same thing, but you're not getting it. Like you guys aren't understanding each other. Like you guys are both on the same team. You want the same things, but it almost feels as if you're preaching or kind of like fighting with each other, you know, because of the mutual reception. Nevertheless, oppositions can almost be like conjunctions. So, you know, because you're feeling a little wanderlust and you're traveling and you're exploring, it's like, boom, it just brings somebody right in. You just meet a new client, you meet a new romantic partner, you meet a new business partner, you know, you bring in the people that you need. Yeah, that's pretty much it. I mean, it's a transit that's great if you're single because you could meet someone because you're Jupiter and they're Mercury. It's more challenging if you're in a relationship because you're trying to get on the same wavelength as another person, and there could be cultural differences, philosophical differences, religious differences, right? That it's kind of hard to kind of, you know, see each other's perspective. So just be understanding and receptive, and also diplomatic, I guess, is first and seventh house. Be respectful of other people's different perspective and point of view. All right, so then we're going to see on the same day, the Sun in Scorpio trines Neptune. Being emotional, sensitive, compassionate, releasing, letting something go, kind of healing, right? And especially when it comes to a home or a family matter. Then you're going to see on the 19th, Pluto goes into Aquarius, where there's lots of changes going on with communication, technology, and getting around town. And then on the 27th of the month, we're going to see the Sun in Sag in your first house, trining Mars in Leo in the 9th. I feel like this is a day where you're like, I am traveling. I am going somewhere. And have at it, just know that Mercury is retrograde. So for some of you guys, the Mercury retrograde is like, yeah, I'm intentionally taking time off. I'm going to be away from work or away from a partner. Or I'm going to be in another country. Great. Just tag your luggage, double check your flights, get places early, bring a translating app, you know, like that kind of stuff. Translation is a huge theme with the Mercury retrograde opposed Jupiter. I think there are going to be some things that are going to be said or interpretations of things that may make zero sense. Out in the world, I think it's more people's interpretation of the law and trying to find workarounds revolving around things and how that's going to impact like the court system and perhaps the election. But literally interpretation or having a mediator can be like really helpful for you this month if you feel like you need someone to kind of hear you out and like work through some stuff. And that's the month ahead. So it's a big one. I hope that was helpful. Let me see what I can tell you. And I just keep looking at Saturn in your fourth house, and I'm telling you right now, it's like, it's gonna be a lot of family stuff going on this month. There are a lot of property and real estate stuff going on this month, and you're not always gonna get along with people, and you can try your best to appeal to them, but the best thing you can do is if they're not willing to work with you, is take a step back and like let people have their moment and let them come back around. Literally, take a step back. Change your perspective, you know. I mean, it's the Hangman, and this is Saturn, and it's so funny. I love when the tarot does that. It's like, oh, you want to talk about this, and then I pull the card. Yeah, Saturn is such a huge focal point of this Mercury retrograde, as if like the mutual reception wasn't enough. Saturn really is the stinker, and it's basically saying, hold on a second, we're missing something here, or there's something we don't see, or there's something that we have to kind of let go of, or we have to release, or we need to take responsibility because Saturn will be going direct. So, responsibility for your home, your emotions, your family, for cleaning up the past, dealing with things, having better boundaries. That's going to be a huge theme. Okay? I hope it's a good one for you, Sag. Godspeed to all the mutable signs, really. But yeah, come back at the end of the month and let me know what the back and forth was. I'd be curious to know. I'll see you next month in December. What's up, Capricorn and Capricorn rising? Welcome to November 2024. I hope you guys are doing well. I'm excited to chat with you about the month ahead. 2 things right off the top of my head for you. Actually, 3 things. Okay, and then we'll do everything else. Saturn's going direct in Pisces. So that means that your chart ruler is going to wake up in the 3rd house where suddenly you have something to say. You're buying a car, you're moving, you're signing a contract, you're launching a website maybe, and you have more clarity revolving around what you think, what you say, and also if there's been some challenges with siblings or neighbors, they may get a little bit easier now. 2, Venus is in your sign, so take a selfie. You will see Venus go into Capricorn. That will be happening later in the month. And this is really good because I feel like this is good for beauty, for harmony, for recognition at work, for visibility, and also for a little bit more love, pleasure, and indulgence. So enjoy that transit. Great for beauty-related things, great for anything in regards to your appearance. And then finally, it's happening, okay? It's happening. Pluto is leaving Capricorn for good. It's gone. You're never going to see it again in your lifetime. It is going to be moving into Aquarius, where it will be going into your 2nd house, where it's going to start working on your money, your resources, and your spending power. But it'll be off of your sun, moon, or rising. So whoever you are now is very different than who you were back in 2008. There's been some dramatic shift or change that's happened. And even though it's been difficult, it has been for the better, and what doesn't kill you makes you stronger. So really, actually good news all around with these 3 transits for Capricorn. I feel like you're kind of being rewarded in a way, okay? So with that being said, let's start off at the top of the month with the ingresses. You're going to have on the 2nd of the month, Mercury is going to go into Sag. Mercury and Sag in the 12th house, it's a very intuitive transit. This is a transit where traveling, studying metaphysical things, getting readings, meditating, self-reflection are all important. Mercury rules your physical health habits and routines, so you might be more aware of self-sabotaging behavior and tendencies that can come up with this transit. And it's also about traveling, foreign places, about learning law, legality. You might be learning more about health and wellness, and it can also be about traveling to a foreign place and wrapping up what can be a matter revolving around your health, or a law or legal related matter, or educational related matter. Anyway, Mercury will retrograde through this house. So get yourself a notebook and a pen, keep it by your bed. Usually you have some pretty precognitive dreams or symbolic dreams during this transit. Write them down. Consider getting a reading or a healing during this transit. And this can also be about reworking something about international business. On the 6th of the month, you're going to see Mars leave Cancer in your 7th house and go into Leo in your 8th house, where there's going to be more action revolving around money, joint resources, shared expenses, taxes, inheritances, and money due. So when Mars goes into the 8th house, yeah, we have to pay debt, right? We have to pay money back. We have to kind of give money away. But there can also be a sense of fighting for what's owed to us. So if you're supposed to get a refund, or if you're supposed to get an inheritance, or if you're supposed to be getting some kind of support from another person, you can see that that can come back to you ultimately through the Mars retrograde, which can happen in December. All right, on the 11th of the month, Venus goes into your sign, and it will spend several weeks in your 1st house if you're a Capricorn rising. Beauty, wellness, skin routine, abundance, resources, all of that stuff. And Venus is also about your reputation. So you will get more recognition and praise, I think, for the work that you're doing. Really great time for getting creative with your style, for romance, and also for spending time and like having date nights and like doing hobbies with romantic partners or with your children, that can be something you can really enjoy. Then on the 19th of the month, you're going to see Pluto leave Capricorn and go into Aquarius in your second house, where it's going to be working on your money and your resources and your self-esteem for the better part of the next 20 years. So that's it. Pluto will leave your sign. So you guys will have to let me know your stories now that Pluto is gone, what's changed for you. And then on the 21st of the month, the sun enters Sagittarius and it goes into your 12th house. So some of you guys are resting, recuperating, healing, going to retreat centers, traveling. Others are really just becoming more quiet and reflective and like focusing on this review that you're doing before you come into your birthday year. As planets go through either your 12th house or 12th house to your sun, there is like this karmic clearing that kind of happens and you wrap things up. So you might be reviewing what you've learned about yourself over this last year. And, it seems like that's something that's going to be prolonged into December with the Mercury retrograde. All right. So with that being said, let's see what else. We're going to have Mercury go retrograde on the 25th, and it will be in your 12th house where you can have some of those changes with your sleep, precognitive dreams. You'll feel more intuitive, and you might return back to either school or a country that you've been in, that you have visited before. If you've been dealing with health issues and going in and out of treatment centers, be mindful you could go back, or you could have to go back for like a checkup. Then you're going to see on the 15th of the month, this is when Saturn goes direct and it wakes up. So you're going to feel like you have more power when it comes to communication, getting around town, writing, learning, websites, and expressing yourself. And then on the 1st of November, you'll have a new moon in Scorpio in your 11th house of friends, allies, and goals. This is a good new moon for setting goals, trying to join new groups, starting new groups. It can also be about, focusing on just getting back into the swing of having like a social life. And the ruler is Mars and Pluto. And at the time, Mars and Pluto will be in opposition to each other. So you'll have Mars and Cancer in your 7th, where there's some tension or building of a situation between you and a partner. And Pluto in your first house of self and change. And so this means that maybe you've met somebody who's trying to pursue you and they're interested in a relationship and you're hesitant. Maybe it means that, there's been some intensity going on with an existing relationship and a back and forth, and you're reluctant and unwilling to change. So with the new moon, it's basically about saying like, how can we work together, right? And even if we're not going to stay in a working relationship or a marital relationship or a committed relationship, how can we work as a team? And also where friends and other allies kind of come in to support you if you're going through any major changes that's happening between you and a partner. This can also mean that, you've got support from some kind of network. If it's not friends, it's a network that's coming in to kind of help you when it comes to navigating some changes going on with clients or with relationships with people professionally. But to me, this is a standoff. Mars in opposition to Pluto, Mars does rule family. And Mars in Cancer can be about a back and forth you're doing with a family member about home, real estate, property. It can be about with a partner where you're going back and forth about home, real estate, or property. And this will be something you're going to work out throughout the Mars retrograde, which will start in December. And then we will have a full moon that will be in the sign of Taurus, fellow sister sign in your 5th house. So full moon in Taurus in the 5th is like great for creating or completing creative projects, great for like launching your own business, really good for romance, dating, big news revolving around your children. This can also be like where you go on a date and you meet somebody. This can be where you have some stroke of luck and, you taking a chance paid off in some way. And the ruler, Venus, is in your sign. So it doesn't matter how intense things get with Mars and Pluto. Like it might be like good passion and tension with another person. It might be, even if there is some tension going on in a relationship, you have another romantic person in line, or you have a child who's saying like, I'm here to support you. What do you need? I'm here for you. Even if you and mom or you and dad aren't getting along, your kids somehow kind of come into focus with the full moon. And so it's bringing you a sense of feeling loved and supported and valued, and also focusing on prioritizing your happiness. Now the full moon's conjunct Uranus, which means it's a wild card, anything goes. There might be some unexpected expense relating to children. Uranus rules your 2nd. There might be some unexpected, love opportunity or kind of love connection. You might go out and, go and do something that's entertainment oriented and really enjoy yourself and blow up some steam. You may go to a casino and spend some money and, hit a jackpot, right? Like that could happen because Venus is in your first house and Pluto is going to be coming into your second house. So some of you guys might actually get lucky. And then we will see, let's go to the rest of the list here. Okay, so really good communication opportunities at the beginning of the month before Mercury goes into shadow. And to put it simply, the Mercury retrograde is just a hot mess. So Mercury will be going through your 12th house of the subconscious where we get a little kind of cagey and it's like hard for us to communicate or we're holding back and having a conversation with someone. So if you want to do your Mercury retrograde work early when you have good aspects, you want to do it around the 2nd. Otherwise, you need to wait till after the retrograde or when it's kind of calming down in December. So on the 2nd of the month, Mercury and Scorpio in your friend zone, so your communication connection with others, is going to come into a sextile with Pluto in your sign, which means you may have a friend, an ally, or some connection to another person who's like giving you advice, talking to you about some crisis, helping you work through something, giving you some sort of insight about yourself, or helping you become aware of your personal power, reminding you of how powerful you are. The very same day, Mercury and Scorpio will also trine Mars and Cancer in your 7th house. So not only are they saying, you can do it, you've got this, it'll be fine, I believe in you, but they're also saying like, stand up for yourself or don't take any shit from anybody or like tell your mom what's up or like leave your relationship. Like somebody is going to encourage you to like no longer continue some kind of like dynamic with another person, or they will say, well, go after it. They're interested in you. Like they're asking you out to dinner, go, and they're going to give you the advice that you need. So keep an ear out for that advice on the 2nd. On the 3rd of the month, you're going to see Mars in Cancer in your 7th house where there's lots of action and things heating up emotionally with a romantic partner, with a roommate, with a family member, with a spouse, where there is a standoff. And let me tell you, the 3rd is the day that you do not want to go toe-to-toe with somebody because somebody will be crazy, okay? Mars is a weapon. It's a knife. It could be heat. It could be flames. It could be physical activity. And they will challenge you. And you're going to be like, like, I'm not doing this. And, even though Pluto says, I'm not afraid of a fight, Mars will fight. They don't care. So be careful who you kind of get into it with. You can see some people that can be rather combative. And the very same day, on 3rd, Venus in your 12th house will oppose Jupiter in Gemini. Okay, so it means like there is some kind of like, oh, which way is this going to go? In regards to a professional situation or in regards to a romantic situation. And at least Venus in the 12th house is saying like, you're wanting to keep to yourself, you're wanting to be peaceful, you don't want drama. The opposition to Jupiter in your 6th means maybe you're refraining from having a conversation and you're like, I'm not going to respond to that, or I'm going to let my attorney handle it, or I'm not going to let what this person is saying get to me, like I'm going to be peaceful, right? So that's possible. So be mindful of that. And also this is like really saying this is about seeing that there can be some people at work that can have your back that you don't see coming. That'll like kind of protect you if there is some kind of conflict with somebody at work or whatever. They'll be like, hey, they'll have your back and they'll calm you down. On the 4th of the month, you have the Sun in Scorpio trine Saturn in Pisces. So the Sun in your friendship zone is trining Saturn, your chart ruler, in the 3rd. So somebody's also giving you feedback, going back and forth, having a phone call with you. Like when in doubt, call a friend in need. Somebody who is going to give you, the kind of necessary information, direction, insight, motivation to make some kind of change. Support coming from allies or some kind of network is possible as well. Somebody vouching for you or making a connection for you. On the 6th of the month, we're going to see Mercury shadow begins. So we're going to start seeing the effects of the Mercury retrograde anywhere from like the 6th through, I would say, the 18th. Those days are going to be like, holy cow. So you've been forewarned that you'll start probably having some weird dreams, changes with your sleep schedule, and you will start feeling a little bit more intuitively tapped in. There could be changes with international travel as well. And the same day Mars goes into Leo. So Mars is going into the 8th house, where I think it does well because this is a house that's about passion, sex, and intensity, regeneration. It's about other people's money. But this is moving into a sign that inconjuncts or quincunxes you. So it does feel uncomfortable, right? There's something uncomfortable about this. And you're kind of like, I'm trying to be peaceful, but like, man, there's like a lot of like intense things brewing, whether it's financially or in regards to a home or a family matter. And I would just say, just breathe. Like, it'll pass pretty quickly, about 2 days, and then you won't see the quincunx to your ascendant, whatever degree it is. If you're an early degree Capricorn, so like the first like 5 or 6 degrees, it'll be about a day or two, and then you'll see it start to pass. It will come back though during the retrograde. What else? We've got on the 9th of the month, Venus in Sagittarius. So Venus in the 12th house, will square Saturn. So here's the deal. Venus is about women. It's about work and people behind the scenes, or a woman maybe who's helping you work behind the scenes, or a woman maybe in another country, or some kind of like romantic partner in another country, or some kind of psychic even, is giving you advice. And Venus is going to be in a superior square to Saturn. So it means that she's like, how can I help you? What do you need? How can I help you heal? Do you need to go into a treatment center? Do you need to go into a hospital? Do you need to go into a retreat? And they're trying to kind of ease your mind. That's the positive manifestation. The other way I could look at this is like, Venus squaring Saturn is somebody saying, let me help you, let me love you. And you're like, no. Or somebody's trying to reach out to you and you're like, I don't want to pick up the phone, Difficult in relating to people or letting people in on what's kind of going on and what's on your mind, I think is probably the long and short of it. All right, so then we have on the 12th, then Mercury in the 12th house is squaring Saturn. So then you've got like somebody who's trying to give you advice, or somebody who is trying to connect with you from afar. It could be something legal or something revolving around a teacher or a mentor, or somebody work related is trying to communicate and connect with you. And you're like, no. To me, it seems like you want to be a little difficult to reach, or you're a little slow to respond to things with these squares, where you're like, you can try to get a reaction out of me, but if I'm not ready, I'm not ready. And it's going to be really important this month for you to watch your mouth, because I think Saturn becoming direct, and like some of the squares to your 3rd house is like saying, like, know when not to have the last word. You don't have to have the last word this month. Almost saying nothing sometimes in response is better than anything at all. So you might have to bite your tongue a couple times, in my opinion. All right, then we're going to see on the 16th, the Sun in Scorpio opposes Uranus. I mean, this could be like a, dramatic change going on with your goals, kind of cutting loose, going out, having some fun, having a good time type of vibe, celebrating being with other people, blowing off some steam. Right around that same time on the 15th, by the way, you also have that full moon in Taurus. So for my Capricorn and Capricorn risings, a full moon in the 5th house could be a pregnancy. It could be a fulfillment of love and romance. It could be feeling a lot of support. It could be going on an amazing romantic date. It could be practicing a lot of themes revolving around self-love. But the 5th house ruler is on the ascendant. I want to know how many Capricorn and Capricorn risings end up falling pregnant this month. That might happen with Venus on your ascendant. So let me know. Maybe that's the Mercury retrograde. You have a secret. You don't want to tell anybody yet. You're waiting. But that's definitely a very creative, fertile, having fun type of energy. And then you're going to see on the 18th of the month, Mercury in your 12th house makes an opposition to Jupiter in your 6th house. So this is some back and forth revolving around traveling, back and forth revolving around education, some scheduling changes. Maybe you're kind of resting and recuperating and you're trying to get work done from afar. Maybe you're on different time zones. Maybe you're traveling and working. So time zones and scheduling can get a little wonky with that aspect. Communications, where you mix up time zones for a meeting, or you don't quite see an email. Like messages can go missing, right? Or we don't see something, we don't see it in time, or we misread something. That can come up with this opposition. Same day on the 18th, you're going to see the Sun in Scorpio trine Neptune. where it's going to be, and once again, you've got a friend or somebody who's giving you advice and supporting you throughout the month. And it's going to be possibly somebody being like, hey, watch out for this, you know, or this could happen. I laugh because I have a really good friend of mine who's a Capricorn, and I'm definitely the Scorpio in the 11th house that's like, these are the days you got to watch out for, you know. So I could see that. I could see that this is somebody who's like letting you know, this is how to handle it. And maybe this is when they check in with you and they're like, how are you feeling? How are you doing? Do you need anything? And like, they're just there to be understanding and supportive and compassionate. And they're just there. So if you need someone to talk to, you can. On the 19th, Pluto enters Aquarius. Yay, no more Pluto in Capricorn. And then on the 27th of the month, the Sun in Sagittarius in your 12th house will come into a trine with Mars. Well, the 12th house is about completions and conclusions, foreign lands, private places, self-undoing. Mars in the 8th house, which is coming into shadow, can basically be saying there's something that's about to kind of die off or come to a completion or an end about a home situation. Mars was your 4th of home and family. A financial situation, some kind of conflict or fight about finances, and maybe this is starting to come to a close. We will see a grand fire trine between Mars, the Sun, and the North Node. So something's going to change, and change is the name of the game, whether it's with joint resources or this is going to be changes at home or with the family. This is about being optimistic about some of these changes that are coming, embracing it, not getting afraid, knowing that this is necessary to be able to kind of move forward. Even if it means some kind of actual separation from another person or a financial separation of some kind or having to fight for something, so be it. All right, that's the month in advance. So much stuff going on this month. All right, so let's take a look. Let's see what these cards say for you. What do you need to know, Capricorn and Capricorn rising? Oh, thank God. Thank Goddess, the star card. Healing. Obviously, Pluto going into Aquarius, right? I mean, that's like healing the self-image issues, the self-esteem issues, the financial issues, support coming from a friend, this 11th house that's trining all your stuff this month. But the healing comes from the 12th house, right? Illness, accidents, sickness is the 6th, but healing is in the 12th house. This is a house where you need more rest and recuperation, right? You have a Mercury retrograde there. I think you had one there last year, if I remember correctly. So you might want to think about what was going on at the end of 2023. But you need more rest, you need more sleep. And if you're not getting it and you're stressed, it's going to impact your productivity and your health. I feel like this is the time to let other people help you, let other people support you, and give yourself a little bit of a break, because you're going to run yourself ragged if you're not doing that. And the squares to Mercury, the squares between Mercury and Saturn in your 3rd, some of you guys are going to have issues with your breathing or your lungs. Obviously, touch wood, I don't like saying that, but this can be a time where you get a really gnarly cough or flu, and you're going to be like, I'm down because I'm having trouble breathing. Saturn in the 3rd can restrict that. You can create some lung issues. Jupiter square Saturn can create some lung issues. And then a Mercury retrograde in the 12th, where your health ruler is in the 12th house. Don't make an illness or a cold or a flu put you down because you're not willing to take a breath, take a step back, and consciously say, okay, I've had enough. I need a little bit of a break. You can't just work through things like you used to, okay? So give yourself a little bit of time, a little bit of grace. I will catch you guys back here, obviously, next month for those of you guys who are having your birthday. And I hope this was helpful. Let me know how the Mars-Pluto opposition goes. I'm curious to hear from you guys, so let me know in the comments as this is playing out in this next month. What's up, Aquarius and Aquarius rising? Welcome to your November 2024 horoscopes. I hope you guys are doing well. Excited to chat with you about the month ahead. And you know what I'm going to tell you. You guys already know, right? Pluto's going into your sign. So that's a very big deal. Pluto will now, for the better part of the next 20 years, be in Aquarius. So if you're in Aquarius, Sun, Moon, or Rising, 0 to about 5 degrees, you're going to be under a Pluto transit, a conjunction transit, for the better part of the next year and a half. Pluto deals with power, okay? It also deals with crisis. It also deals with transformation. Yes, it's the planet of death, but a Pluto transit doesn't necessarily mean you're going to die. more so than not, Pluto transits are not literal, right? They are kind of more in a sense of, shedding skin, going through a rebirth period, recognizing that something has to end and then we have something new. This is about personal power and how you wield it, both within your body, but as well as how you're seen out in the world professionally. I will tell you that to me, it seems like one version of yourself has to die for another one to emerge. And whether that means that you're like, well, one career is coming to an end because I'm embracing this new career, or, I've always been known as this thing or this person, and now I want to be known as that. Whatever it is, it's changing. Embrace that change. That's the best thing I can tell you guys. And you will see this unfold over the next couple of years. The other thing that's significant is that we are going to be seeing that there's a lot of action through Scorpio, which will naturally kind of square your personal planets in Aquarius. We are going to have a full moon. That's going to be in Taurus around the 15th of the month, and that is going to be conjunct Uranus, which is your chart ruler, your modern day ruler. So that means that when we have this full moon where the sun's going through the 10th house of career, and then you have a full moon in the 4th house, conjunct Uranus, there's some shocking, surprising situations going on at home. Could be about electricity, could be about land, could be earthquake related, could be connecting to, finally completing a move, buying a house, suddenly moving, some change with the family. So be mindful that that's kind of in the air. Simultaneously, your modern day ruler, Saturn, is going to go direct. So when Saturn goes direct, it also impacts you. Saturn is connected to your body. It's also kind of connected to behind the scenes work and things revolving around your intuition, your spirituality. And it's in the 12th. So if you've been a little, it's in the 2nd. If you've been a little stressed out about money, how something's going to go, how you're going to afford something, how things are going to play out, Saturn going direct tells me that if you have a little bit of faith and you're visualizing resources coming to you and you believe that it's going to work out, you're not just being kind of like Looney Tunes and so far out that you're not in reality land, but genuinely being like, the universe provides me, everything's going to be okay, I have everything that I need, it's going to work out, it's fine. And being a little bit more cautious and conservative with your spending, you will be fine. Okay, that's the trick to this. So Saturn waking up, I think, is going to be positive for you as well. All right, so let's go down my laundry list of things here. So on the 2nd of the month, we are going to see Mercury enter Sagittarius. So Mercury will leave your career zone. It's going into your 11th house where you're socializing, connecting, communicating with groups, hanging out with friends, hearing from people you haven't heard from for a while, having some playtime, and enjoying a little bit more of a social life. Then you're going to be seeing later in the month, Mercury will retrograde in this house. So even though that won't happen until closer to the 25th, just know that friends from the past can come back. You could be asked to rejoin groups, go back to certain connections, collaborations. There can be some back and forth. There can be a reunion of friends that can take place this month, and some miscommunications that can be happening with creative collaborations, okay? On the 6th of the month, Mars enters into the sign of Leo. Whoa, so you've got Mars going into your 7th house where, there will be a retrograde in December. It'll take about a month, so you're going to see a month of something revving up when it comes to relationships with others. 7th house is your marketplace. It's your therapist, your astrologer, your committed relationships, your spouses. Also, it could be your relationships with children, Leo. So there's more action and communication, and also being maybe a little bit more assertive when it comes to working with other people. Now, it can be positive where you're bringing in clients, you're selling things, you're working with a business partner, you're having lots of meetings. But Mars in the 7th house does bring friction and tension from other people. Other people can be impatient, they can be short-tempered, they can be combative, they can be very, very, very selfish. So you've been forewarned that that can happen. Quick to temper too. And Mars will still kind of be in opposition to Pluto. Pluto will come into Aquarius and Mars is still going to kind of be there. So you're changing, transforming, or going through something intense, and you've got Mars in the 7th house. Now, I like this for like having a tough love coach or having a trainer. I like this for having a between the eyes therapist. Maybe I'm Mars for you, or I'm like, get the show on the road, dude. Don't resist change. Just do it. Aries moon. So maybe, but there is something about this that's like people are going to start pushing you and they're going to push your buttons. Mars can be combative and confrontational and dangerous. Pluto says, I'm not going to back down. So what is typically not a really big conflict or fight can totally blow out of proportion with people. So be mindful that people can be crazy, heated. You know, road rage is very much a thing with Mars in Leo, or Mars in Gemini too. And there can be some sense of people like acting in ways that they wouldn't typically, and you're going to be a little bit more daring and kind of like defiant with Pluto in your sign. And so if you're in a committed relationship, business relationship, what have you, there is more tension here. So you've been forewarned. But for those of you guys who are single, you might meet somebody who's really passionate, really interested in connecting, communicating, and traveling with you. And it might just be that somebody's pursuing you hardcore and you like that. On the 11th of the month, Venus enters into the sign of Capricorn. So Venus goes through the 12th house where there's lots of room for bed pleasure, romance behind the scenes, kind of secret connections and relationships. Can be with people at a distance or people who are culturally different or diverse or foreign. And it can also be that you're having a lot of like alone time, whining and dining and kind of spending time at home behind the scenes in private with another person. Then you're going to see on the 19th, Pluto goes into your sign. It will be there for the better part of the next 20 years. And there are some radical changes to who you are, your appearance, and also your reputation out in the world. Some of you guys will be entering into your villain era. And then on the 21st of the month, the sun enters Sagittarius, where the sun and Mercury are in the 11th house, where there's lots of room for socializing, connecting, collaborating, parties, having fun, getting together with other people. If you're single, go out and mingle with other people. Go where the friends are, go where the parties are, because the sun rules relationships. And if there's a little bit of tension between you and a committed relationship or a spouse, go and spend some time with some of your friends. That'll help diffuse the situation. You're going to be able to have a good time, come back home, and a little bit of absence and distance, I think, makes the heart grow fonder. On the 25th of the month, Mercury turns retrograde. So watch for the miscommunications, the delays in communicating, connecting with people. There could be changes revolving around plans with friends. There could be hearing back from people you haven't heard from for a while, or misunderstandings or miscommunications. It can also be involving the friends of your children or the romantic partners of your children, because Mercury rules kids. So you may have kids that are going through changes with their own lives. They're having relationship changes. They are having kids, or they're going back and forth with, taking care of their children. So that can be a theme here as well. Then we're going to see on the 15th of the month, Saturn goes direct, your traditional ruler. So we talked a little bit about believing in yourself, investing in yourself, being more conservative with your money. And if you have felt like there have been some delays in resources, really showing up in a physical financial way, likely the money issues might start to actually improve if there's been some delays or blockages from this planet going direct. November 1st, you're going to have a new moon in Scorpio in your natal 10th house. This is where you set intentions revolving around your professional life, starting jobs, launching projects, getting more recognition, anything revolving around, even going out for interviews. All of this stuff after the new moon is good. The only challenge is that it's ruled by Mars and Pluto's in your 12th house, which means there's something that's still being wrapped up behind the scenes. Like it's not totally ready, but probably within the next 6 months when you have a full moon in Scorpio, you will see the totality of like what new big project or, kind of work you're going into, and that'll manifest in the spring of 2025. So it's not ready yet, right? Pluto in the 12th house, and it's going to oppose Mars in the 6th house. So it says that you are needing to get schedules in order. Maybe there's a new office space coming. Maybe you need to hire staff. Like there's still a lot of working pieces that have to come together, and you're like, it's not ready yet. It's not complete yet. But that's going to be your goal basically for like the better part of the next 6 months. And the new moon will trine Saturn, which is your chart ruler. So this is good for you because it means that that new moon is kind of saying you're very committed, you're really dedicated, you've invested a lot of time or a lot of money into what you're doing, or you really want to see this through. So it's supporting you basically as long as you believe in what you're building. Then you're going to have a full moon in Taurus. We talked about that on the 15th. Rocks, rattles, and rolls, the home zone. You might move. There might be some surprise going on with the family. There can be a final kind of completion. It can be stuff revolving around electricity, energy, gardening, communal living, like there's some like family maybe gathering going on or something, or just finally a big change happening in your private life. So watch for that happening right around the 15th of the month. For the rest of the month, positive is we have some good communication days. The challenge is that, Mercury retrograde is going to be a circus for everybody. All right. It's going to be a lot. So I've told everybody you have two options. You can focus on trying to get your Mercury retrograde stuff early, get it done early. And you could do this like anytime between the end of October to the 2nd of November, or you ride out the storm and you just see what happens with the retrograde. And then you deal with the aftermath in December. And then you see what the retrograde was all about. Retrogrades are not bad. They just clear the air. They clean out the fridge. It's something that we have to do. So the retrograde is going to be in your 11th house of goals. Honestly, not a bad place to have a retrograde. Reevaluating your goals, reconnecting with groups, meeting with people that you need to see, especially if it involves investments or business or some kind of joint, project or whatever. Like, it's a good retrograde. However, I like on the 2nd, when Mercury is in Scorpio, which is very much about business and getting down to details and feeling in charge, Mercury will make a sextile to Pluto. So you might make like a behind the scenes decision about a business deal, about business, about work, your career, and like you're kind of private about it, but you feel good about what decision is being made. Simultaneously, Mercury in your 10th house will also form a trine to Mars in Cancer, okay, in your 6th. So you're going to be like, okay, I have a feeling this is going to happen. This is what we need to do. And then you're like, I'm going to tell my fellow employees. I'm going to alert the staff. I'm going to, kind of get these things in order just to be safe. And Mars for you is about business. So it pays to be prepared, like to have backup your computers, backup passwords, make sure you have everything ready to go in the off chance that you're like, we could have some issues during the Mercury retrograde. All right, then on the 3rd, you're going to see Mars in Cancer, which is in your health daily routine zone. It's going to oppose Pluto in Capricorn, okay? So Mars is about communication. So communication with what? Healthcare, staff, coworkers, employees, and there can be a little bit of a power struggle that's like, I need you to do this and you're doing that. Like, what's going on, Or if a health matter or an accident or an injury is inhibiting you from getting work done and you're like, I pulled a muscle, I need to stay down for the day, Don't overdo it. 29 degrees is critical. It could be something kind of connecting to your wrists, right? Your hands, that's Mars. It can also be that there's something going on with your digestion, your stomach, and your diet. So you want to watch these two things on this day. However, at the same time, Venus in Sagittarius in your friendship zone is opposing Jupiter. So it's saying like, somebody's saying, hey, I'm coming to, see you. I'm going to visit. I'm going to be there. I'd love to get together. And you're like, yes. So maybe the Mars in your 6th house opposed Pluto is that you're like, you know what? I've been working way too much. I do need to kind of cut back a little bit with work. I can take some time off so I can go and see my friend, or I can, reconnect with people that I've been wanting to see. So it might be that you're changing something about your schedule. All right, then you're going to see on the 4th of the month, the Sun in Scorpio in your work zone is going to trine Saturn. I mean, honestly, great working day. This is a day where you can work in unison with a spouse, a romantic partner, a client, a business partner, and come to some kind of mutual agreement about a financial matter. So use this day to try to negotiate something or get something kind of set in stone. On the 6th of the month, Mercury shadow begins. So you're going to see Mercury go into the degrees, which it will retrograde through in your 11th house. Honestly, I give it till about the 12th or the 18th, and then you're going to start to see the shadow effects, and you're going to be like, what is going on? People are crazy, and the 11th house is the internet. So I would advise, I think any of the 12 signs, just don't believe everything you hear on the internet. Be mindful that people in like your social media camps and groups and stuff can all be like really kind of crazy about their beliefs and their opinions, and you could be like, what is going on? You will see on, you will see on the same day, Mars goes into the 7th. So this is kind of heating up relationships and it's bringing a lot of action revolving around communication and others. So you might suddenly be like, I need to call my spouse and talk to them about this thing, you know, I need to contact my kids and check in with them. I need to launch a website, put out new services, like quickness. And it's going to be about jumping into partnerships with other people or meetings or phone calls. So there's going to be a lot of back and forth that you're going to be doing with other people. Partners, committed relationships can be a little spicy, so there can be a little friction, but also like there can be a lot of competitiveness, which can be good. There can be a lot of like sexual tension, which can be good. There can be a lot of sex going on. This can also bring somebody who's just really interested in you and who's really adamant about working with you, talking to you, collaborating with you, that kind of stuff. Get active with your partners, right? If you're hanging out with them at dinner, light a candle, maybe go for a walk after dinner, you know, go and do active things with your partners or with your kids. So you're diffusing some of that Mars energy so there's no conflict. Then you're going to see on the 9th, Venus in Sag squares Saturn. Okay, so Venus in your friendship zone is squaring Saturn, where maybe somebody's trying to friend you online and you're like, nope, not interested. Maybe somebody is trying to reach out to you and you're not so receptive to working with them, partnering with them, or kind of being in relationship with them. This is a time where friendship and money do not mix. And there can be some issues revolving around like having a difference of opinion of values between you and another person. And like, I would just say, just avoid having these conflicts and stuff online, because you're going to read things and hear things that you're going to be like, I can't believe my friend said this. This is nuts. And like, you want to talk about it. And I would say, don't. It'll get messy. Then you're going to see on the 12th, Mercury in Sagittarius in your friend zone will come into a square with Saturn. Both the 9th and the 12th, you're going to get checked a little bit. And this can be a difficult day in communicating and talking to a friend or a group of people about investments, about financial developments, about borrowing and lending and loaning money. And then on the 16th of the month, the Sun in Scorpio will oppose Uranus. And this is going to be right after that full moon. So you're already seeing where you're like, I'm all about work, business, and like stuff that I'm doing out in the world career-wise, and seeing that that's really important, but like also simultaneously, you know, maybe you're putting on a game face and you're really good out in the world, but you're like, oh my God, my family is like crazy right now, or like my living situation is up in the air, or, you know, something's going on with my family or my kids, and you just feel like, you know, and so anything goes, anything can change with a Sun opposed Uranus day. And really, the Sun is about your relationship to another person. So it might mean that your relationship to a parent or authority figure, a boss, you're not seeing eye to eye, or there isn't a lot of understanding between you and another person. Then you're going to see on the 18th of the month, Mercury in Sag in your friendship zone opposes Jupiter. Well, Mercury is connected to the 5th house of children, romance, and creativity, and Jupiter is connected to the 11th house of friends. Good news going on between your children and you. It might be that, you know, your kids make some announcement on social media. It might mean that one of the children of one of your friends is telling you some big news. It can mean that there is some opportunity for a gathering, a connection, a celebration, seeing people you haven't seen in a while. And honestly, I like this opposition in the 5th and the 11th house. So I think that you and Leo are going to have the most fun with this, where there's a lot of opportunity to party, kind of connect with people, have fun, and see some good chance opportunities for like dating and meeting others. But nevertheless, Mercury and Jupiter both in their fall in opposition to each other means like we're going to hear some tall tales. There's going to be some stories that are going to come out that are going to be like hard to believe. And we have to be mindful that this opposition is still squaring Saturn, right? So you're still going to be looking at things in a much more critical, conservative, like I'll believe it when I see it way. When it comes to investments, when it comes to maybe the markets, maybe when it comes to the way that you're looking at, you know, your romantic life, when it comes to children, you're just a little bit more conservative. And you might be like, some people are kind of celebrating things, or, you know, they think something's going to go a certain way, or they believe something is going to end up being a smash hit. And you're like, I'm staying out of it. Yeah, smart move. Saturn in your 2nd house. Keep true to your beliefs and your values, and like let all of the people hash it out. Like let them debate that. Don't get involved. Stay out of it. All right, so then you're going to see on the same day, the sun in Scorpio trines Neptune. And this is where it almost seems like there is a divine plan. There's a partnership. The right person comes in, everything becomes clear. You're more hopeful and optimistic about the future of a financial situation and a career situation, and like seeing your vision come to reality. So that's also a really good day where what you've been manifesting and hoping for your professional life all kind of comes into alignment. We will see on the 19th, Pluto goes into your sign. So this is where from here on out, the change is going to be more visible. It's going to be more public. It's going to be, how you dress, how you look, how you carry yourself. And there is this new persona that's going to be emerging over the next couple of years. And on the 27th of the month, the sun in Sagittarius in your friendship zone will be coming into a trine with Mars in the 7th. And this is a day that's like, you want to be with friends. You want to be coming together with like minds. You want to be offering services, connecting and collaborating with others. Maybe, putting yourself out there and showing people what you've got and what you can do. This is the time where relationships and friends go hand in hand. So whether you're focusing on your relationships to your closest friends, or you're like, hey, I want to introduce my significant other to my friends, or my friends want to introduce me to someone. This is a good day for socializing and connecting with others, the 27th. So I think it'll be something that you're going to enjoy. It might be like a Friendsgiving type of vibe, right? That's kind of the theme that I think this might be. And you could even see that around like the full moon in Taurus as well. But this definitely makes me feel like it's very much about togetherness, parties, gatherings, and kind of get-togethers, okay? All right, so let's see what the cards say for you, Aquarius and Aquarius rising. I know there's a lot going on this month. Oh, I get the Justice card. What a great card with Mars going into your 7th house, opposing Pluto in your 1st. Cause and effect, karma, law. Mars is in shadow. In a month, the actions, the connections, the happenings of whatever is going on in relation to other people, it's going to be reevaluated. They do this, I do that. And yes, Mars and Pluto feels like tit for tat. It's like, okay, well, you overreacted, you got angry, you said some nasty things, opposition to Pluto, I'm done. And for all we know, it doesn't have to be with a romantic partner. It could be with a creative collaborator. You're like, you know what, this is too much drama. I'd rather work alone. It could be with a kid where you've got a kid that's going through like the terrible 2s or like the terrible 22s, and they're still being difficult to kind of deal with. And like there is some sense of like too much pride or ego coming through. And it might be a period of time where you're like, you know what, if you can do it on yourself, do it by yourself, and this is not imbalance. It's about changing the way that you react to things and like power and looking at freedom from drama as a sense of like personal power. Anyway, this is about Libra. This is about 7th house. And so this can be saying that there are some karmic things that are kind of getting weighed out in relationships right now. Justice is all about fairness, doing to others as you would like done to you. Taking that into consideration, because what happens over like the next month or two is very much going to keep coming up through the Mars retrograde next month. And it's also kind of talking about peace, diplomacy, fairness, and justice. It doesn't mean that you have to just take it. Sometimes it means like, you know what, I've taken this so much and I can't do this anymore. This is not a relationship imbalance. You may start to see that this month in some capacity. So be mindful of that. I hope that's helpful for you. Welcome to Pluto and Aquarius. Let me know what happens. I'd love to hear with that ingress, what is kind of playing out for you, and also what happens with that full moon in your 4th. I'll catch you guys back here next month. All right, what's up, Pisces and Pisces rising? It's nice to see you. You guys are always my last one. So I will make sure that it is extra thorough. We're not lagging on the last reading. Welcome to November. I'm going to chat with you about what's kind of going on this month. Honestly, there's a lot happening for all of the signs, but the mutable signs especially are really going to be feeling the effects of it. It doesn't matter if we look at it from the perspective of Jupiter, your traditional ruler. There will be lots of oppositions to Jupiter, so you're going to be feeling the back and forth between who you are out in the world, what's going on at work, what's getting reworked about your public image or your career, and how that impacts you, your home, or your family. Or we look at it from the perspective of what will be a few slight squares and also trines to Neptune, which helps you kind of tap in, gain clarity, and see where you need to be going and listening to your intuition. Saturn will be going direct in your sign. Now, it's not your ruler, but I mean, you know, it's been retrograde and you've had Saturn and Neptune in your first house if you're a Pisces rising, where you have your days where you know what you want and you're really sticking to your guns and you're all about your boundaries, and you have other days where that goes by the wayside, you're exhausted, you're emotional, and you're like, what am I doing? So thankfully, Saturn going direct is actually going to be really positive for you, because it's going to give you more of a sense of clarity with where you're going, what you need for yourself, your goals, and who you are moving forward. So I think it will help you kind of commit to things. Be mindful that you are going to see planets in your career zone come into a square with Saturn. So you will feel like bosses, parents, superiors are being a little bit more critical of you. They are pushing you to mature, grow up, make a decision. You're going to feel like there is a lot of career stuff that's happening right now. And if it's not career stuff, then it's going to be like relationship status, because Mercury is involved in the retrograde. So it's a lot of like, when are you going to settle down? Or like, what's happening with your relationship? Like, what are you guys doing? Or, you know, what's happening with your career? And a retrograde is not to be feared. A retrograde is a time to reorganize things, kind of restructure and think about where you're going. So that's the name of the game this month. Everything is going to oppose Jupiter or Mercury and square Saturn, which means you have to have a sense of clarity, commitment, maturity about you when it comes to making decisions about your career and also your home. And there is a process of the Mercury retrograde playing out into December where you're going to kind of figure out these things, and the decisions you make about your home does impact your career and vice versa. All right. So let's start first with the second of the month. And on the second, we're going to see Mercury enter Sag. Okay, so when Mercury enters Sag, it means that you're communicating, you're doing business, you're having meetings, you're talking to people, maybe you're traveling, you're focusing on your partnerships, and that's coming front and center out into the world. Great for announcements, great for, you know, telling people something that you're working on or that you're getting ready to launch, and for getting more recognition out in the world. Keep in mind, Mercury will retrograde here, so don't count your chickens before they hatch. You guys might think you're getting a job and then it's delayed, or you might find out that actually, you know, you can't get the promotion, but you need to relocate. Like that kind of stuff can come up. So yeah, wait until Mercury does its retrograde to see what's actually going to kind of unfold. On the 6th of the month, Mars will enter into Leo. Okay, so it'll go into your 6th house, and it's moving into a sign that in conjuncts or quincunxes you. So if you're like 0 to like 6, 7 degrees of Leo, Mars quincunx your ascendant, pay attention to your health. You know, there can be some stuff that can be coming up revolving around your digestion, your diet, your physical fitness. It can be also relating to your back, blood pressure, things revolving around your heart as well. You want to pay attention to all of those things. But Mars likes to be in the 6th house. So it says like, okay, give me a list of things to do. I will knock it out. Just, I want to go and get all of these things done. And Mars is connected to the 2nd house of making money. So working hard, making money, being able to accomplish tasks, focusing on health and wellness, and learning, Mars's connection to the 9th, are going to be the themes. You get a lot of work done here, a lot of work done. And whether this is like creative work, Leo, you know, childcare, Leo, you know, creating a new creative space, or, you know, possibly going out and looking for a job. All of these things are possible. Now, on the 11th of the month, Venus enters Capricorn. So it's going to go into your 11th house of friends, allies, and socializing. It's great for connecting with friends, you know, maybe love being found online. It can also be good for, you know, going to parties, socializing. And it's not just socializing, there's networking, because it's Capricorn. So it's like it can be business and pleasure. And you might enjoy actually, you know, going to some like networking events or like professional gatherings. It can be really good for business. Then on the 19th of the month, Pluto enters Aquarius. So Pluto's going to go into your 12th house, where it's working on the subconscious. It's changing and transforming something about your beliefs and about your spiritual life. It can be a time where some people go back to school. They're traveling in a foreign country. Maybe they're learning more about esoteric, metaphysical things, and they're studying that kind of in their spare private time. But certainly lots will change in regards to your belief system and your spiritual practice over the next 20 years. On the 25th of the month, Mercury will turn retrograde in Sagittarius. All right, so Mercury going retrograde in the 10th house. All right, so you might change direction when it's where you're working, who you're working for. You might go back to work at an old job. Somebody might call you and say, hey, you know, I think I've got something for you. And then they flip-flop a little bit. Mercury is also connected to relationships. So some people will have a status change. I was married, now I'm divorcing. I was single, now I'm engaged. It can also be about making big announcements about who you're partnering with. So it can be big reveals, kind of like, oh, you know, like I didn't see this coming, but surprise, you know, I'm now single, and making that announcement. So be mindful of that. And there, like I said, with the retrograde, miscommunications at work, slow down at work, taking time from work. Some of you guys may consciously say, yes, I'm taking time off over the next month. And Mercury will square Saturn and oppose Jupiter throughout that transit. So it's definitely a lot of like you taking a step back going, is this where I really see myself going? Either in this relationship or in this professional kind of setting. And is it good for me? And also, is it good for me emotionally? And is it allowing me to have that expansion that I want within my home or my family? On the 15th of the month, Saturn goes direct in your sign. So I do predict that as long as you have been strong and dedicated when it comes to your goals, your boundaries, and your own personal needs, you will be fine. If you have been having some health-related issues, Saturn going direct means things can actually get better. If you have been feeling a little lost, tired, confused, these things might get better. Saturn will be stronger than Neptune because Neptune's still going to be retrograde. So it'll be able to overcome some of these more Neptunian energies, especially as it's getting ready to kind of come into conjunction with Neptune and go into Aries. So I do feel like this is a time where you're going to have the capability of feeling more clear and more motivated. On the 1st of November, you will have a new moon in Scorpio in a fellow sister water sign. This will be at 9 degrees and it'll be in a slight trine to Saturn. So this means that if you're setting intentions revolving around travel, education, your belief system, if you want to plan a trip, if you're wanting to go back to school, if you want to find a new teacher or a mentor, or go through like a certification program, anything is possible as long as you put your mind to it, right? Saturn trine the 9th house. Planning a trip alone, maybe. Really reflecting on changing something about your personal beliefs, maybe. And that new moon is going to be ruled by Pluto and Mars. And Pluto will be in the 11th house of friends and allies, and Mars will be in the 5th house of creativity, self-expression. So to me, it looks like you're like, you know what, I'm not getting along with everybody, you know, or I'm not really of the frame of mind of wanting to kind of get caught up in the drama. And like there's a lot of heaviness in the world, Pluto and Capricorn. I want to create, right? I don't want to be a part of that discussion. I need some peace, or I need some quiet time. So it looks like you're going to be throwing yourself more into 5th house topics. So dating, romance, creativity, hobbies, children, pregnancy. I think I've talked to a lot of Pisces risings that are like, I'm trying to get pregnant. Mars being in this house for a period of time, and also the Mars retrograde can make it possible. But you may also decide that you want to go back to an old hobby. You want to get back on stage and start performing. Maybe you want to learn more about starting your own business. So I do think that this is about prioritizing learning about the things that you love that bring you joy, and like staying away from some of like the heaviness in the world right now where other people just want to be like doom and gloom. Now we will have a full moon in Taurus. This will be around the 15th of November, and this will take place in your 3rd house. So this is bringing conclusions and completions to things like traveling, learning, siblings, communication. It can also be vehicles. And it is in harmony with your sun, moon, or rising. And it's also going to be sextiling Neptune. So the more that you're able to dream and feel inspired and kind of tap into new thoughts, new ideas, you know, your intuition even, the easier this is going to be. The full moon in the 3rd in Taurus will be ruled by Venus. And Venus is going to be in the 11th house. So I feel like this is about you sharing something you've created with a friend, you putting something on the internet, you sharing it with a group, you bringing it to your audience, posting it on Instagram, launching it on YouTube, that kind of stuff. And like getting a lot of traction from what you're writing, sharing, or creating, and other people loving what you have and being really interested in like seeing what you've created. Maybe it's a song that you wrote, maybe it's a video you put together, but definitely consider doing that because I think it's good for getting a little bit more recognition. Then you're going to be seeing, let's see. Okay, so those are the transits. Let me go to the other transits now. Got to go through that list first. All right, so first of all, lots of communication issues this month because, well, Mercury is retrograde. Mercury is also going to be in the sign of Sag where it's in its fall, so it kind of tells tall tales and there's like unbelievable information, and then we're like, wait, was that true? And then Mercury is in a Jupiterian sign. Jupiter's in a mercurial sign. We call this mutual reception. It means they're saying the same thing. Even if they're not making aspects to each other, they're both kind of like, what the heck? So your mind is on making changes at work, when in reality, you're also needing to reevaluate how you're feeling, what's going on at home, what's going on with your family. So this opposition can kind of almost work like a conjunction. That's like, well, if you expand your career, then you might have to move or change something about your home. Or if you change something about your home, you might have to change something about your career. And there's a lot of back and forth about these two things. You're Jupiter. So it can mean that, you know, there's a retrograde going on where there's some changes going on with a relationship to an employer, to a business, and it's impacting you directly, either emotionally or financially, and your home life. So, you know, it's a lot. And this Mercury retrograde, to some extent, I believe, even if you follow my advice and if you use the transits that I'm going to give you around the 2nd of November that are positive, you know, prior to the Mercury retrograde, I think it's still going to be a circus. I still think it's going to be like crazy November into December with communication, a lot of miscommunication. And I think that the shadow is going to be like buck wild. So with that being said, you can use November 2nd if you would like. If you are like, hey, I want to avoid the shadow, it's going to be a nightmare. I want to get my stuff done early. Awesome. Use November 2nd when Mercury's in your 9th house. And you can get really clear about the details of like what you believe in, where you're traveling, what you're learning. And it will make a sextile to Pluto and Capricorn. So you're able to go, this is what I believe in. These are my goals. This is what I'm setting my mind to. And, you know, maybe this is a conversation you have with a friend or a conversation you have with a mentor. The same day, Mercury in your 9th house is going to form a trine to Mars and Cancer in your 5th. So this is a lot of like, yeah, there's like a lot of crap and like darkness going on in the world. You know, I really want to get into dancing, performing, writing, painting. I'm looking for a teacher. Maybe you make that commitment, right? Maybe you decide that you're going to pick a program, you're going to pick a school, you're going to, you know, commit to going and checking on a university. Great communication day, really great for creativity and positivity as well. Then on the 3rd of the month, you're going to see Mars in your 5th house of creativity, children, and dating oppose Pluto in your 11th. And I kind of feel inclined to tell you, you know, Mars is about your money, your resources. So you might be feeling like taking a risk, making a gamble, making an investment. Somebody might convince you to do it. And I would say be careful whose advice you buy. I wouldn't take any financial advice from any of your friends under this transit. I also feel like there can be a little bit of tension between what other people are creating, what other people are doing, and like the expansion they're having in their career, and you're kind of like, man, like what am I doing? Like why am I not having that success? Like why can't I get it too? Don't fall into that trap. Be mindful that other people can be kind of like haters, you know, or they're not encouraging you to also get out there and do your thing. And like the 11th house can also be your audience. So there can be a sense of like being like, man, you know, like when am I going to get time in the sun where I'm going to shine? And you're feeling like, you know, there has to be something that changes about the audience and the people that you're kind of sharing or connecting with, or a friend even, you know, who's giving you a hard time maybe about, you know, mom life, and you're not always around to kind of go out and do things. Or maybe it's going to be somebody who's giving you a hard time about your hobbies and that you don't want to go out and do what they're doing. Or maybe it's going to be about somebody who's giving you a hard time about your love life and you're just like, I don't want to hear it, you know? So be mindful that that's out there. Not everybody's going to be in your corner, but that's okay. Part of Saturn in your 1st house is holding your own. Part of the Mars retrograde in your 5th is figuring out what makes you happy. Don't listen to those voices. Those don't matter. Same day on the 3rd, Venus and Sag in your career house will oppose Jupiter in Gemini. Okay, so it's like, oh, There is an opportunity to make an announcement. There is an opportunity for a partnership, a professional relationship, some kind of growth that's out in the world that is trying to reach you from another location. This would be a day that you might get a job that's like, oh, I totally want this job, but it's in another state, you know? Do I move? You know, am I willing to go back into the office? Like that kind of stuff. But it can be very fortuitous and it can be a very lucrative offer or something that's very enticing. On the 4th of the month, the sun in Scorpio in your 9th house comes into a trine with Saturn. So learning something about a technique, health, some kind of training, some kind of skill that you're feeling like you can master, right? It could be a legal skill, it could be a writing skill, it could be a teaching skill, like anything like that, flying, traveling, you know, any of that stuff. You're like, yes, I can master this. Or maybe a teacher shows up that you're like, yes, this is the person. This is the person I want to take classes with. They're going to be the best people to like train me. On the 6th of the month, Mercury enters shadow. So you start seeing Mercury come into the degrees, which it will retrograde through. You will really start seeing Mercury kind of kicking up, I think, the 12th through the 16th, 17th, 18th. So that's when you will really start to see some impact. So just know anytime from the 6th on, Mercury is going to start acting up and you can start seeing some changes at work, some weirdness at work. Yes, people can get laid off, bosses can change, you can change direction with work. That can happen. On the 6th also, Mars enters into Leo. So it's in your 6th house. So you're focusing on work and action and things revolving around health and productivity. So it's interesting that you got Mercury in shadow and you've got Mars in shadow. A lot of Pisces and Pisces risings are going to change jobs or occupations or offices, or you're going to go back to an old job or something like that's going to happen. Or there's going to be something that's going on either health-wise that pulls you out of work, or you're like going and like building something new. Some of you guys are going to be like, I'm building my own company, I'm walking away, or I'm getting back into performing or creativity and like I'm quitting my day job. That could happen too. On the 9th of the month, Venus and Sag in your career house will come into a square with Saturn in your sign. You know, these are superior squares. So Venus is love, women, relationships, money. It can be an offer where somebody's offering you something and you're like, I don't know if I want this job. I don't care how much money it is. You couldn't pay me to go back to that job, you know, like that kind of vibe. Venus is other people's money. Venus is also about an offer. So it can be somebody saying, please come back, we need you. You know, we'll give you whatever you want. It could be an ex-relationship saying, please come back. Like, you know, let's make it work. I'll do anything. And you're like, no. And Saturn is very kind of like stern in your first house. It's like, that's not good enough. And so there is this sense of people trying to connect with you or trying to work with you. And you're very reluctant to these things when the squares happen to Saturn. So then on the 12th, you're going to see Mercury, which is about relationships, in your career house, also squaring Saturn. And maybe somebody's calling you, they're trying to get you to come into work. Maybe you quit and they're like, come back, we need you. And you're like, you're sending them to voicemail. Or you don't want to go back and forth with a superior, you know, or you don't want to go back and forth and argue with like a partner. And you're like, leave me alone, give me space, because Saturn is the boundary. And you're not seeing eye to eye about connecting and like relating during those two particular squares that you'll see on the 9th and on the 12th. On the 16th of the month, the sun in Scorpio, which will be in the 9th house, will come into an opposition with Uranus. Sudden unexpected changes of plans with travel, with beliefs, with law and legality. The sun does represent accidents and legality, and Uranus represents unexpected things. If you're driving, traveling, anything like that, take your time, don't rush. Know that this can be a day where your schedule kind of gets a little wonky. Things can kind of fall apart. You may have to kind of, you know, restructure your day. And there might be unexpected, exciting conversations with people that are very eye-opening, that make you think about things in a very different way, that can kind of wake you up. Let's see. So then we're going to have on the 18th of the month, Mercury in your 10th house will oppose Jupiter. Yet again, another situation where it's either a potential partnership, a coworker, a boss, somebody is reaching out to you being like, we need you, can you come back? Or, you know, maybe you're working from home or you're with family or you're kind of, you have time off and they're kind of like, well, you know, we need help in the office. We can't find this thing. And you're like, ugh, you know, and you're kind of going back and forth with them and having to kind of like give them insight in how to navigate stuff.
I could see some of you guys getting ready to retire, getting ready to quit a job, and you're training somebody. That's the other interpretation that I have, that you're anticipating leaving and you're like getting everything ready. Same day on the 18th, there is a sun in Scorpio, trine Neptune in Pisces. So the sun in the 9th, trining Neptune, where you're like mentally, I'm on a beach somewhere having a drink. You know, I am really thinking about the long term, the bigger picture of like what I'm here to do and like what my purpose is and what my beliefs are about service and what I'm here to kind of help other people with, because the sun is connected to that. There is a opportunity to travel, to connect with like a spiritual teacher or advisor, to learn about how to heal a situation or learn about a healing modality. And then on the 19th, Pluto enters into Aquarius. So it's in your 12th house, where it's working on you behind the scenes, subconsciously in your dreams and on your intuition. And then finally, on the 27th of the month, the sun in Sagittarius in your 10th house of career is going to come into a trine with Mars and Leo. To me, I feel like this is a day where you're kind of stepping up and you're like, okay, you know, I will do this. I will, you know, take this job. I will show up and lead the team. I will manage something. I will come in and fix something or clean something up. The sun is about recognition, and the sun is about getting a job done and taking responsibility. And the trine to Mars in the 6th is not just about, you know, kind of fixing something and getting it together, but it's also opening the door to making money and being productive. So it does make me feel like maybe there's some negotiations going on at work, or maybe you're going back and forth waiting to get a call for a job, and then you negotiate, and then you're like, oh, okay, great. You know, I start at the beginning of December. I start at the end of the month. Something like that can be happening, and this is a day that's very productive, and I feel like there's going to be a lot of action revolving around work and your career. So be very mindful all month long. Like I said, Mercury opposed Jupiter. You're getting pulled in two different directions between work and your home. And the squares to Saturn mean that you need to practice patience and also observe what's going on with the back and forth. That something has to get reworked about work, so that way you can have more time at home, or you can have more time emotionally, or, you know, you can be with your family or have a little bit more peace. Maybe some of you guys are thinking about taking a job in another place so you can kind of escape. You know, that's possible. The card that I get is the Three of Wands, which is interesting because I really feel like for a lot of you guys, you want more adventure, you know, or you want something more challenging, or you want something more exciting, something that's going to be more fulfilling. Maybe you're saying, you know what, I'm taking time away from work because I'm going to go and try to find a job in another place, or I'm in the process of moving or relocating. Three of Wands is like making the decision and you're already on your way. Like you're committed to being like, I've already decided where I'm going. I am quitting my job, or I am moving, you know? Or I know that I want to go and spend a couple months in another place or abroad, and then I'm going to come back to work at a later time and figure it out. So whatever you're doing, you've already made up your mind. Now, you know, it's going to be about making that adjustment. And I think maybe the adjustment is like giving yourself the freedom to go and figure out what it is that you want to do and enjoying yourself along the way. Okay, look for increments of 3 weeks, 3 months, that kind of stuff. And I hope you guys enjoy these transits. I hope this is helpful for everybody. Thank you so much for listening to these. I know that they are long, but I find that they can be really helpful in kind of understanding the energies for the next month. It's crazy to me that next month is like December. So it's like, what the heck? Where did the year go? If you liked this video, if you found it helpful, please do consider giving me a thumbs up and sharing this video on your social media. You can share it on X, you can share it on Facebook, Instagram, whatever you want. Share it with other people who could really benefit from planning their month ahead and understanding what's going on in the cosmos. Make sure you click the bell button below, subscribe to the channel. I'll be back here in the next week or so. We're going to talk about the general themes overall for October. I have way more transits for that video, and to be honest with you, yeah, the heat's getting turned up now. So as you guys are watching this at the end of October, be mindful, okay? There are some very, very combative energies that are getting ready to start up here. We do not want to perpetuate the problems. We do not want to add to the conflict. We do not want to create more division. We do not want more violence or hostility. We want to lean into the trines to Neptune, right? With Mars in Cancer. We want to be compassionate, understanding, forgiving, sympathetic, kind.
please really, really listen to me, because the more people who do this, the easier the next week or two is going to be to navigate. And this is purely just the astrology. Those of you guys who watch astrological forecasts or you study astrology, you know what I'm talking about. 29 degrees opposition between Mars and Pluto is not going to be pretty. So stay grounded. Hope this helps. If you guys need any more from me, you want a personal reading, you want to get insight about my courses or anything like that, you guys can find my website at beyondtheveiltarot.com. Also follow me on X at BTVAstro. I'm always on there talking about world events and sharing information. And I will catch you guys all back here next month in December. Okay? Until next time, take care, and I will see all of you very soon.